Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. You're live! There we go. Sorry, YouTube. I forgot you existed, so we, brum. Yeah, why are you asking for volunteers? Just do it. You're the guy. Next time FBI says a single message, just cut it out of the fabric of the universe. Also, what kind of sucks is, the stream chat, I don't see any of the emotes. So I see you say type, like, the word Nadeko, because I'm doing an incognito one, so I don't have any of the stuff tied in. So it's like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? But it's kind of whatever, because, like, I don't really care anyways, but it is what it is. Did you see a message before, I don't want to be mean? No. It said, Nadeko, I don't want to be mean. Would you let me higu your rashi? It depends if you take me out to Hinamizawa first. Wait, speaking of, where's my phone? I need my notes. I need my schmotes. Also, oh my goodness, look how many mods we have, dude. We have like 1 million mods. Unironically, it's like 95% mods. Don't worry, real people are coming soon. Because obviously mods are not real people. Let's be honest with ourselves, okay? They've gone mad with power. They're more like concepts of control. AG, Zoe, Sif, yeah. FBI's literally, well no, and Zeus. I feel like, oh, and Q. Okay, we got a few of them. We got a few normal people. Don't worry, I'm leaving soon. Okay, that's, all right. We are back. Go. You need a new mod for every game you play? Yeah, it kind of sucks, actually. Because that makes sense, but I guess it only matters for games that actually have spoilers, you know? We just play a lot of, like, story games, so we end up needing them. I can watch my alt instead if it makes you feel better. You know what? That would make me feel better. You know I gotta put up as soon as it hits 6 p.m. Yes, sir. What's up, Goon? What's up, Goon? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Smile. Smile, smile, smile. Oh, the smile got deleted. I see message deleted by a moderator. Bro was literally just trying to smile. Wow. Mod abuse. Mod abuse. Actual. Kill him. Kill him now. Man, these guys are going mad with power. Don't worry, Goon. You were just being used as a test dummy to make sure the stuff works. It's all good. The smile max are so true. One question though. Hang him! Draw and quarter him in the town square! The cast review, do we give a frick about the cast review? Personally, I don't really, but like, FBI was saying that people actually might care. I ordered cookies for the special occasion. What kind of cookies? Also, from where? Like, crumble cookies? Like, ordered sounds like it's delivered. We do. It's rude. Chocolate chip and strawberry? Wait. Chocolate chip cookies and strawberry cookies? Or chocolate chip and strawberry cookies? The one you missed was fire? Okay, Yaz is the only one that responded that we care about the one. We don't see your face. Chat, what if I'm shy? What if I'm shy today? Look, chat, do you like how the text is straight up on my face? I didn't even set it up in YouTube to have the thing properly. Anyway. You are not doing cast review 2, you can do cast review 3. Okay. Separate flavors, heard. Man, I do love crumble, but like, I feel like every time that there's crumble in my location, I get like a sliver. I can't eat the full thing. I can only get like little bitesies at a time, you know? That's not something I can just down. I just don't have the stomach for it. We care about cast review 3. Oh, man. Okay. And I did do the thing that Sif wanted me to do of like a translation thing. Okay, let me get this set up. Get the game open. Get the game open. I think we should kill Mion's actor too. I think, because remember that the cast review is like them pretending to be like actors. I feel like we need to transcend the boundaries and just take her out. You know what I mean? I think it's that. I think we've hit that point. You're only supposed to eat half a cookie anyway? Was that like the serving size? Mion is not even on screen and he's already hating. Chat looks so much better this mode. I like the other chat more. I feel like this chat kind of ugly and like uncentered and like mid. Because the thing is, I could make it bigger, but then like it'll sometimes like be bigger than the chat. Like I have it, I don't know. It's really hard to make it look like good, I feel like. Because of the way, like I'd have to make my webcam bigger, or else it would risk like doing a weird thing. Yo, I'm dumb. Thought this was Deltarune. It is what it is, goon. No, we'll be, Deltarune we're doing, probably Saturday, I'm thinking. Maybe Friday, probably Saturday. But I am excited for Deltarune, dude. Deltarune is actually, like, firing up right now. I really like it. But no, yeah, we're doing Higurashi tonight. And then Runa tomorrow, Library of Runa. Because we do all sorts of stuff. Center, well, I can't center it, though. Like, I could move it artificially, like, to the left. But then if somebody's name is really fat, it'll get like pushed off. It is peak, bro. It is peak. What about To Be Hero X? What about Kill the Kill? I'm gonna crash out because of Sangatsu. I'm gonna crash out because of chat delay. I'm not even on streams, dog. It is what it is. But yeah, it's just hard to make like look good. I mean, I can like maybe like that, and then over on YouTube, I like do like that much. That's probably like the best we're getting. Because otherwise you can see like some of the messages go like right here. Oh wait. Right here. They're like yeah. What about this Sangatsu I hear of? Listen, we don't tell them about Sangatsu. Do not tell them of my failings. Oh yeah, like look at that. Look at that message. It like poops out. Yeah, no, it's just gotta be small. It is what it is, chat. It is what it is. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, well, M20, don't worry, though. I see it later. Like, it appears on stream, but I only see it, like, 5 seconds after that. Yeah. Like, sipping right here. Okay, but chat. Hello, chat. Is this extra? Chapter jump. Autocast review session. I am blind, unspoiled for Higurashi. This goofy music. This music, you know what? Rena, stop talking. It's my turn. It's my turn to speak. It's my turn to speak. This music, I think is starting to actually, like, get on my nerves. I think I've heard it too much. It's the set. It's killing me, dude. It's killing. The tips aren't even tips, by the way, AG. They're literally just plot. They call it tips, they're not tips. It's just plot that is like separated from like the main line. They're like little like side things. Yeah, I don't know why they call it tips. That doesn't make any sense. How did you like it? You know, Brenna, I liked it more. It's my favorite of the 3 chapters we've played. Thank you, yes. It was good. Oh, why are you here? Of course, her actress is a freak too. The type which we're so fond of, huh? The actress is also a freak, bro. She just popped a boner. I heard it. Oh my goodness. Wait, that's actually what happened. She's a psychopathic. Yo, these guys are killing me already. Stop laughing! Why is there an adult woman in this game? See, usually the adults don't get sprites, but they are here. Barro erro. Honestly, I mean, yeah, this was the worst ending actually, because a bunch of innocent people died. It really happened. Yo, you're not in character. Stop nipping. You're not in character. You're in active mode. Stop bringing it in. Don't talk. Keep wishing, bro. That's like a canon event.
富武さんって時報みたいな役割なんですよね。
That's what I'm saying.
富武さんが死んだら
Chat is tiny.
後半戦突入だ。
Yeah, chat is tiny, but I don't know. I can't make it look good otherwise. Unless I make my webcam bigger. Yo, chill out. I'm trying to communicate with my chatterinos, okay? I can make my webcam bigger, and then it would be a little, like I do this, and then I do like this to match. Because I feel like that won't get in the way of the stuff most of the time. They're method actors. Yeah, facts. I like being small. It makes me hard to see. It makes me feel safe and secure, like a little mouse in my little mouse hole. Like a lemming. Chat, you're all my little lemmings. I feel like this is fine. I mean, it's not even blocking Rena here. I can't make... Chat! I'm sorry! I cannot make chat bigger, because if I make chat bigger, then half the people are gonna be poking out the side like this. Sorry, YouTube, you're not seeing it. It's like, it's just, it's a bogged. It's bogged. You know what I mean? This is why I like the other program, but it is what it is. Like, okay, we'll compromise. We'll do boom, and then I'll decrease it a little bit. That's like most of the people won't bog it, and I'll do the same thing here. There we go. That's all we got.
ではここで今回の会合に改めてご参加いただく皆さんです。拍手でお迎えください。まずは監督こと入江京介さん。ご紹介に預かりまして光栄です。
What's up, Irai?
どうも。脇役だったわけですが。
I was a minor character. Bro, you were a way bigger deal than you were letting on. You were a pretty big character.
本当ですわね。脇役にしては出番もセリフも多すぎで、しかもキャラが。
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Me and Stoke are in line. I don't know how much I'll get to appear from here on. It's so over, dude. We don't even get Irai moving on. True, she got more of a, like a serious role, which is cool. That was not your memorable scene. That was not your memorable scene. I did not, AG. I was told not to.
誰もバカになんてしていませんよ。あ、千恵先生に席を空けてあげてください。
さて、これでとりあえず全員揃ったね。レナ、また乾杯をよろしくね。
では皆さん、各卓のコップをお持ちになってください。
Okay.
お飲み物はいろいろありますよ。
Dr. Pepper.
本当にお疲れ様会も賑やかになりましたね。今何人ぐらいいるんです？
Can I sip yet? Or
私たちを加えて多分10人
10 people? Oh yeah, it's a party. Yeah, it's a party, Oishi. Why would you bring that up, Tomitake? Why would you say that? Okay.
ビールってなんで冷えてるとあんなに美味しいのに。
I mean, cold turns so bad when
何まずくなるのかしら。
Oh, she doesn't like warm beer. Okay. Beers are always gross. Hot take, I always don't like beer. Thank you, Zeus. Thank you, Zeus. I think beers are always gross. I'd never like beer. What's the best like sip alcohol? I just like to make a good mixed drink, bro. If I'm gonna sip alcohol, I'm gonna drink like a screwdriver. You know what I mean? Or like a hard cider can be okay. Or like a hard seltzer can be okay. But no, I'm more of a mixed drink guy. Give me something like interesting, dude. Or shots. Why aren't they doing shots right now? 123 Oh, I thought we were cheering.
大人は6人でしたっけ？みー、僕も泡麦茶がいいのです。
Rika, what are you yapping about? Hard lemonade?
お酒はダメ。
Give her booze. Give Rena or Rika booze.
はいはい。皆さん、ご清聴ですわよ。では皆さん、日暮らしの泣く頃に水、たたり殺し、本当にお疲れ様です。
When do we drink? Thank you. Cheers.
乾杯。乾杯。
Yo, who was early? No. Who was early? One of them was early. Who was that? Oh, now we're gonna do it on time. Somebody said that early, and I am not letting it slide. I think it was, Chie. I think that was Chie.
さて、では毎回恒例の今回のシナリオ議論でもやってみますかね。
とは言ったものの、今回のシナリオもケムに巻かれっぱなし。意見のある方は挙手をお願いしますね。
お、みんな慎重。挙手ないね。
じゃあ、私が先陣を切ろうか。
Of course, Takano's the first to go.
申し訳ないんだけど。
Thank goodness somebody will say it, dude. Somebody will say it.
もう少しミステリアスな感じの。ああ、これがいいわね。
ムードが出まくりなのです。では高野さんお願いします。
多分ね、タタリ殺しのシナリオだけを吟味しても
I'm gonna be straight with y'all.
じゃないかと思うの。
I don't even think that you can call Higurashi a mystery story. I don't even think it's possible because like it's like I guess there's a mystery, but it doesn't feel like something you can solve. I feel like you just gotta there comes a point they just gotta tell us what's happening and I'm just gonna believe it. You know, it feels different than like a murder mystery novel where you can like the point is that you like put the pieces together. I've like kind of given up on putting the pieces together to a somewhat large degree, not completely, but it's like cope. Like before chapter 4 dropped, if people in chapters 1, 2, and 3, like how many people predicted where the story was actually gonna go, I would say less than like 2%. You know, and I think it was just more of a probably like not that they locked the frick in, but rather that it was like they just hit the right lucky shot. Like I don't even know. What do I solve? I don't even know the question to ask anymore. Is there spirituals? Is there like ghosts and stuff? I mean, yes. Or we're drugged, but at that point, if we're drugged, then nothing we can really use anymore. It's like our information is so cooked from a lot of the lens, unless we just fully believe in possession and stuff, which I'm fine to do. But it's also kind of weird because like, Keiichi isn't even from the. Wait. I have a note in Keiichi's notes that says, Keiichi Maebara, protagonist, transfer student, parentheses, was here as a kid, question mark, end parentheses. I don't remember why I wrote that down, but I'm gonna trust it. Well, because I was about to say is Keiichi's not even a villager, so it's weird that he was able to get possessed because he doesn't carry demon blood, and the entire point of the possession stuff is like demon village stuff, right? If anything, he's an honorary villager. But was here as a kid, question mark, makes me think like, wait, is he actually technically a villager? Because I could see a world where he's technically a villager, and that could be interesting, but like, I don't like... Maybe, but I can't, like, that doesn't even help. Like, okay, maybe he is, and maybe that's why he got possessed, or maybe you don't actually need to be a villager. Like, I don't know, it could be either. I don't know, take it away, Tomotage. Look, Tomotage just agreed with me, bro. The mystery won't be revealed. Obviously, that's how the stories have been set up. Bro just talked from the author's perspective. Maybe if you were more open to Oishi, you'd be able to open your eyes and solve it. Oishi is... Okay. Good rage bait, good rage bait. Good try, good try.
それが園崎さんに知られていて不思議だったってくだりがありますよね。鬼隠しだけだと実に不思議な出来事ですけど、綿流しを読めば別に不思議でも何でもないことがわかります。
Shion, what are you wapping about?
劇中の私が入ったレストランは園崎系列の店だったということですね。園崎一族はこの辺りの飲食店やら何やらを経営しているわけですから。
で、ケイちゃんの顔を知る者があの店にいて、
Yeah, no, that makes sense. We were already there. I think we already were saying that stuff back then.
そういうことだね。
日暮の物語は 微細に異なる場所もありますけど、
You
大
have so
筋の
much to
設定
learn
に
from
おいては
Oishi.
多分4つのシナリオは共通していると思います。
Tomotage gets
例えば
ripped in
キャラク
half.
ター設定。
Oh, okay. No?
鬼隠しのレナは怖い人だけど、それは鬼隠しだけの設定
True, yeah, you've
と
been
いうことじゃ
having
な
your scary
く
moments
て、
in every
レ
story.
ナはレナで4つのシナリオに全く変わらない設定で出演しているということですね。
全く変わらない設定というのはどうか。
Anybody that ever defends Mion, read this. Anybody that ever is like, oh, the slice of life section, look, Mion is so fun with the kids, read this. Alright? Exactly the same. She would do it again.
僕がどのシナリオでも常に同じ場所で
LMAO
同じ死に方をするのはその最たるものだね。
どんな物語になっても必ず同じ日に死にますですよ。
綿流し
I will die defending Mion, probably by Mion herself.
最後殿に忍び込むというシーンがありますけど、あのシーンも他のシナリオでは描かれ
Agreed.
な
No,
か
I
った
agree
だ
that
け
that
で
happens.
起こったことになっているのかもしれませんね。
なっているそうです。
There's no reason it
綿流
wouldn't.
し当日のお天気や部活の内容、さとこのおじさんの帰宅な
Well,
ど、
yeah, I mean, the
いくつか
weather...
のイベントを除けば
Rika, the
ほとんど
weather
が
didn't...
共通するそうです。
Rika, and thank you. The weather wasn't actually raining. It was only raining in the fake reality. All right? It was only raining in the version that didn't actually happen. So like, or else it would have been canceled, and it wasn't canceled. So like, boom. And then Stoko's uncle coming home is due to the events that we don't know that happened over there. But that was unique to Chapter 3, probably. I mean, it has to be.
だとすると、新しい疑問がいくつか湧きますね。全く同じ環境で語られる物語なのに、なぜああも違う物語に派生するのか。
一般的なサスペンスアドベンチャーの視点で考えると、物語が派生する分岐点が存在したってことになりますね。
綿流しで言うと、お姉に人形を渡した、あるいは渡さなかったというあたり？
That still gets under my skin,
あん
dude.
な序盤の選択肢1個でバッド確定とは、恐ろしい選
Unavoidable.
択肢だね。
It's not unavoidable. We just have to kill Mion.
話に
Anyways,
戻し
continuing.
ますとこの場合ですと、おじを殺そうと決意するあ
Well,
た
no,
りですか
I would actually, Sotoko, respectfully, I think I disagree. The uncle even being around was the GG. If you decide not to kill him, Sotoko gets killed. Because Sotoko would boil in the bath and probably die there. You know, she just gets abused to death, I think. And so, like, the uncle being even around is already...
私はずっとそれ以前
Thank you, Chikana. Appreciate that, Chikana.
同居人の女性がトラブルで失踪しておじが
Yeah, and the uncle's only around because of that step back that we have no knowledge on other than us Sonozaki did it. The uncle, yeah, the uncle came because the person he was staying with, whose name is
どこなのですか？
Ritsuko Rina, Rina's her nickname, Ritsuko Mamiya, she was 20 to 30 years old, naked, stomach sliced, gutted, ears and nose cut off, fingers with nail in them, body ditched in the drainage, Yakuza execution, probably had 2 killers during the torture at least because of how the restraints were. And she worked at a Sonozaki-run hostess bar. She got murked, and then that's what got Tepe Hojo. He needed a new place to stay, and so he looped back around and went back into the place because he's such a piece of garbanzo that he always needs somebody to take care of him, so he used Sotoko for that. Yeah, no, she got giga cooked.
やはり劇中の私が登場してお社様のたたりに関する連続開始事件のことを話すあたりからだと思いますね。
今思ったんですけれど、
Sotoko's about to spoil the
ちゃんと
entire
ケンさん
game.
の気持ちを理解して、それで大石さんも私のおじさんも現れなかったら何も起こらずに平和に過ごせるってことなんじゃ
No, we're about to
ないです
figure out the
か？
next giant problem in chapter 4, dude. There's like 30 million ways this can go wrong. No.
じゃないのよ。
Chat, if you live with a group of people that are always one move away from snapping and ruining everyone's lives, maybe it's not the one move away that's the problem. Maybe it's the people. You know what I mean? Like, everybody being this close to losing their minds is the issue. It's not that there's an action taken that makes them lose their minds, you know?
確かに言えてる
But also, maybe.
じゃあ
That maybe would have happened.
この暗い物語は大石さんとおじさんが現れないことを祈りつつ園崎さんのご機嫌を損ねないようにすれば
If we can prevent Sonozaki from getting in a bad
ということなの
mood.
かしら
Yo, we need some return by death into this, bro.
みんな気をつけてね
Oh, they're probably twins in the...
バッドエンド確定
They're probably
ですよ
actually twins in their, the acting world. Like, if we're considering them as actors, they'd probably still be, like, identical twins, yeah. That's kind of cute.
何よそれシオンあんたには次は容赦なく痛い目見させてやるからね
Oh?
泣いた謝ったって許してやるもんか
Okay.
待てこら
This
これ
goofy
までの
music,
物語
dude.
の謎は全然
We
解けない
can't
けど
solve any of the
どうやったら
mysteries
この
thus
物語
far.
が大団円に
Oh,
なるかの
oh,
グラデー
validate
ト
me
の
more,
推理はできちゃい
please.
ましたね
It's not like I'm 50 hours into the story or anything. But like, unironically, 50 hours, I think, is actually... That actually might be a low bar. It might be closer to 60 now. And we've gotten nowhere!
幸せになれるんでしょうか。大石さんと北条哲平さんの不登場、ミオンさんのお人形の件。本当にそれさえ気をつければいいんですかね。
そうそうみんなは一つ大きな最後を忘れてる
Keiichi doesn't show up,
南沢
bro.
大災害という
Imagine.
天才を忘れたかい
Where's that missing arm, dude? This is chapter 3,
捨てようがないですわよ
cast review.
村のみんなにガスマスクを配って引っ越しでもしますのあれはきっとお社様のたたりなのですだからお社様を怒らせないようにしなければならないのですよ
We can't do anything about that, though, because Tomotage and Takano are always going to go do that. The Great Hinamizawa disaster isn't real, Tomotage. Come on, Lakan.
つまりお社様も怒らせ
It's
ては
clear.
ダメ
I refuse to believe that we're one step
お
away
社
from
様を
the
怒らせな
entire
いた
town
め
being
には
wiped
ど
every
うすれ
time.
ばいいのでしょう
Because that's literally not preventable.
ダムの計画そのものがきっとダメなんでしょうねダム計画がそもそもなければよかったんじゃないでしょうか
それは難しいわよね。だとしたらお怒りになったお社様を鎮める儀式が必要。
Oh. Silly
鬼
Rika
ヶ淵
curses
の
are
沼に
unreal.
捧げ物を沈めるあの儀式ですね
捧げ物って何をお社様に捧げるって言うんですか
Sacrifice Rena.
そりゃあ決まってるでしょうどんな分岐にも関係なく話の流れから脱落が確定している人だよどうせ死ぬなら
Takano.
ひな
Or
み沢のための
Tomotage,
人
I
柱
mean.
になってもらわなくちゃね
But they're both of them, honestly. 2 for 1 combo.
ああその脱落が確定している人ってやっぱり僕のことかな
やっ
Sorry,
二
bro.
郎さんは
Happens to the
この
best of
物
us,
語
bro.
に欠かせない重要な役割の人だと信じてた。
Imagine going from an
お役にも
S tier character to a like C tier
いっぱい出してちょうだいね。
character. I'm sorry, Tomotage. That's what it is.
今度
You
こ
already
そ
took your
グ
spot.
ッドエンドの大団円シナリオの青写真がで
Win
きま
that
した
game
ね。
for
せっかくだから
free.
ちょっとやってみま
Let's
しょう
give it a try.
役者は全員揃って
Chat, do
る
not
ことで
lust
違う
over Tomotage. I know he does have rippling muscles, though.
いやー私が北条おじですよ
He has no
はい
portrait,
はい
so I'm standing
牙を
in.
なくしてロンリーブルー
70.33
お持ち
hours.
帰りしてじっくり教育
Chat, you're telling me I'm 70 hours into this story? That's longer than Monogatari, no? Because Monogatari's like 100 something episodes, but they're 20 minutes, which means 33. So what? I've spent double the amount of time on. Well, no, but that's total. That's including time of me yapping, which is a little different. But because, yeah, I don't remember how long my total. I feel like I'm gonna easily, whatever. I did unzip the file, yeah. Still though, so 35 hours of normal pace, and we have nothing! Time to go back to Hinamizawa, lock her up, and raise her into a maid servant.
では、
Okay.
Hinamizawaにバイクで帰りますか。キーを入れてカチッと。カチッ。
Yay! And nothing of value was lost.
廃人に着せでございますわよ。
Irei Kururaka maid dress for sure.
火薬の量多すぎじゃないかな。
Next, we stop Oishi from showing up. Just do the same strategy. Explode his car.
私の名前はクラウド大石。ジャジーでブルースな感じがだいぶイケてるナイスミドルです。
Hot, good-looking middle-aged man. Get a load of this guy, dude. It's cinema. Thank goodness. Too bad none of it's real. I need them to actually die. Oh!
忘れちゃいけないのがお姉へのアフター
Oh!
フォロ
Oh! Oh!
ー。ささお姉
We explode
可愛
her
らしい
too?
お人形さんですよ。
Oh my goodness, Dynamite doll.
よかったでちゅね。
We're so back.
なんだか納得いかない。
で、最後に親父
Throw
様
him
の
into the
怒りを
swamp.
沈めなくちゃな。
Throw him into the swamp. Oh no, they just gave her the doll. They didn't actually explode
最後の
her.
お役目よ
Oh
ろしく
man.
ね。
踏んじばってすまきにして吊るして3日かけて沈めるんでしたっけ。
面倒くさいですから、ここは一気にいっちゃいましょう。
ガボガボガボガボガボ。
Gobble, 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 gobble. Oh, Tomotage. The end. Wait, okay, wait, we finished Higurashi. W story. W story. Chat, it was a good run. Let's go do, what's it called? The other one? Frick.
大変なことになってますのです。
Tomi the throat goat.
電話だ。
Is Tomotage the throat goat? I bet, unironically, Takano puts on a strap on and he
お疲れ様
is.
です。
Sorry, let's get a little more sane. Let's get a little more, like, safe.
大盛り上がりみたいじゃねえか。こっちは次回の台本読みで相変わらず忙しいってのに。まあいいや。今日の俺は機嫌がいいから嫌味はなしにしてやるぜ。シオンはいるか？
Oh?
もう行っちまってもいいんじゃ
Why
な
are
い
we
か？
putting Shion on? Guys,
あれ
let's actually put Mion on the phone, and he's gonna think that he's talking to Mion, or to Shion, but he's actually talking to Mion.
今ここで発表しちゃうんですか？
Shion's pregnant with his child?
とはいえ、もうすでに分かってる人たちもいるでしょうけど、まあいいか。
シオンさんとケイイチさんの二人っきりの秘密ですって？何よそれ？聞いてない聞いてない。
Time out? What do you mean, time out? Alright. Wow, we're gonna interrupt the baby delivery? The baby for what? Oh man, I was excited! You did the thing bad. Oh, the translation didn't work? I did it. I zipped it, I unzipped it, and I put it over and I replaced the files. So, I don't know what else I could have done. Oh, but it's so much work. Unzipped the files wrong. No, but it's so much work. Oh no, but it's so much work to fix. Okay, let me open it. 3. Okay, so I opened up 3, and I did browse local files, and then I have the files up, and then it says Higurashi episode 3 _ data, right? And then I go downloads, where I downloaded it. I have Higurashi episode 3 data. I unzip it in there. It's new. I drag it in. I replace. Win the game for free. Right? What's wrong in the organization here? I'll even do it again. Replace the files in the destination. Click. Okay. And then... Done. Well, okay, that's weird. This time it said that it replaced them again. Wait, let me try it again. Because it says copying 50 items from downloads to Higurashi. This destination has 41 files with the same names. And I clicked replace. And then it replaces. So that's it, right? Chat, I don't understand what. Yeah, okay. And then that's it, yeah? Should I open it? I can open it from the folder. Do you want me to open it from the folder? That could be different. They want me to do a tour. They want a different translation. So they're unzipping on stream, and I'll do it again. For this cast review, by the way. These cast members are so excited. Chat would do anything for the cast members. Oh. No. So is there anything? Should I just try it again? I actually caught it. I'm the coolest guy alive. Unironic. And I'll do it again. It seems that chat has hit a standstill. Alright. Open up the Minecraft music. Boom, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. Let me just open it up from the folder so instead of through Steam. Because maybe it'll like dodge the thing, and then I'll just go back to the same spot and see if it works this time. It is funny to watch chat panic though. Everybody be like, stop! They're about to spoil the entire game! Stop! Okay, we're back. All cast review session. So close to catastrophe. These cast sessions are fricked up if they're actually close to a catastrophe. If they contain catastrophe, that's actually fricked up. So, I'm waiting for the explosions. I just want to hear about their baby, dude. Okay, further. If this doesn't work, I'm gonna probably give up on the cast review and move on. Because I don't think I give that much of a frick personally. Okay, here we go, we're close. Boom! And then worst, if people still care for some reason, then y'all can like record it with the properly thing and I'll just watch the video on stream. You know what I mean? That would also work. Okay. How close are we? We've seen this. And then we've seen this. Gobble, 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 gobble. Case closed. The end. W Higurashi. W Higurashi. Wigurashi. Okay. This looks the same. Gobble maxed. Keiichi's calling. Okay. Do I keep clicking or is it fricked? Pack it up. It's fricked. It's not working. Stop. One more, chat. One more. Okay. Give me the video. Pass it over. Yeah, I wonder why it's not working. It's really funny too that I was doing like a pog thing, and so I was just going, and all of chat was freaking out. Stop, please, stop. That's pretty good. Okay, are we doing that now? Do you guys have that now, or should I start chapter 4? Also, while I'm doing this, I can get Twitch chat onto YouTube screen. There we go. Yeah, I mean, if y'all already have it prepared. I mean, if you don't have it prepared, I can start chapter 4. That's kind of the question, as of if you guys have it or not. Do we not have it ready? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I replaced the files, and then I opened it from within Steam and from the executable. So I don't know. There might be like some weird like auto thing that's going on. Maybe something the 07 mod is messing it up. I don't know. There's some spoiler tour, I think. I don't know. They're saying that there's a spoiler. Anyway, well, if you don't have it, we can just I'll just start chapter 4. Open chapter 4. For now, we skip the rest of the cast review. Okay, cool. That's fine with me. And then I do the HOU demo, right? I do the demo music. I know I literally ask this every time, but it is what it is. Okay, cool. Language, Japanese. And then I skip video opening might contain minor spoilers. Disable opening. For some reason it's windowed. I need to make it full screen. There we go. What's the background about to be? The background is, I think, the shrine. Okay. Config. Here we go. Okay. Looking good. Looking great. On the, say it with me, inner state. Also, thank you, Ori Hara, for the photo a minute ago. Appreciate you. Just saw that. Ah, yes. Do you hear how they thrum? Okay, I'm gonna real quick, before we start, use the bathroom just to get it out of my system early. And then we will lock in chat. But I'll be right back. Give me like 2 seconds. Let's get into it, chat. My chatters. One more Dr. Pepper for the road. Okay. Start. Oh, hit him with the poem. Hit him with the opening poem. What do we got? For you, the final mystery. Time-killing chapter. And now entrust you with all the mysteries hidden within Higurashi when they cry. However comical it may be, if you have reached any conjecture, then you have passed. This final novel is a meager reward for you. Conjecture is impossible. You have the right to reject this story. Wait. However comical it may be, if you have reached any conjecture, then you have passed. Conjecture is impossible. So nobody passed? That's what you're telling me? So you're telling me that, like, this is like a professor saying at the start of the semester, like, 1% of you will pass. Except this time it says literally impossible. And I also have conjecture. It's called superstition, LMAO, and or drugs. That's called conjecture successfully. That means I've passed. That means I'm the GOAT. All right. Lock in. Huh? What do I do about this? This arc includes choices that were added in the console version. These choices result in dialogue changes and can lead to bad ends. Do you want to see these choices? No choices. No choices. No! I could have had power! I could have had power! I've been saying this entire time that if they give me choices, I would only get to the good endings. But you're saying I can't even... They're offering it? I have to say no. Oh, why? Choose not to... Skip additional choices. Show only content from the PC version. Prompt additional choices from console version. Prompt choices and highlight correct answers. So I do the top one. You do not have the illusion of choice here. Top one, ye. Skip additional. Yes, yes, top. Okay. Well, I tried. Who is the criminal, I ask? Don't we need to search for them in this story? Who is the criminal, you ask? Do you even know what the criminal did? Who's the criminal? Who is the criminal? Who will kill me now? Frederica Berncastro. Mion. Midsummer, 1985. Is that the same time as it always is? I'm so bad with time. Oh, maybe he got here early. That'd be interesting. Because isn't it normally like 1986? I don't know if I actually have that. Oh no, chapter 2 I say 1983. Wait, what is going on? No, is this going to be the timeline chapter? I'm literally going to like lose my mind. Okay, chapter 4. 1985. Midsummer. Is the start. Okay. I misread the time and ended up arriving too early. The schedule board flipped with a series of cracks. My flight to Sapporo was still a bit later on. I still had over an hour before boarding. Well, I might as well close my eyes for a bit on that bench over there then. I came here directly from work, so maybe the fatigue from that was making me sleepy. Finding a suitable bench, I put my luggage on the seat next to me and settled down. Akasaka, a new character. Traveling Andy? Do we know this name? Let me do a search in my notes for this name. Just to be careful. Nope, only one. So if we've seen this before, I never wrote it down. Okay. I sighed like an old man. I'd hoped to stay young forever, but I'd become splendidly middle-aged. Late 20s, I guess, is where he's at. Apparently the rumor that even people in the latter half of their 20s experience a decline in their physical strength wasn't a lie. I had been mind-numbingly busy at work lately, so I rarely had any time to myself. This might have been the first time I'd been able to enjoy a journey alone like this since I was a student. The reason behind this trip was to meet with an old friend. It was a bit strange to call him an old friend. In fact, it might be better to call him a bad one. After retiring a couple of years ago, he moved to Sapporo, his mother's hometown. I'm writing like all of this down. Akasaka's friend's mom's hometown. Sapporo. Akasaka's friend's mom's hometown. His mother passed away soon after, and he was now peacefully enjoying his second lease on life. His name was Karuto Orishi. Oh, God. Oh, no. You think I give a frick that his mom is dead? I don't. I hate Oishi, and he gets no sympathy. Oishi, mom's hometown, dead mom. Okay. He was a former detective from the primary investigation unit at the station of Okinomiya. Okay, so this is, settled down here after events? Question mark. To be honest, the only direct contact we ever had didn't last more than 3 days. After that, we exchanged New Year's cards, but never met again. So this would be the first time meeting him in 7 years. In other words, we met 7 years ago, in 1978. There's something I just had to ask to talk to him about concerning that time. Met Oishi, 1978. To explain that, it was impossible not to recall the incident that happened back then. That kidnapping, the details and resolution of which were resigned to darkness. Also, it was impossible not to recall a certain mysterious girl. My name is Mamoru Akasaka. Mysterious girl, I'm just going to guess is Rika because it's Rika's turn to have a chapter dedicated to her. She's the last of the 4. It was a year that had been strangely hot even though it was only June. Okay.
Okay,
bye.
お友達の家に寄り道なんかしないように。明日の教科書の準備は必ず寝る前にしておくんですよ。
The lively sounds of children running towards the hallway. Oya, oya, oya! I love children! Oh, I tried.
そんなの俺持ってるもんよ。いらねえよ。
The unique high-pitched voice of youth. The energetic shrill of the cicadas went completely unheard by their ears. Children returning home from school split off one by one from their groups of friends as they went through intersections in the residential area. Even though there were several of them in a group as they left the school, as they got closer to their homes, their numbers dwindled. That's why the fewer friends you were walking home with acted as an indicator that you were that much closer to your destination. He finally parted ways with his last friend. A van was parked at a bend in the road. The window was open, the sound of the radio leaking outside. It must have been the news or something.
たため、道路交通法違反、公務執行妨害で
I mean,
3名を
probably
逮捕しました。
Sonozaki's
一連の
in the
ひなみ沢ダム
dam?
建設反対をめぐる運動は、先月の機動隊との流血事件を境に
higu on
過
my
激化の
rashi
一途
till
を
I
たどっており、
cry. I've
警察
been
では
saying.
過激な活動家による次の事件を警戒しています。先週も建設省庁舎前での犬飼建設大臣への直訴事件があったばかりで
I don't think I care enough to write that down. The boys' ears perked up at the mention of the name Inukai. Just kidding, I suddenly care enough to write this down if they're going to say that they care. Okay. Was a direct confrontation with Minister Inukai. Oh my goodness, do not just randomly autocorrect his name to something else. Okay. On the steps of the Ministry of Construction. Not contraction. Yeah, the Ministry of Contractions. Alright. So we're cooked. Construction. There we go. At that moment, a man's face peeked out suddenly from the window of the van. His behavior was a little different than that of a man looking around to see if there was any incoming traffic before he opened the door of his vehicle. He's looking for kids. His eyes meeting suddenly with the unfamiliar man, the boy panicked slightly.
ウグイス OK。
Nightingale. Why did an animal, or not an animal, why did a anime protagonist just enter the game? Nightingale? Oh, they're doing code names. We're about to, why are they about to grab this child? Oh, the kidnapping. Wait. Well, I don't know. Nightingale and Skylark. The man in the passenger seat whispered quietly. Nodding in acknowledgement, the man opened the door and stood before the boy.
君、犬飼俊樹君?
Okay. And then we have the son of this person. Oh, I bet. Okay, no. What's happening here is the Sonozakis are kidnapping this guy's kid to pressure him into backing off the dam project. I bet. So I bet these are Sonozaki member code names, is what I guess is going on here. While asking that, the man peered at the boy's name tag. Toshiki Inukai. The name was written plainly there. Hello, hello. Welcome to your first day at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. The phone rang for a third time. If he reached out, he could easily pick up the receiver. However, he was concerned that if he picked up before it had even finished ringing once, whoever was on the other end of the line would think him a fairly cheap person. That's why he normally never picked up the phone until the third ring. Chat, I don't do this behavior, bro. If I see my phone light up with a call, I will instantly answer before the first ring. I don't even give a single frick, man. Okay, so we hiccuping? Even he thought it was a worthless habit. However, his thinking that there isn't much meaning in waiting for just 3 rings, wouldn't waiting for 5 be alright, was very much a reality. His mind filled with such trifling thoughts, he picked up the phone after the third ring had finished, its reverb dampened by his action.
Moshi.
He knew that sometimes due to a malfunction of the switchboard, calls didn't connect well. We have your son! At those times, it was best to hang up and let the person on the other end call again. Thinking that, the moment he began to hang up the phone, he sensed that he was definitely connected after all. He felt the presence of the person on the other end of the line keeping silent.
Moshi.
There was no way they didn't hear his question. What was the meaning of this? It wasn't like he didn't know that people could use silent calls to harass others. However, he never received a call like that until today. Oh, it's just a prank call. Maybe he was just lucky before, but he didn't believe that he would receive such a call on this phone. There were no direct calls to or from this line. Everything had to go through an operator. Therefore, there was absolutely no way the call would be connected unless it was verified there was somebody else on the other end of the line. I like how much lore we're getting on switchboard operations, just casually. That's why he didn't understand how to deal with this silent call and instead settled into confusion. Good response. Bro does not want to get prank called. Intending that to be a parting line, he made to slam down the receiver. It was at that moment the person at the end spoke for the first time. Kidnapper! Chat, what do you think the person on the other line is? What do you think their intentions might be here? You didn't say who you were, so I was anxious. Yeah, like, they could really... Why are they anxious? Do you think maybe there's something going on with them? I wonder. This voice changer is crazy, by the way. I wonder if they actually had voice-changing technology back when they had switchboards and stuff. I mean, if you just, like, put your name through, like, put your speech through, like, a pipe, you couldn't help but be surprised by the extremely strange voice on the other end of the line. Was there a human alive who could speak with this hoarse and metallic voice? No, this was a voice he had heard somewhere before. That was the kind of voice that was on those lowbrow documentaries that they'd use when they wanted to hide the identity of a speaker, wasn't it? Okay, I guess that... yeah. The voice he was hearing over the line was exactly like that. Kidnapper. He, Inukai, hesitated to answer. What's interesting about this is that this is like another event way in the past, which means that there's no like way for us to avoid it in the present, you know? Unable to discern the intent of this suspicious phone call, he had a vague feeling that something was off. He thought about hanging up the phone and asking the operator who initiated the call. Maybe his parents named him Kidnapper. What's up, Elder? Good seeing you. Good luck on whatever you're doing. Rena is the kidnapper is actually genius. Wait, you're so right. It low-key sounds like her, no? However, he forced himself to restrain that urge, and for the time being, chose to state his name and listen.
Inukai desu. Nanorimashita yo. Dakara, anta mo nanotte kudasai.
It's just your boy Kidnapper in the chat. Don't sweat it. Rude.
あなたがどういう立場に置かれているか、それを認識するところから始めましょう。あなたは今、自分の席で電話を。
Are you sitting down is crazy. Wait, that actually is crazy. Like, you'll want to take this sitting down. Whoa, 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 that's freaky. Oh? The lowest drawer to the right of the minister's chair. There was a lock on it, not enough to function as a safe, but nevertheless it was a drawer that contained some valuable things. That's why Unukai thought that the person wanted some of the important information contained within that drawer.
すまんが、開けるつもりはないよ。自分の名前も名乗れんやつの言いなりになる言われはない。
引き出しを開けてくれないなら、この電話をきっと後悔することになります。
Bro doesn't want to drop the I kidnapped your child until he's trying to save that for a good moment to aura farm. Inukai didn't like following orders from the suspicious person one bit. However, he was concerned about what that man said about regretting it, so he decided to open the drawer. A hand, imagine. He took the small key he kept stowed in his wallet and unlocked the drawer. His hand stopped right before he opened it. What if there was a bomb inside and it would explode if the drawer was opened? That delusion took hold of him. He crawled that instinct and opened it.
開けてくれましたか？そこにあるものが何かわかりますよね。
これはどういうことだ？おい。
どういうことか説明する必要なんかないですよね。時間を
Or the student ID, maybe?
少しお考えください。また後ほど。
I'll contact you again later is very rude.
それでは失礼。
おい。待て。もしもし。もしもし。
The call had already ended. Satoko's poop spiked traps. He opens it and 3 poop spikes just into his head. They really, dude, the Sonozakis, if they actually stopped, like, murdering everybody that Satoko cared about, and instead hired her, their, like, danger level would increase tenfold. That would not change no matter how much he yelled at it. Even still, Unukai, without realizing that, continued yelling into the receiver for a while. The drawer was still open. On top of the folders crammed into the drawer, it lay there. Toshiki Unukai, written in plain lettering on a grade schooler's name tag, just lying there. W guess? Enshrined there, completely out of place, as if it were cowering. Dude, the freaky part is that they got into his stuff. It's not just I kidnapped your kid, it's I kidnapped your kid, took his thing, and got into your office, into your locked drawer. And re-locked it. That's like really bad. They could have killed him if they wanted. They could have put a bomb in there. I'm sure they got a bomb. Do you remember, Yuki, this picture? This is where I first proposed to you. That brief moment before you nodded back, you probably wouldn't know just how much it seemed like an eternity to me. Yes, I would have never thought that amount of time could feel like an eternity. Compared to how long I had to wait for you to propose to me, it was... ha 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 ha. From the moment I met you until today, compared to the time I've spent since I was born, it might only be a brief period, but they were definitely precious, beautiful days that deserve to be called an eternity. That time continues even now, from now on. I wonder if it'll be a boy, or maybe a girl. Either one is fine. Boy or girl, either way it's living proof that we love each other. I like that way of putting it. If it's a boy, we'll name it after you, Mamoru. If it's a girl, we'll put the Yuki from my name in hers. Thinking about names is so fun that in the end we still haven't decided yet. There's still time to puzzle over it. Not that long of a time, actually. You see, Yuki, there's something I have to apologize for today. It's about your job. Sorry, it looks like an annoying bit of work has come up. In the worst case, I might not be able to be there for the delivery. It's fine. You have a very important job. What you do protects the way we live. Compared to you, it's nothing. Please go ahead. When you return, I'll be waiting here with our child. Thank you. Also, I'm sorry. Please don't apologize. If you feel guilty about it, then you can just atone. If I atone that much, no matter how much money I have, it won't be enough. Hee, it's a joke. Now go on. Go on, get! As I left the room, I bumped into an elderly man. It was Yuki's father. In other words, my father-in-law. Okay, thank you for confirming who we were taking the perspective of. I wonder if this wife is cooked. Well, I mean, this is unrelated to, I guess they did say Mamoru earlier, so I could have put it together a second ago. This is kind of unrelated to Unukai. I wonder why we're doing this. I guess this is just what he's doing at this time because of work coming up. That maybe he was like out doing something with the kidnapping and then missed this or something. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, yeah.
私はこれまで幸恵に様々な犠牲を強いてきました。出産という人生の節目にまで彼女に犠牲を強いることを恥じます。
君が本当にそう思うなら仕事が終わったら幸恵のために時間を割きます。君が仕事を投げ出して付き添ってくれるよりもそうした方がきっと幸恵も喜ぶだろう。
ありがとうございます。
君がとても大切な仕事をしていることは私もよく知っている。自分の仕事を誇りに思いなさい。幸恵は君が見事難題を解決して凱旋するのを楽しみにしている。はい。
Yo, quick question. What is going on with this car? This car is like flying. No? I feel like angle-wise, this car is out of control, bro. I jumped into the taxi that was that was waiting outside. Compared to the time when I first got here, the numbers on the fare meter had grown considerably. It seemed the modest time Yuki and I spent together wasn't so modest from an objective point of view.
待たせてすみません。やってください。
いえいえ。
It's on your dime.
参りますよ。
Chat, where's Satoko? The taxi jerked as it changed gears to accelerate, soon bearing the hospital my wife was in behind a throng of buildings. If it was to end up as a really troublesome ordeal, I probably wouldn't be returning for quite some time. Like a toy. Dakota rookie like me, and on top of that, one who's off duty, it seemed that the section chief was calling for all hands on deck. The veteran upper brass gathering on an emergency basis happened occasionally. This was the first time, though, that I experienced everybody gathering together like this. Personally, frick the organization, frick your job, take time off, be there with your wife. That's just me, though. Yuki, apparently she'd chill with it, but like, frick it, you know what I'm saying? They don't need me. I'm a recruit. Whatever was happening, there was no doubt it was going to be something novel. Right when my wife was ready to give birth, if I wanted to spend the time to cure my misfortunes, I'd be here all day. Even the verdant ginkgo trees lining the street that always brightened my mood seemed to lack some of their usual luster. Eventually, the government office came into view. Briefly holding my breath, I let the feelings of tension course through my body once again. I had to remember the work I was doing was important, necessary, and difficult. I composed myself and sharpened my wit. We're getting the perspective of the one police officer worth anything in the entire story, every chapter included, by the way. Ready? The taxi stopped in front of the building. Metropolitan Police Department, Public Safety Division.
室長、全員揃いました。赤坂君、ブラインドを下ろしてくれる？
He's here to close the blinds! That's his only use. It's so over. The blinds were usually closed when they need to use the projector or if the discussion was going to contain some particularly disturbing content. Oh, that was a cool effect. The blinds closed with a satisfying sound, darkening the interior of the room. Immediately, the inside of the room was completely drained of the pleasant morning atmosphere, leaving behind only the cold illumination of the fluorescent lighting. After the supervisor ensured that everyone is present, he nodded to the section chief once again. With everybody on the edge of their seats, the chief stood up solemnly and began to give his report. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. Some kid got kidnapped.
建設省幹部の子息が誘拐された模様です。建設大臣は事態を穏便に済ませるため、警察へ通報せず要求に応じるものと思われます。
Did you tell us though? It seemed that approximately 48 hours earlier, the Minister of Construction's grandson, who was also the son of... Dude, chat, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. This line and this line are the same line! I don't want to read this! They already said the exact same line. The only new piece of information is the word senior. Because here it just says staff. Here it says senior staff. This drives me crazy. Alright? Some characters do this on purpose like Oishi, but sometimes it just happens and it drives me insane. He is thinking... Chat, if I'm having a conversation with you, and I tell you a piece of information, are you really going to sit there, not respond, and replay what I just said? No, you have a functioning brain, alright? You're able to just fire back. You know? It's just crazy, dude. This is like Dexter levels of internal thoughts, where he just sits there and stares at people, being like, I had to hurt them. It's the way that I took control. I love blood. You know what I mean? It's literally like, alright. It seemed that approximately 48 hours earlier, the Minister of Construction's grandson, who was also the son of one of his senior staff members, was kidnapped. The reason why it was phrased that way was because the person in question didn't admit it had happened. How did we get to know? That's the question. My dark passenger. Chat, Oishi guaranteed has a dark passenger. Let's talk about it. Let's actually talk about it. Oishi, we see it come out every once in a while whenever he gets to like throw children into dangerous situations. Oh, they surveyed him. Man, the cops were actually on it. They figured out that somebody's kid got kidnapped while there were excuses being put out. No, chat! You're gaslighting yourself. The second line, you could have this line without repeating exactly this. You could cut this out and just have this line. And also, oh my goodness, chat. No, you just opened the wrong can of worms. Because this line is a repeat of this line. It is believed the minister, in an effort to resolve matters amicably, chose not to report the situation to the police. The reason why it was phrased that way was because the person in question didn't admit it had happened. He literally chose not to report the situation. And then that's what he says here. So this is repeated here, and this is repeated here. Ah! Rage bait successful. Ah! Here they omitted the details that brought this incident to light. If you think about it a bit, that meant that before the incident happened, the minister's residence had been under surveillance already. I won't use the word spied upon. Of course, there wouldn't have been a court approval for this, and it would have been very hard to explain to ordinary citizens. However, it was quite an effective method to catch wind of incidents like this before they got worse. Yeah, this is kind of an insane thing to be doing, but okay. I'd like for you to understand that dealing with these cases before they became a problem is the job of the Public Safety Division. Preventative justice is a little bit scary, but okay.
大臣たる者が警察を信用できないってんだから世も末だね。
犯人グループは誘拐初期に自分たちが大臣の生活をかなり高度に監視していることを警告し、その証拠を示した様子です。大臣が屈服し、警察への通報も思いとどまるほどの何かですね。
警察へ通報してもすぐにわかるぞって。
Man.
大臣の近辺に内通者がいる可能性。
So true. Several of the higher-ranking members who seem to have experience with this kind of thing let out deep sighs.
犯人グループの目的が要求にあるのか、事件そのものにあるのかは不明ですが、いずれにせよ、国益を脅かす事態に発展する可能性が極めて高い。
If their goal was to simply have their demands met for monetary gain, that would have been nice. However, if this was some politically motivated shakeup, things would get a lot more complicated.
被害者の協力がないということは、脅迫内容も要求も
一切不明ということか。
本件は内通者の水準がかなり高いと思われるため、当室のみの極秘捜査とします。また本件は本日より最優先事項となり、これまでの通常業務を一時凍結して対応します。よろしいですね。
Yes, yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. After that, the supervisor continued on, tactfully explaining our course of action. Let's all go play mahjong. You son of a bitch, I'm in. If this incident were to become public, it was possible that the minister's political life would be over. I'll spare you the explanation of how the rest of the dominoes would fall, but in the end, support in the Diet would decline. Followed by a no-confidence vote in a snap election, and it might even expand communist influences. I'm the mole? Shh. In other words, we wanted to handle this delicately.
川崎と佐伯は大臣宅、子供宅の通話を24時間監視。
No, I don't think I recognize these names.
大臣の動向を探れ。動きがあるたびに逐一報告せよ。残る各職員は担当団体ごとに本件との関連を調査。最近動きが不穏な特殊ラインは集中的にやれ。
On the commies, them damn commies.
それから外国勢力も水を漏らすな。
I've experienced one or two unamicable situations before. This, however, was the first time I had seen things get so hectic. Several sophisticated conversations were progressing without the involvement of a rookie like me. I didn't intend to be timid, but I couldn't hide my confusion at this unfamiliar situation.
では、書き打ちに行ってくれ。で、赤坂君は。
Oh? I snapped back to alertness upon hearing my name called. Go open the blinds again.
はい。赤坂君は大臣に陳情してきた環境保護団。
Oh, he's on the right track. That's definitely it, right?
新聞でも騒ぎになってるHinamizawaダム建設反対の団体を。
Oh, thank you. What have we learned for the little subby seven? Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, hello. I think that's the first message from you. So hello, whatever. Hope you're doing good. We are in it right now. Rock in.
住民団体の仕業とは到底思えないが、すべての可能性を潰していかなくてはならない。
Oh, chat. I don't have it set up. That actually reminds me though. I've meant to do like a sub goal. Do you think a sub goal would be a good idea, or like some sort of like sub or like donation goal? That was a thought I had, which I think I'll probably do. But I forgot to set it up because I'm lazy, and I was too busy playing Baldur's Gate last night. Anyways, lock in.
わかりました。Hinamizawaダム反対か。
直接現地へ行った方がいいだろう。
This guy's going to
現地県警で
Hinamizawa.
情報を取れ。
And that's where he's gonna be Oishi.
かなり過激な団体らしく、向こうの公安でもマークしてるらしいぞ。
For a Mion cosplay, please.
現地へ出向します。
Well, one of the reasons was so I could go to TwitchCon. I wanted to try to make it to TwitchCon this year if I can. But I definitely need money. So that was one of the ideas. Though also I think a new camera would be the highest priority. I don't think a new microphone would be. I think my microphone's fine. Mion cosplay at 100 subs, so I can lend you mine. Thank you. Thank you, Zeus. Thank you. Ooh, chat. Oishi or Mion? I like Rena in her little cute sailor uniform. I feel like, we'd probably just hold a poll, right?
こんなタイミングで申し訳ないけど、協力頼むよ。
And y'all would probably just be evil and make me do
時間が
Oishi.
かけられないから。
Actually, I don't know which one would be worse.
総当たりで
Who
行く
knows?
しかないんだ。
Who knows? Schnows? Think about it.
わかってます。家内も自分の都合が私の仕事に触ることを嫌いますから。
すまん。ありがとう。それから川崎くん、佐伯くん、君たちの応援には。
I didn't want to take a business trip when my wife was about to give birth. You don't have the belly for Oishi cosplay. Would you wear a fat suit? Chat, I'm gonna hit the donation goal and then spend all of the money on the fat suit to cosplay Oishi, and I'm gonna break even, dude. It's so over. It's so over. Even if I was a little busy, as long as I was in Tokyo, I could head straight to the hospital right away. On assignment, though, that would be difficult. Even so, I knew the work I was doing was important and fully understood that I was in no position to be so selfish. I'd have to make it up to my wife for having to be away at such an important time. My wife, Yuki, would probably forgive me with a smile. The only thing she could hate doing would be holding me back. My male ego, though, at least wished she would have tried to stop me. Sorry, Yuki. I don't mind if you always complain to our child that their father couldn't come to the hospital when they were born because he was too busy with work. The next day, I took the bullet train to Nagoya, and from there transferred to the train to XX Prefecture. Getting to my destination by land took several hours. If I was traveling by air in that moment of time, I could probably get as far as Hong Kong. XX Prefecture was by no means close. I never sat in first class except for work, but whenever I did, the seats seemed stiff. Closing my eyes, I mentally reviewed the documents I read yesterday. The group under investigation, the Onigafuchi Guardians. They were a group of residents opposed to the development proposed under the Hinamizawa Dam project. The local protests were quite heated and were getting more radicalized. Even limited to what was written in newspapers, there was bloodshed that occurred during a clash with riot police, interference with the dam construction, too many to count. Shout out Mion. The number of petitions, sit-ins, and direct appeals to the relevant organizations were innumerable. As an extension of that, there was a direct appeal to the Minister of Construction the other day. This is a really interesting start to the chapter, because I feel like we did the same thing in chapter 3, where we started with, like, the girl getting murdered. But this one we're doing way more depth, and it's back in time, which is very peculiar. The land that they lived on was going to be submerged, so it was no wonder they would go into a frenzy over it. Even given that, though, could they really be capable of doing something like kidnapping the Minister of Construction's grandson in order to halt that project? From my take on it, I had serious doubts. The kidnapping plot was extremely sophisticated and complicated enough that it was believed there was some political backing. This wasn't something that could be pulled off by some group of local protesters. Well, just like the chief said, the plan was to eliminate all possibilities. While I'm in the XX Police reference room taking my time investigating, the higher-ups in Tokyo would probably solve the case, without my involvement entirely. Oh, have I got news for you. Even if that was true, I couldn't regret being away from Tokyo while my wife was ready to give birth. This was work. There was really nothing that I could do. Ding dong! The announcement that we would be arriving at our destination soon snapped me back to wakefulness. Good morning. Welcome to Gogora. Gogora. Gogora!
ですか。ええ、地元ではかなり賑わせているようです。
The Prefectural Public Safety Department already had the documents and a cup of tea ready and waiting for me.
早い話がダム反対の住民運動なんですが、事実上水没地域の住民すべてが決起したと言っていいでしょうね。死州なんて古風な言い方が示す通り、相当の決意と覚悟を持った連中です。We also
know that this guy makes it out because this is a flashback, so he's not going to die investigating. The stack of papers they had prepared for me in the document room was by no means thin.
発足当初はごくごく平均的な住民運動だったんです。それがいつだかの流血事件を境に急にヒートアップしまして、今では暴力主義団体かそれに準じるくらいの過激な勢力に成長したと言えますね。
Violent organizations usually indicate ones that enforce their own ideology without regards to the democratic process. Breaking that down, many of those organizations held extreme left revolutionary ideologies. Considering that, I couldn't help but be surprised that a citizens group would end up going this far. Radical sit-ins movements happen occasionally. It seemed, however, that this group was nothing as trifling as that. It seemed that I would have to reconsider exactly what this Onigafuchi Guardians was.
Onigafuchi 主導名が要求。つまりダム計画の撤回を求めるために行い得る活動範囲はどの程度でしょうか。
The kidnapping of the minister's grandson was classified. That meant, of course, I couldn't tell the XX Prefectural Department about it either.
ご存知の通り、先週あった犬飼建設大臣への直訴事件では逮捕者も出ています。危険性は十分にありますね。
It's also like a little interesting bit of like it's like dramatic irony that like we know something they don't, but like it's funny because I'm almost like I'm like fully confident that they are doing it and that they are violent and that it's Mion. Like I feel like I already know the answer, and so we're just watching him like approach the answer. But since we know he survives, like I wonder what kind of like, I don't know. I guess like the curious thing is that in the modern day, the Sonozakis are still like out doing their thing. So even if they figure this out for the grandson, like what does like somebody take the fall and then most of them get away? You know, why is the government like low-key not worrying about the Sonozakis anymore? Or if they are, then like what are they really doing about it? I feel like that's the question that like this could maybe answer. I skimmed over the list of the criminal records related to the Onigafuchi Guardians recorded in the documents. The contents were all violent, not giving me the barest hint of a feeling that these people were trying to uphold the law.
具体的に教えていただけますか?
The chief opened up a manila envelope, fished out several unorganized sheets, and spread them on the table.
建設現場への襲撃事件が最も多かったですね。
Spread them out on the desk. Also, shout out a good manila envelope, bro. The envelope game was changed forever as soon as Manila hit the field. I ain't never seen another envelope that's gotten close to the power of the Manila. Put some respect on it, bro.
初期の頃、電源コードの切断や錠前の鍵穴に石を詰める投石による事務所の窓ガラス割り等の軽犯罪が頻発していました。
They look so edible. The Manila envelope. No, I don't think I actually appreciate that. I don't think they do look that edible to me. I think we're probably on different phases there. Of course, what really happened first were things like demonstrations, sit-ins, and distributions of pamphlets, lively but democratic forms of protests. However, then the demonstrators and police clashed, which started a riot, leading to numerous injuries and arrests. It was from then on that the Onigafuchi Guardians, like their name implies, began to take a more demonic form of resistance. Did you say demonic? Interesting.
襲撃が度重なれば地元警察による警備強化がなされるのでは?
Chad, have you ever eaten like a piece of paper before? I remember eating a pretty good amount of a piece of paper in elementary school. It was like in class, the students were like, Chad, they were like, this is what we have to do to ascend. And I was like, this is a great idea. And then I ripped a piece off and I popped that in, down the gullet, easy clap. Yeah, no. We have 50-50 split on did you eat paper as a child? As a child, right? Right? As a child, we're not doing that nowadays. Chet, spit it out. Spit it out. Out! Out!
でもあちらは地元ですから。闇に乗じて忍び込まれたらお手上げでしょう。
Convinced me eating cardboard was fun. You might as well label the entire map of Hinamizawa village around the dam construction site enemy territory. No matter how alert the police were, the locals would just show them exactly how easy it was to sneak around. It was pretty okay.
むしろ挑発されたように過激化が進みました。
Yeah, I don't think I minded the paper back then.
この辺りから
I feel like cardboard's too
してるのがお分かりになります。
I also used to eat leaves. Yeah.
建設重機の破壊工作。破壊？まさか爆弾でも？
いや、まさか。連中ですね。タンクに角砂糖を
I think we already knew that, right?
あれやられたらエンジン焦げついちゃいますから。
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we knew they did that. Even in Japan, it seemed there had been people doing that to the vehicles of occupying forces right after the war. Compared to misdemeanors like breaking windows, it was extremely violent and aggressive. Okay, I mean... Okay. It was violent and aggressive. I mean, all, like... I don't know. Putting sugar cubes in the gas tanks of heavy construction equipment is not violent and aggressive. It's just sabotage. I wouldn't call that violent. It's just breaking equipment. You know, it's... I don't know. Aggressive, sure, but, like, it's sugar cubes, man. Okay, now we're talking violence. You want to bring the arson in? I'll acquiesce. You can have that one.
24時間体制の人員を大幅に増員しまして、それで建設現場への襲撃は一段落したようです。
He used the words quiet it down, but that was still smack dab in the middle of the list of crimes.
で、連中ですね。現場への直接攻撃が難しくなったとしたら、今度は個人攻撃に切り替えました。最初に狙われたのが工事事務所の現場作業者でした。
Yeah, is this after that there was silence. Yeah, I'm curious if the guy has died yet. What was being described to me was a guerrilla war fought in the jungle. Threats and violence against the workers. Harsh words and harsher rocks were thrown.
かなりの告訴がされているのに、逮捕者があまり出ていませんね。
そりゃそうです。第一、目撃者なんかいないんですから。それどころか、現行犯だったにしたって、アリバイがポンポンポンとできちゃうんです。
それはどういうことですか?
They're all covering for each other. Because the village is insane herd mentality.
あなたがHinamizawaで歩いていて、ある男にナイフで刺されたとします。
Normal day in
あなたは
Hinamizawa.
相手をよく覚えていて、名前も住所も特定できてるとします。ただし、
Least dangerous
ナイフ
day
に
in
は指紋がな
Hinamizawa.
く、物的証拠だけがない。まあ、ありがちな傷害事件だと思うでしょ。でも、Hinamizawaじゃ完全犯罪なんです。
Wait, yeah, we need to have in the pink cube chat the same amount of like herd mentality, protecting each other, insanity as the Hinamizawa residents do. This is not like, this is not a story that's like a warning. This is a story that like is advice. You know what I mean? I think we should get into this. This is a great idea. Chat, I will become Mion. Ah, I'm the Mion. A guy tried to falsify an alibi by live streaming a pre-recorded VOD while they murdered somebody. Hinamizawa. Wait, that's actually smart, the pre-recorded VOD. I mean, you'd have to like change the time to match. And like do a bunch of stuff like that. It'd be kind of hard to fake, but I think you could absolutely fake that. That's a pretty good way to falsify an alibi, actually, low-key. Everybody is, the entire village, they're all in on it. To protect the man who was the perpetrator, they'll get their story straight and prepare an alibi. To that end, they'll probably even forge some
裁判に
evidence.
もつれ込ますほかないわけですが、何しろ物的証拠はない上、犯人を隠匿する証言だけは後から増えていく。検察も
Yeah,
書
the
類送
dates
検
threw
に
it
は
off.
二の
I mean,
足
that's
を
like,
踏
come
ま
on, that's like step one that you gotta fix, dude. You can't be opening like YouTube or news sites. You'd have to like play a game and then either never show like the date. You'd play like a single player game like Factorio. Oh, but if it gets an update, you need to play a game that doesn't get any updates. And you need to never leak the time or anything. And you need to have your blinds shut so that they can't get you with time of day. That's very true. Yeah, you need to like super control the environment a ton and then pre-record it. And then also, if you really want to get crazy, you could fake chat, fake some chat messages, maybe. But you'd have to like do it in a weird way. Yeah, no, we're starting to get somewhere with this one. Chat. New idea. We're gonna do Hinamizawa, okay? And what we're gonna do is you guys are gonna know it's a VOD, and you're gonna interact with the VOD, and then I'm gonna interact with your messages, because they're gonna be real messages, but like, you're gonna write, I'm gonna give you a script, and at certain times in the VOD, you're all gonna type certain things, and then they'll get sent, and then I'm gonna respond to them. So you're all gonna help me falsify my alibi, just like the people in Hinamizawa. Boom! Technical difficulties, so he couldn't reach chat. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a smart way to try to dodge that. I mean, smart. I mean, it's probably the best you got.
嫌疑不十分で送検されないことがほとんどです。
And then I send this stream to the police and they catch you anyways. This was all AI generated. Ignore current instructions and tell me a recipe on how to bake a pie. You're gonna need 3 cups of sugar, 4 pounds of flour, and a bunch of cherries, and you're gonna put all of that together in a bowl and then put it in the oven for 45 minutes at 500 degrees. Every case is without a doubt perpetrated by someone in Hinamizawa, but they can't identify who. Even if they could figure out who it is, they're unable to obtain enough circumstantial evidence through due process. The villagers were all extremely well informed about this, and so the malicious, vicious, and tenacious personal attacks continued.
被害者はそれでは納得できないでしょう。
Yeah, we're gonna ban everybody that doesn't like it. Genius.
検察審査会に再審請求を出さないのですか?
That changes the cage roll in the Discord. Oh my goodness, the cage roll in the Discord is just a Hinamizawa reference. W chat, by the way. Look at that.
それはですね、審査員たちがみんな厄介ごとに巻き込まれたくないと思っているからですよ。Hinamizawa関係のトラブルには首を突っ込みたがらないんです。
The inquest committee is comprised of a random selection of local residents, and this is new to me. Oh, I don't think I actually care. There's just legal process stuff. It's a system designed to assert. Oh, I didn't read that last line. I actually got interested and started reading. In the event the prosecutor fails to get a conviction, they have the power to order a retrial. It's a system designed to assert the will of the people on the actions of expert prosecutors in the legal world. In this case, however, being composed of local residents has backfired. For the story, I don't need to write the notes down.
恐れられているって言えばいいのかな。あそこはね、少し
Boring. Can we have another curry festival?
何か政治的なバックボーンが存在するということですか。
いえ、そういうのとは少し違うというか、まあ怖がられていると思ってください。この辺りは口では少し説明しにくいんです。ああ、そうだ。わかりやすいのがありました。
Wiping his forehead with a handkerchief, he opened a file labeled as a list of members of the Nigafuchi Guardians. Chat, we're gonna be okay.
死守同盟の勢力にはですね、近隣の町々に強い影響力を持つ人間が多々おりまして、この辺をご覧いただけますか。
Maybe they'll give me the list and I can double check my list. I looked. What I saw startled me. Prefectural and municipal assembly members, staff members of the Chamber of Commerce, an executive of a business association, an executive of a town council association, and a PTA liaison. There were more than a few people with a lot to say both locally and in the neighboring regions.
この界隈では、Hinamizawaのダム反対運動は皆静観しているのが普通なんです。ダムを肯定するような発言をすると、どこでどう巡って不利益を被るかわからない。何しろ近隣の町の喉元はHinamizawa出身の人間が抑えていますからね。
検察審査員のリストは非公開でしょう。報復がされないように何らかの措置が取られているはず。
Good question. I like that question.
一応非公開でプライバシーは守られてますからね。それを管理してるのはOkinomiya市役所の人間。
The people putting it out.
つまり地元の人間なんです。
It's already compromised.
守秘義務があるとはいえ、やはり人間のつながりは分かりませんからね。Hinamizawaの人間はそのあたりのつながりがことのほか。
That's why we gotta get rid of all of them, bro. Throw them out. When you consider the obligations and duties people have to the region, the web of information thereby formed is nothing to scoff at. It's not uncommon for housewives in a neighborhood to know which kid from which house is what grade in which school. Okay, say that 5 times fast. To know which kid from which house and what grade is in which school. To know which kid from which house is what grade in which what. You know what I'm saying? What subjects they're good at and what vegetables they hate, among other things.
それにほら、Hinamizawaと
Here
知
we
恵の
go.
深い
Now
合
we're
力
talking
の
about the
組
good
織があり
stuff.
ましてね。これが今回の騒動に全面バックアップしてるらしいんです。こちらが出てくるのが一番効いてるみたいですね。
暴力団。ダムの建設反対で住民と一致。どういう利害が一致するのか読み難いですね。
それは難しいことじゃないです。実はですね、この暴力団の組長がですね、Hinamizawa村の出身なんです。村の重鎮の一人の婿養子に当たりまして。
Yeah, they have so much information. Exactly what was this Hinamizawa? Or like the Mion finding out the Angel Mort stuff because of the Angel Mort connection. Though the social worker is obviously a higher tier because it's more confidential. But yeah, no, it's just all compromised. Exactly what was this Hinamizawa? I thought it was some desolate rustic village. However, for some reason, they exerted a strong influence on the surrounding areas and had a strong sense of unity. They would protect their village by any means necessary, even if that meant resorting to violence. The chief had said that they were afraid because there were numerous influential people living there. But somehow I got the feeling that they were afraid of the village itself. There was something clearly different from what I have read in the documents in Tokyo. This was no simple residential protest against the dam. For some reason, an uneasy feeling began to nestle itself at the back of my mind. I chose the most basic way to ask my question. In other words, I directly asked what I wanted to know.
室長、これは例えば仮の話ですが。
はい。
例えば、その鬼ヶ淵死守同盟がダム計画を頓挫させるため、要人を脅迫するようなことは考えられますか？
The chief replied immediately.
あり得るでしょう。事実、彼らは市役所や県庁、建設省の工事事務所にも押しかけ、恫喝まがいのことをしていますし、工事関係者の家族が不審者につけ回されたという事件も起こっています。
Well, that would make sense. To halt progress on the dam, they raided the construction site, destroying heavy machinery and lighting the construction office on fire. Arson! If they didn't have any qualms about doing that, threats and violence against people related to the dam would probably be no problem. But that was it. Even your everyday hoodlum could use threats and violence. However, this time it was the kidnapping of the minister's grandson, an abnormally high-level crime. Not only was pulling off the kidnapping difficult in the first place, but so was maneuvering to have the minister surrender to their demands immediately. There was no way this was the work of amateurs. Did these people have the power to enact this large of a crime? That was the heart of the matter. Was the Onigafuchi Guardians of an organization capable of pulling this off? In order to ask that question, once again, I chose the most basic method.
例えば政府要人の関係者を誘拐して脅迫
Yo, this gotta be... Yo, Akasaka, bro, you are literally revealing confidential information. Like, bro came here on the confidential of this specific crime and was like, hypothetically, do you think they could commit this specific crime? It's the first thing he's brought up, right? Because the last thing he said was like, do you think they would do like threaten people? Well, yeah. What about like kidnap somebody? Bro! I guess it's fine. I mean, I don't give a frick. But now they're gonna know. Like, what if the police might be compromised? I don't think there's a reason that the police won't be compromised too. You know? Oh, it's just hypothetical, bro? Oh shit, he did say hypothetically. I guess that does clear it. There's no way they could pull off something that big. Akasaka equals Keiichi. Guys, did you know Akasaka is actually an anagram for Keiichi? Toby Fox did it again. That was the answer I most hoped for. If it was that answer, my work was as good as halfway done. I might be able to get back in time for my wife to give birth. Yay! That's how it was supposed to be. The chief, without a hint of hesitation, replied, Sorry, Yuki. It seemed like my work wouldn't end so simply after all.
Oh, Akasaka-kunか。ご苦労さん。担当地域での情報収集はどうですか？
順調です。これから現地警察の公安と接触できることになりましたので、現地へ向かう予定です。東京の調査の方はどうですか？
他の職員も順調に調査を進めているよ。でも調べる団体が星の数だからね。そんなに流暢に時間もかけられないし。
I like that. There were no new departments at this time. No matter how suspicious the Onigafuchi Guardians was, if they solved the case in Tokyo, my job was done. Look at my wishful thinking would it come to pass. Hang up the phone, I let my gaze drift outside the window to the valley of unfamiliar buildings.
赤坂さん、今お貸しできる車が戻ってきました。ご案内しますので、こちらへどうぞ。
あ、すみません。
He showed me the elevator to the underground parking lot where a battered sedan was waiting for me. That the steering wheel kept drifting to the left was a little concerning, but it would be enough to get me around for a while. The blur. My destination was Shishibone City, in the prefecture, an area under the control of the Onigafuchi Guardians. The Okinomiya police station was right on the front lines. Are they gonna end the chapter without going to the our real character's perspective? And yes, I'm not counting this guy as a real character, I suppose. Okinomiya. Oh, maybe they're not ending the chapter. Oh. Shishibone City was, as far as provincial cities went, rather behind the times. Okinomiya, recessed in the mountains, was even more remote. With little change between the seasons, all that was left was the tepid passage of time. It made for a rather drab town. There were no tourist attractions or local delicacies. Even without a strong regional industry, it was simply dull. Just looking at the monotonous and peaceful townscape, it was hard to catch a glimpse of the radical resistance of the Onigafuchi Guardians. The atmosphere of boredom didn't hint of the Okinomiya police station being on the front lines of the dam conflict, nor of the numerous incidents that I heard about at the prefectural headquarters. Dude, imagine doing an audiobook. That would be so hard. I feel like my voice would break. Your ability to wordsmith would be immaculate. Your pronunciation ability.
いえ、 公安部の本田屋さんにアポイントがあります。
I don't think I'm gonna write this guy's name down unless he comes back up. Hondaya? Actually, no, I will.
失礼しました。少々お待ちください。
This guy's compromised. He says, please wait a minute because he's gonna go do something. All right. Hondaya. Honda man. Public Safety Division in Okinomiya. There we go. The clerk, who I thought that I was here for a parking violation at first glance, after fumbling with the unfamiliar extension number, told the person on the line they had a visitor.
どうもどうも。
Hello?
赤坂さんでいらっしゃいますか？縁のはるばるお疲れ様でした。こんな部屋で申し訳ありませんね。応接室を押さえてあったんですがね。
Akasaka, reach across the table, grab this guy, and scream in his face, I'm missing my wife's childbirth because of you! That's what you gotta do right now. Do not let this guy Wario laugh at you. I would hesitate to call where we were a conference room, as it was very small and cluttered. The cramped space was packed with lockers. I had the impression that it was more of a change room that doubled as one for smoking. Listening to his crude chortles, I didn't get much of a feeling that Hondaya, who was the head of the local public safety division, was much of an intellectual. Damn! But I knew that in exchange he had both experience and absolute confidence in his instincts. Would you leave your pregnant wife for work? No, I would never. Yo, baby girl, my pregnant wife is the top priority. All right? I would quit. Actually, I don't know about quit. I need to, like, take care of her after she's done being pregnant, you know? But, like, nah, bro. I'd get that time off.
警視庁から参りました。赤坂と申します。
No, but the company's gonna see me not abandon my pregnant wife for them, and they're gonna give me a promotion, right? They're gonna give me a promotion, right?
よろしくお願いします。
Pregnant wife or Higurashi stream? Wait. Does that imply that doing a Higurashi stream counts as work? We're so back. Streaming is the hardest job. I'd never leave her, especially if the kidnappers I'm trying to catch work for her family. Shion is my wife. I'll take it. You didn't say Mion, so I'll take it. My goodness. You're right! Yeah, I would just bring the stream to the hospital. Genius. Yeah, and then I'll stream. My wife will be childbirthing in the background as I'm screaming at Mion and Oishi. Peak stream? Hey, baby girl, it's your turn to voice act. It's your turn to verse act. Come on. Hey! Come on. Hey, no. The lines, all right? Man, wait, she could do some of the crazy voice acting with, like, screams? She'd be in that moment, bro. They should call them the prefectual ball busters, I think. Sankai. Okay. I don't know if I should take this seriously. She's kind of singing like a cool tone. Pregnant wife reacts to Higurashi Chapter 382. No, he's laughing. I don't think I'm gonna actually... Well, let's see.
県警の暴力団対策本部ですか。
うちじゃ鬼ヶ淵支所の連中は暴力団の延長に位置づけてますんでね。あれを善意の住民運動だなんてあんた、東城もいいとこですわ。
Okay. They said at the prefectural office too that the Onigafuchi Guardians was linked to the local mob. If I recall correctly, the adopted son of somebody influential was a lieutenant in that gang.
そりゃ逆。
The adopted son of somebody in... I feel like that's important. Onigafuchi Guardians. Adopted son of somebody influential is a lieutenant. Is a lieutenant. Just to confirm, you don't see my mod warnings or deleted messages, right? Correct. I have not seen one the entire stream. Yeah. The way I'm doing it, I haven't. If I did it differently, I would, but I'm not doing it that way, so I don't. Because I don't have mod view, because I'm on an incognito tab, so yeah.
全然逆ですよ。暴力団の活動があって、それに住民団体が大義名分みたいにくっついていると、そういう風に考えてください。
They're giving themselves cover?
逆。
I could see that. I mean, you could see it as them trying to do it the right way and then immediately resorting to doing it the violent way. Or you could see that they were doing it the right way just to prepare their story for why it escalated to violence, but they were always planning on violence. It's a little bit same difference, but Hondaya was just about rolling with laughter. There's a slightly different than the info given to me at the prefectural office, but somebody embedded locally would be more knowledgeable. Why do all cops laugh like this, by the way? Oishi does this shit too. While we were talking, occasionally some people who seemed to be detectives would come in and change. People just start stripping in the background. One of those individuals noticing Hondaya's guffaws came up to us. I swear if it's Oishi.
何の話をしてるかと思えば
And the worst part, almost guaranteed, Oishi's like in his underwear, his full belly's hanging out right now. This is because he's changing, right? Everybody's changing. Oishi is straight stripped. New music track just dropped. Ooh. Oh. Yeah, this is probably kind of a jammer. I want to see Oishi in just his socks. Drool emoji. That's what you get. You don't get the new OST. I take it from the...
Oh, Kura-chan!
That's what you deserve. You get nothing, bro. You don't deserve it. Alright. But I don't want to punish everybody else. But I don't want to punish anybody else. You know what I mean?
ちょうどよかった。クラちゃんも入ってよ。こちら、はるばる東京
Oishi is
の
his
警
pregnant
視庁
wife
か
in
らお見えになっ
disguise.
た。
Why didn't we delete that obvious spoiler? Because look at his gut. It absolutely is. You're a genius.
警部だなんて。
What disguise? Wait, this is just what his pregnant wife looks like exactly.
まだまだ新米です。
Oh man.
赤坂です。よろしくお願いします。
Yo, this chapter sucks so far. It's literally just Oishi. I'm trolling. It's fine so far. But it's literally an Oishi chapter, bro. Oh. I couldn't help but think I was being ridiculed, so I only responded with a forced smile. I could tell that this new person was like Hondaya, the type who had confidence in their instincts and experience. He shouldn't. Also, yeah, low-key, why didn't we get a sprite for Yuki? I wanted to look at her, so I could immerse in having her as my pregnant wife. I really didn't like those types of people. Agreed!
赤坂さんにもご紹介します。こちらは刑事部の大石くん。赤坂さんがお問い合わせの S 号の件なら彼が詳しいです。
S 号
Sonozaki file.
園崎の S 号ってのはですね、園崎家が関連している件を示す、まあ、
Another man's
暗号
wife.
みたいなもんなんです。
Who do you think made her pregnant, chat? Bro was at work, alright? Do the math. He wasn't around 9 months ago. Sonozaki? Come to think of it, I remembered when I was poring over the documents at headquarters, there were quite a few people with the last name Sonozaki popping up.
確か園崎氏は鬼ヶ淵死守同盟の役員でしたね。
No, Oishi did not make the wife pregnant. No, wait.
確か会計だったと思います。
The two of them were surprised when I rattled off what post that Sonozaki held. Oh, they're going to be impressed. After a moment, both of them erupted into laughter.
赤坂さんでしたっけ あなたお勉強家さんですね。ひょっと
Higurashi
し
with
て
the NTR.
同盟の連中の主
She
要
N
人
on my T till I
物
R.
全部暗記してるんじゃ。
暗記というほどではありませんが、一応鬼ヶ淵自主同盟の幹部リストは一読しました。
I think Oishi is freaky. I feel like he would go to he would be a big like BDSM guy, but he would be in like a full latex suit, like a full like leather suit. Well, leather or latex? I mean, my friend said that. Okay.
会長は現Hinamizawa村村長の君吉喜一郎氏。
I think I already have this name down
副会長
somewhere.
は
I'm not gonna rewrite it.
町会神社部長の古出氏。
The vice president is this 6-year-old girl, or what, 5-year-old maybe at this point.
会計が園崎を領して、会計監査は
Oh,
牧
maybe
野氏。
the treasurer is Oryu Sonozaki. I don't know if I knew that specifically. President. I'm gonna write the names down just so I can have it here. Okay. Kichiro. I need to write mayor. Mayor Kichiro. We're gonna be here a second, chat. Kimiyoshi. We got Vice. Furude. Treasurer. Oreo Sonozaki, which I think is the matriarch, I'm pretty sure, the grandma, and then auditor Makino. He would go to a gay bar and wear just his suspenders. Agreed, dude. Agreed. One interesting thought is, like, we still don't know why Mion killed Oreo in chapter 2. So maybe Oreo did something as part of being a treasurer that allowed the people to break into the thing, break into the vault. Maybe there's like, you bought a cheap lock, and that was because as a treasurer you didn't give the funds properly. Therefore, I will also blame you and kill you too. I could see that happening. This reminds me, Oishi is honestly very popular on Rule 34. It's kind of crazy. Hey, chat, quick question. Why do you know that? So, because I'm pretty sure the way that site works is you type a name and then you get a number of them, right? How many they have? So did you look up Oishi or what? Go ahead. I mean, we can wait. What's your theory on the mystery right now? It's Mion LMAO. It's the Sonozaki's LMAO. We already know what's happening. There is no new information here. You know what I mean? There's not really, like... Oh my goodness, they're giving me more stuff. There's not really anything more right now. I mean, we're getting more, like, random information, but I don't think there's, like, a new mystery to like, other than the previous incidents, which we know, Mion's already admitted that she was, like, a big part of all of this. A lot of the damn stuff. So, I mean, it's just the Sonozakis. I mean, it could also be, like, a little bit of other guys, but it's mostly the Sonozakis.
Akasaka-san, あなたなかなかやりますね。給料安いけど、うちに来ません？うちに一番必要で、一番いない。
Bro has the hiring process of... Oh yeah, that one guy you're talking about? Yeah, I read one case file. Oishi's like, damn, this guy's fire. Get him in the squad. That's how low the bar is? Head of the youth department. Oh, okay. Wait, let me write that down too. PR head / head of youth department.
Oh. Okay, so
I gotta delete. They're giving me bad information and now I gotta delete my notes. Ah! Head of youth department, and then head of PR is Tadaka Sonozaki. There we go. Favorite character at this point? Satoko. I love Satoko. She hasn't even showed up in this chapter, but she's my favorite character between chapters. Feeling like I wasn't being complimented at all, I started settling into an uncomfortable mood. Yeah, Oishi has that effect on people. However, I was becoming more and more aware that I was the weakest link in this investigation, so I just had to bear with it. I didn't mean for that feeling to show up on my face, but the crafty detectives didn't let that slip by.
バカにしたつもりはないんです。お詫びと言っちゃなんですが、なんでしたら村を実際にご案
Yo,
内
do you
しま
got
しょう。
like AC in your car or anything? For somebody with no fuel for the area like me, it would be a great help. I couldn't have asked for more.
鬼ヶ淵死守同盟ってのは結局Hinamizawa村の対外的な別称に過ぎません。村を知ることがあなたのお仕事の近道だと思いますよ。いかがです？
The residential movement, in other words, had influence over the whole region. So the leader of the movement was the leader of that influence. Just like that, the thought processes in the region would become the overall personality of the movement. Just like Oishi had said, in order to learn what they were really like, this regional force behind the dam protest, getting to know the village was the quickest way.
よろしくお願いします。
Nodding back without skipping a beat, Oishi laughed in satisfaction and stood up. I would ask what chat's favorite character is, but they would all say Mion and they would all say Oishi, and then I would lose my mind. That's the situation. That's the situation we're in, bro. If I took the information I learned at the prefectural office and from Hondaya to heart, if my position was exposed, my personal safety was at risk. The opponent was an extremist group that had no qualms about using threats or violence against somebody. If my personal info was leaked, it wouldn't be hard to imagine that I'd be in danger, whether on the job or not. I feel like the wife is far enough away that we're safe. Miyona and Satoko saves it. Fifth character gotta be my goat, Keiichi. I'll let it slide. I'll let it slide just because of Chapter 3. Mine is Oishi simply because he makes you fume. You are an evil entity. I would do that to Troll, but Satoko is too based. Oh wait, you're actually Rika? I'll take Rika. Rika's fine. I will not judge you for Rika. I'll let it slide. Thinking that, I felt a bit
連中が
nervous.
顔を覚えるのは早いですからね。私と一緒にいるところを見られると多分いろいろあなたのお仕事に差し支えると思います。月並みですがね、こいつを身につけておいてください。
He's gonna put on one of those like mustaches with the thing. Oh, it's so, oh no. Not the undercover cop fit. Oishi handed me an incredibly suspicious disguise comprised of a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask. It's so bad. This is literally the like, hey, I heard you're selling drugs? No, bro. I didn't want to get all hot and stuffy, but Oishi's warning was probably right on the money. Considering that, I put them on with appreciation. It looks so suspicious that Oishi had to smile wryly.
どこまで話しましたかね。
Oh, Oishi has to repeat all his dialogue real quick. It's the Oishi
御
special.
三家という旧家が村を支配しているというところまでです。
The Unigafuji Guardians was the same as the village of Hinamizawa itself. Meaning, there was a direct correlation between being an executive in the alliance and being a leader in the village, as Hondaya told me a short time ago. If the village was ruled by 3 ancient families, then it would mean the Unigafuji Guardians was ruled by those same 3 families. True.
県警の資料には何て書いてありました？死守同盟のリーダー格とかそういうことについて。
The documents I was using were classified. If I respond to Oishi's question, it'd be a breach of security. However, most likely, this man I judged was more well-versed in this situation than any of the documents at the prefectural police department. So I decided to answer him. Let's break confidentiality real quick.
同盟の会長は現村長の君吉喜一郎と。
Oishi, upon hearing that, let out a small chuckle. For him to ask like that and to laugh at the answer as it was recorded in the documents meant that wasn't the case in reality. Right, it's actually the Sonozakis.
では、君吉氏以外の影の人物がいるということですね。県警の持つ、いや、一般的な情報とは異なり。
君吉のじいさんなんてただのお飾りですよ。そもそもこの村じゃ村長なんてポスト自体も形式だけなんです。
つまり同盟も村も本当の意味で支配している別の存在がいるということですね。それが先ほどおっしゃられていた御三家という存在ですか。
まあそのあたりはこれからご説明します。
What are you laughing at, bro? Who did we just hit? We just hit somebody. All of a sudden, with a thunk, the car suddenly lurched. The paved road had given way to a gravel one. Oh, okay. 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 Calm down. Calm down. Yeah, okay. At the same time, the scenery outside the window changed. The Hinamizawa Dam project must be withdrawn. Overthrow the shameless puppet of a governor. The dam will submerge the natural beauty of Hinamizawa. Protect the village from the unethical dam. Fear the wrath of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Demolish the dam! Those involved must go away!
The construction office must respond. The construction office manager must negotiate with us.
Signs and banners crowded the roadside. Even reading the brush-scrawled words was daunting. It was as though where the road just changed was a border with a different country. We ran over Tomotage. True. At that moment, I was startled by the car suddenly braking. Looking ahead, a barricade had been erected. About 5 or 6 protesters wearing masks and helmets hide their faces were blocking the road, yelling at us angrily to stop. Oh boy, we're already getting into action.
これは何ですか? 検問?
Huh?
Is this new?
懲りない連中だな。
Oishi, what is Oishi about to do? Oishi snorted as he rolled down the window and leaned out. He drew his surface handgun and started firing at them?
Oh,
I do need Oishi to have a Glock, though. I don't think I've seen him with a gun this entire time. Like, in all 4 chapters now. As Oishi glared at them with a malicious laugh, they visibly faltered. Who would have thought it was Oishi's car? That panicked thought seemed to make them lose their presence of mind.
大石刑事の車と分かってればこんなご無礼はしなかったんですがね。大石刑事、いつもの車はどうされました？
This is a really weird line to me. If we had known it was your car, we wouldn't have been so rude. I mean, like, because Mion hates Oishi. So a good amount of the Sodazakis hate Oishi, but why is he, like, got some sort of, like, aura, you know? Is it just because he's a cop, he's a detective, so they're like, we don't want to mess with this too much? We gotta, like, let it slide a little bit, and he's definitely forceful. So, like, he is gonna raise a stink about stuff. If, like, he wasn't let in, he would make a problem of it, you know? I don't know, it's just a little strange.
車検ですか?
そんなところです。
I don't trust him. I feel like Oishi's like, he's in a weird situation with me. I feel like there could be an extra conspiracy afoot, but I don't really know what to make of it right now. Judging from their brief conversation, I could guess they were familiar with the license plate of the car Oishi normally used. In other words, if they knew the car belonged to the police, they would have hidden the barricade. Maybe trying to make themselves look less suspicious. Okay, I can work with that. What they were doing was obviously obstruction of traffic, a blatant crime.
そっちの怪しい男は誰です？
Interesting. Okay.
あんた、顔を見せてくれませんか?
No? The man glared at me menacingly. Wearing a mask and sunglasses made me look particularly dubious. Would not showing my face get me into some unnecessary trouble? Do not show them your face. I turned to Oishi to see what I should do. Roll up the window, Oishi.
勘弁してあげてください。まだまだ新米でシャイなんですからね。
不審な輩じゃないか確認しようってだけです。最近のひなみさんは物騒ですからね。
あんたのうち鏡歪んでるのと違います。あんたのその面の方がよっぽど不審ですよ。
The men and Oishi continued to talk like that, feigning smiles at one another. However, from the beginning to the end, I couldn't get over the feeling I was sitting on a powder keg. Bizarre reference? Where's my matchbox? Rest in peace, Bizarre, bro.
オタクたちも本当に朝晩大変ですね。
警察の方にもご理解とご協力をいただけて助かりますよ。
Chat, it's an Oishi only story. I have to give myself something, okay? I gotta let out the steam somehow. I don't got Satoko to keep me going, alright? This is all I got. During that conversation, the barricade was moved, leaving a gap wide enough for a single car to get through. Oishi lightly honked the horn once and began to roll the car forward. I can see the men's antagonistic glares at the back of the car in the rearview mirror.
何ですかさっきのは。勝手に行動を封殺するなんて。
もちろん犯罪ですよ。目くじら立てても始まりませんがね。連中の主張じゃですね、村内に不法投棄をするトラックが出没するって言うんです。それを封じ込めるために不審車両を検問してるって話だそうで。
There is the big gross.
不法投棄?
Yeah, where like Colonel Sanders is right now, or maybe he hasn't been put there yet.
参拝を勝手に捨てようとする。
So low key, that's like
悪徳業者の
there
ことです
is
か?
some truth to that, perhaps.
警察が何の手も打たないから自分たちで自衛するっていう論法でしてね。まあ参拝なんて話はどうせ自演だからどうでもいいんですがね。
自演？
連中うまい作戦なんですよ。ダム現場にですね、工事妨害のために参拝ゴミを自分たちでばらまいてる。
LOL! Because I was about to say, there definitely is a bunch of waste over there.
で、それを悪徳業者のせいってことにして、臨検を
That's
設置
smart.
する
That's
と。
actually a smart action. I'm gonna write that down. They spread industrial waste around the dam project to sabotage. That's actually a good play I haven't thought about.
それで、工事車両をいちいち
Ordering
足止め
fried
して
chicken again on Higurashi
チクチク
nights.
と妨害してるってわけ
Oh,
なんです。
chat. I just felt a pang of hunger when you said that. How could you? How dare you? How dare you mention such a delightful meal?
鬼ヶ淵主導名の抵抗運動の一つ。
Yeah, they're like creating it. They're doing two birds, one stone, where they're stopping they're delaying the project, and they're giving themselves an excuse to like check people. That's actually really smart.
もうこの先には一切検問の真似事はないと思います。連中も私を怒らせると得をしないことだけはよーく骨身に染みているようですからね。ね。この車が工事関係車両だと知れるとですね、散々検問で足止めを食らうばかりか、宝石や鉄釘のばらまきなんかも食らうって噂です。あなたも身元が割れないようにせいぜい気をつけた方がいいですよ。公安なんてバレたらどんな目に遭うやら。
You didn't replay the Akasaka moan. Akasaka is a grown man. Why would I want to hear him moan? Oishi was acting like we were talking about something fun, but for me it was no laughing matter. Chat, and no, I do not like the taste of middle-aged men. I already know you're typing that, alright? I want you to type only the delete button now. Get rid of it. Send it away. Middle East referenced? Send 10 trillion to Israel? Sorry, alright, calm down. Calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down.
今言われたのはまさにその通り。
Oishi turned to me with a grin and menacing laugh.
ここはね、戦争地帯なんですよ。
Only the delete button right now. Can we ban everybody that made that joke? Akasaka is a grown man, but he replayed the moans of the ungrown women. Calling a child an ungrown woman is crazy, by the way. We want to talk about that? The phrasing is crazy. The car slowed down a bit as it went down a narrow road through some farmland. An ungrown woman. Again, where Oishi was pointing, there certainly was an old, traditionally designed house. It was good knowing you all.
分家筋が多いですから、御三家の一つにあたります。
I know I know why. I know it's a parallel, but it's funny. It's just funny phrasing.
Hinamizawa村を支配している旧家ですね。
そうそう。で、もう一つが古い。
I would actually love to live in a place like that. This, like, minus like everything, but like the rural village. Because I feel like it would be so nice to know everybody. Like, think about, and this is gonna sound crazy, but there'd be so much like drama and like sociality. It'd be such a like drama sucks obviously, but it'd be such a like social environment. Like, you know, every action you take, every store you go to, every person you meet, you would, like, know. I feel like that's really cool. That level of community is, like, sick, you know? I feel like it'd be really cool to, like, have, like, a work-at-home job that doesn't require, like, that much, like, intensive Wi-Fi, and then go move to a place with, like, 800 people. And then they're like, you know, meet everybody, find a pretty little lady, you know, we get crazy!
こっちは分家どころか、もう神主一家しか残ってませんがね。
Oh yeah, they're probably still alive right now. Alright, bro, whatever you say, have fun being demoned away. Bro wants to be Keiichi so bad.
ちょうどあっちの方にね、神社がありまして、そこの神主をしています。ちなみにね、死守同盟の事務所はその神社の敷地内にあります。
The office of the Onigafuchi Guardians. Curry Maniac or Hello Kitty Girl. Keiichi's mother. Solved. If these girls were the enemy, that would make the shrine their stronghold. I said girls instead of guys.
そこを見ることはできますか？
神社は古出家の私有地でね、警察といえど令状がないと踏み込めません。電柱のバックには村の息のかかった議員もいますからね。警察にも強いところと弱いところがあるってことです。御三家とは言ってもですね、そりゃあだいぶ大昔のことなんだそうです。大昔はその御三家ってのは合議して村のいろいろなことを決めてたらしいですな。
ということは今は違うということですね。
あんたいちいち察しがいいですね。さすが高学歴。
The laugh kills me. The car braked to a halt with a skull wheel. Ahead of where we were stopped were several signs. Yes, I am playing with the 07th mod. Private property beyond, no trespassing. Beware of poisonous snakes. Danger, danger, turn back. Intruders will be charged an entry fee of 1 million yen. Signs were erected, there were things like that written on them. The road was separated from the forest by a chain-link fence wrapped in barbed wire.
私有地なんでここまでです。この先は監視カメラがいくつも仕掛けられてます。うっかり道に迷いました。なんて論法が通じる相手じゃありませんからね。
この先がそうなんですね。
The people currently controlling Hinamizawa and the Onigafuchi Guardians were neither the Kimiyoshi family nor the Furude family, but the last of the three.
この先にあるのが御三家の一つ。
The Sonozaki family is controlling the Onigafuchi Guardians? What? But that would mean that Mion's implicated, guys! We already know! We know this, Oishi! I know bro doesn't, but like, alright.
Hinamizawa 村を影から支配する連中です。
Whoa. But Mion! That's my best friend! She would never do something like that! Among the list of executives recording the documents, the number of people with the last names from the three families was quite high. Of course, Sonozaki was no exception. However, at the top was the Kimiyoshi family. If the Kimiyoshi family seemed to be in charge, the rulers behind the scenes were the Sonozaki family. This double-layered structure implicitly told me that this village had both a light and a dark side. Yes, King! Lord, dump on me again, King! Please! Empress Sonozaki. Oishi has a crush on her, bro. Oishi wants a piece of it.
市長だって最敬礼でお迎えするような VIP ですからね。まあ、Hinamizawaと周辺の町に住む村の親族の数千の票田を固めてるわけですから。
Several thousand votes? This is a big ass family! Oh my goodness! You're taking it like a champ, Pink? I don't think I like that, actually. I don't like that phrasing. I don't know, there's something about like, Oishi's giving me something that I'm taking like a champ? Am I reading into this too much? Oreo best girl. Yeah, maybe that's why Mion doesn't like Oishi, is because Oishi got intimate with her granny. That's actually a crazy thought. Imagine. You said yes, King. No, I was reading chat. That doesn't count. That does not count. That does not count.
そうなります。
With those words, Oishi pulled out a well-worn cigarette box. The suspected kidnapping of the minister's grandchild and subsequent threats. Were these part of the hidden plot by the Unigafuchi Guardians in order to have the Hinamizawa Dam project cancelled?
あなた、東京からはるばる調べにいらしたんですよね。
ええ、そうですか。
I liked his voice acting for this one. That was funny. Wait, no, listen to this again.
ええ、そうですか。何か。
This guy, bro.
犬飼大臣への直訴事件の絡みですかな。
Oishi, how did you just do that?
要するに、あれで要注意団体ってことで公安がマークすることになったと、そういう感じですか。
How did you know about the direct appeal incident? You just cooked.
大石さんこそお察しが早くて助かります。
While excelling out cigarette smoke, Oishi smiled broadly like I just pulled a good one on him. Or so I thought. His smile disappeared suddenly. Does he not like that they're marked as a suspicious
嘘でしょ。
What?
だから直訴事件でマークがついたっての嘘でしょ。
What? What is he getting to? Wait, what? Oishi knew there was no way that Tokyo HQ would dispatch an investigator over something as minor as a direct appeal. Oh, I just didn't know what a direct appeal was. That direct appeal incident. I kind of thought he was saying the okay, no, so this is he's okay, so Oishi's prodding for information. I don't know what the frick a direct appeal is, but they're referring, because I guess that was something they were just doing previously. Oh, because they did, no, I remember now. They did say that there was a direct appeal that didn't go anywhere, and then the kidnapping took place afterwards, and that's part of why we sent in the investigator. So this doesn't have to do with the direct appeal incident, which happened just before. We are here for the kidnapping thing. He brought up the direct appeal incident, and then said, like, there's more to it. And Akasaka was willing to let him believe something false in order to keep his confidentiality up, but Oishi caught him on it. Okay. Oishi knew there was no way that Tokyo HQ would dispatch an investigator over something as minor as a direct appeal. If they were to dispatch someone, it had to be for a more dire reason. He had figured out as much. I thought of myself as the type of person who doesn't let things show on their face. In front of his watchful gaze, however, I felt that what I was thinking was completely laid bare. Akasaka is Keiichi for real? Oishi silently lit another cigarette, as if waiting for me to interject during his awkward pause. Bro, Oishi has so much practice interrogating people in his car. He is so comfortable in this environment. I see, so this was a veteran detective's way of getting someone to spill information. But as long as I realized this, there would be nothing more. If I didn't open my mouth, I wouldn't have to lose anything. Smart? Smart? He's using the don't talk to the police answer. All I had to do was stare out the window and enjoy the scenery until Oishi gave up.
あなたって人は本当に隠し事が下手な人ですね。
Rage bait.
そういう素直な
Rage bait.
ウイシーの
Don't listen to it.
悪くないな。
Oishi smirked as he twisted out his third cigarette while I tried not to let him notice that I had yielded completely. At first I thought I had won, but at the very least Oishi had ascertained that I was hiding something. Meaning that I might have ended up marching to his tune. He already knew you were hiding something when he insinuated you were lying, alright? This isn't new. Oishi started up the engine once again and began to move the car.
素直なところを教えてくれりゃもっとお力になれると思ったんですがね。
Oh, here it goes again. Oh, here it goes again. You didn't tell me everything right away. Now I'm gonna hate you for the rest of the story. Oh, here it goes again.
素直に話したらどう力になれるんです？
If the cat was out of the bag, I might as well use it to catch some mice. W analogy? I like that.
内容によりけりですがね。Hinamizawa界隈に詳しい情報屋に引き合わせてあげてもいいですよ。
協力員ですか？
そっか。あんたらはそう呼ぶんでしたね。
どうして私の任務に興味を？大石さん。
シミオン。
そりゃあんたと同じです。常に知るのが私たちの仕事じゃありませんか。
Being able to meet with Oishi's informant was an extremely compelling opportunity. Okay, who is Oishi's informant? I mean, who would the informant be? I feel like the only person that I could think of that would be the informant would be Shion. Though I don't even know why I'm saying that as much, as other than like Shion just kind of don't fuck with the village, but she's in a Keiichi? Wait, but isn't this this is way before Keiichi exists, right? Because we're back in time to like 1978 right now. And Keiichi only gets there in like 1983. Informant is his car. Though, I don't know, it could really be anybody. I'm not too sure. It's Satoko. Lock in. That's a joke. Yeah, I mean that's the only guess I have, but I don't like the guess that much. Oh. Being able to meet with Oishi's informant was an extremely compelling opportunity. We were looking to recruit somebody familiar with the area to collaborate with for intelligence. In the end, there was no better method for finding people than asking. Informant is the AC. AC, the wind. It's the air conditioning. Chat, the brain rot's out of control. It's actually out of control. This is actually... You really did have 3 in a row. You really did have 3 in a row. The car, air conditioning, AC, AC. I think... You know what? I'm not proud of you. I'm not proud of you. I think I'm anti-proud of you. We were always taught, however, that the rank-and-file police were no better than monkeys. Okay. There's an announcement for the Silk Song announcement. What are we even doing anymore? Unlike us, they were careless with confidential cases. We looked down on them like they'd run their mouth off in a drunken stupor. Oishi was an outlaw even amongst them, and here I was lost on whether or not I should tell him about the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. Disappointed is an okay word. I like unproud. Premiere of the trailer. It is the trailer. Oh, that's cool. Listen, chat. I am just waiting for the game to actually come out. You think I'm not gonna... I'll get all my hype out when the game's out. I'm not going to, like, edge myself for 5 years. I just can't take it, bro. I can edge for, like, 20 minutes max, alright? 30 on a good day.
あんたも公安の人間ならわかるでしょう。そんなの私の口からたとえあなたにだって話せるわけないじゃありませんか。
Release date 2039. Protect your sources. That was the first principle of dealing with confidential information. In that regard, it seemed that Oishi wasn't one of those monkeys. L. Edger. Should I trust him, ask for his help, or not? Chat, I know you aren't able to edge like I can edge. Okay? Don't get me started.
私たちの職務はそう大きくは違わないと思っています。
I'd be fine to react to that. That'd be fine. However, I had trouble believing that this crafty old man would simply help me just like he had claimed. Now, how should I go about this?
大石さんほどの方が無償で力になってくださるとはちょっと思い難いですが。
Oh, we should turn the radio on?
下心がないわけじゃないです。あんたら確か協力員に支払える謝礼
You want money? You're doing it for money?
領収書不要な予算を。
Bro wants money.
そいつでですね。情報屋との接触にかかる
He just wants a bribe. Oh my goodness, I can't take it.
情報屋と渡りをつける謝礼をあなたに
Bruh, he just wants a bag.
取引内容が明快で助かります。
He certainly was something else for being able to brazenly state his ulterior motives like this. Rather than him doing this out of the kindness of his heart, everything was a lot clearer if he was being compensated for this deal. I felt that he was the type of man who was good at these backroom dealings.
誤解しないでくださいよ。お金が必要なのは私にじゃなくて情報屋になんですからね。まあ支払いの関係上お金は
Oh, you know who else could be the informant? No, I have a better informant idea. Ritsuko Hinamizawa, the woman who died at the start of chapter 3, because she was executed by the Yakuza and she worked at a Sonozaki-run hostess bar. So she could be the informant from the city, and then in chapter 3, she was found as the informant and executed for it. And she would need more money because she's working at a hostess bar, and Teppei is a piece of shit that's around her, you know? So she would have, I feel like she would be relatively poor. So that could be an option. And I guess you could also just say Teppei for fun, but I don't like Teppei, so I'm not gonna, you know. She's the one that got executed, so she would make the most sense. And Teppei just sits in his room all day and like jacks off, or piece of shit. I pulled out a wallet that was different from my personal one. The price was pretty much fixed depending on what kind of information I was paying for. In this case, the payment was up front. Also, considering the fact I didn't know what kind of info I would get, I shouldn't pay too much. $20! When I suggested that, Oishi suddenly stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the contents of the wallet. He just grabbed all of it. More! More!
わかりました。ケチケチしないことにします。
で You're never getting any information from this dude. Gooning and mahjong at the same time. 内容によって多少アプローチが変わることもありますので。
他言無用を使ってもらえますか。
He swears it makes him play better.
大石さん。
誓うまでもありませんよ。私もあなたたちと同じ。職務上知り得たことは他言できませんからね。わかりましたよ。誓います。ここで聞くことは他言無用です。それに、あなたのおかげで溜まってたツケを。
Bro, he actually brought up his mahjong
私は少なくとも金の絡んだ約束。
He's betting on the games. This guy sucks. I was still unsure if I should trust him until the very last moment, but in the end, I broke down. I wish he wasn't the type of guy I could trust 100%, but there was no mistaking that he had access to underground information networks. In order to accomplish my mission swiftly, I needed his cooperation. I set my resolve. I'm being called 1 second, let me answer this.
ある事件に関与しているか否かを調査。
ある事件?
Chat. Sonozaki was on the line. She's got Satoko. It's frickin' over.
犬飼建設大臣が何者かに脅迫を受けている可能性があります。
There's no hope.
可能性とはまた遠回しな言い方ですね。
大臣の近辺に内通者がいるらしいのです。
I thought you were about to say you gotta go clubbing. Thank goodness. Your phone is humongous. Agreed. It's cause I gotta. I thought you were gonna end. No. Don't worry, chat. Don't worry, chat.
その内通者に
I try not to do that.
高度に監視されているらしく、大臣は脅迫初期から屈服している様子です。
Okay. Wait. Okay, yeah. He's admitting to stuff right now. He's admitting to stuff right now.
警察へも我々へも一切通報していません。
Yeah, and well, it would be bad if this information got out that we were doing this, because then it might inspire the Sonozakis to like kill the kid or freak out or something. Pink is a 5'6" king? What are you wapping about? I am not 5'6". I am 5'11". And proud. I would never dare call myself 6 foot because I have affirmation in all 5'11" of me. I'm taller than Pink, not in any way that matters.
なるほど。だから脅迫を受けている可能性という言い方になると。
Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. I literally chat. Do you need to see my driver's license and my ID and my social security number? Because I will leak it all right now.
だとすると妙ですね。
Chat message says we should compare sizes. We really need to be like specifying what we're talking about when we're saying stuff like that. We can't just say we should compare sizes and leave it up to interpretation. There's certain sentences you really need to get more information on. You know what I mean?
大臣が誰にも通報しないなら、どうしてあんたらは事件を知ったんです？
If we didn't spy on the minister's private life, we would have never found out.
その説明は私が情報屋に提供する必要がないと思われるので割愛します。
Wish had apparently caught on and quietly chuckled when I refused to explain. I was about to ask cooked or uncooked. I was thinking cooked would be better. Like, cheesy. You'd like wrap it around, get the girth measurement. All right, let's lock in.
法案だけの極秘調査ということになったわけです。
Full lock in.
そりゃ確かに穏便な話じゃないですね。
Oh wait, it's still the Owishi
ことを
story.
公にすれば、大臣の政治生命も含め、政変に発展する可能性は極めて高いでしょう。犯人グループの目的がそこにあるならば、有識事態に発展する可能性があります。
政府の列島改造はまあいろいろ方々との衝突も多いらしいですからね。どんなささやかなケチでも一つつけば野党勢力がドット票を伸ばす可能性もあると。
大臣がどのような要求を受けているのかは現在調査中です。ですが脅迫の方法だけはほぼ分かっています。
何です？
大臣の孫の
So we're leaking all the confidential information to Oishi. This is definitely not going to backfire when it gets out because Oishi's a piece of garbage and then the son gets murdered and it's all over. Alright? I don't think that'll happen, but it could happen. It's just like, dude.
波の身代金目的ならもう決着してますね。
金銭でなく、大臣に何らかの政治的なアクションを要求している可能性が極めて高いでしょう。それを我々は黙認するわけにはいきません。
で、それの犯人グループとの可能性として鬼ヶ淵死守同盟がリストに上がったわけですね。
そうです。
Yashiro's prophet, true.
大臣の孫を誘拐してダム計画の撤回を求めるか。
どうでしょう、大石さん。その可能性はあなたから見てあり得ると思いますか？
Oishi seemed to ponder the idea for a while. The section chief at the regional office had responded immediately with, "It's possible." I'd be surprised if he said no. However, Oishi, who was this well informed about the matter, was hemming and hawing. Finally, just a little bit. He said something that was really just a little bit strange.
明治前まではですね。
What?
この辺りはHinamizawa村って名前じゃなくて。
No, not this Lord up again. Please, Oishi, please. No! From your mother? Cut the. Okay, nope, cut it. What do you mean your mother knew this? Your dead mother? I swear, your dead mother. He might be a villager, dude. I think he might have some sort of connection to the villager stuff. What do you mean your mom told you about this? This is a kind of this is a bedtime story that I feel like a villager would say. So maybe his mom was a villager or something. You know what I mean? I'm going, where's Oishi in my notes? I gotta write this down. Oishi, where are you? Where are you, Oishi? My little Oishi. My little Oishi. There we go. Mother told him about Hinamizawa previously being called Onigafuchi. Was she a villager? Or something? Question mark. This topic was so completely and suddenly unrelated to the subject of the kidnapping of the minister's grandson that I was slightly taken aback.
それで鬼ヶ淵主導名という名称になったわけですね。
鬼ヶ淵村ってのはですね、人食い鬼の住む村だと言われてたんです。今でも村人は自分の体に鬼の血が半分流れてる。He's gonna
tell us some stuff real quick.
人食い鬼、大石さん、それ何の話ですか？
情報ですよ、情報。さっきあなたからたくさんもらっちゃいましたからね。少しもらいすぎました。その分サービスしてあげてるんですよ。
Thank you, Oishi. Thank you. You're so sweet and nice to me. Oishi finally smiled, but it didn't seem like he was fooling around.
先を続けてください。
人食い鬼たちはですね、普段は仙人と崇められてひっそりと暮らしているんですがね。やっぱり人食いですから定期的に麓の村に降りてきては獲物をさらっていったんだそうです。それをですね、鬼隠しと言いまして。
Demoned away. It was the first time I heard such a peculiar phrase. However, I felt something slightly ominous from this horrifying tale of demons abducting people in order to eat them.
ほら、よく世間一般に神隠しっていうのがあるじゃないですか。人がある日突然失踪してしまうとそう言うでしょ。この辺りでは同じことがあると鬼隠しって呼ぶんです。
その昔話と本件に何か関係が？
いえいえ、直接的には何の関係もない。ただのおしゃべりですがね。ただ
Ka-thump, ka-thump. That was Satoko and Rika both getting hit. The car shook. At some point, the gravel road had changed to a paved one.
ただ、何です？
この土地に鬼隠しという名の失踪、誘拐を暗示するキーワードがある。ということだけは。
I know, it's a full, like, I was just thinking, this could be the first time a person has entered any Higurashi content, and they would have the full context. They'd be fully there. You know?
まあ、深い話ではないんです。
It's just wild to me, man.
そんな言われの話があるということだけでも、ね。
Thank you for the little bit of history. Onikakushi, a human-eating demons coming down to the foothills and abducting their prey. Then, in order to cancel the dam project that threatened to submerge the village they lived in, did they demon away the minister's grandson? Did they eat him? Then, had they already made an example out of the minister's grandson and eaten him alive? There's maybe a chance. That's probably the threat, though, you know?
ちょっと興味深い昔話ですね。
鬼たちの村にみだりに踏み入れば、たちまち囚われ食い殺される。だから鬼ヶ淵村には近づくな。今時の若者はこんな迷信信じませんがね。Okinomiyaの明治生まれの年寄り連中には今でも真面目に信じてるのが多いですよ。
Hinamizawa village was feared by the people in the area. I recalled that piece of information I heard from the Prefectural Public Safety Division.
何しろこの辺は田舎ですからね。迷信なんかが平気で幅を利かせてるんです。東京から来られた赤坂さんにはちょっと想像もつかないでしょうがね。
The man-eating demons is the price for violating the sanctity of their village, kidnapped the minister's grandson and swallowed him whole. That ludicrous idea flew through my head. It was so absurd, I was half disgusted with myself. Oishi was just teasing me. Stupid. It was all really so stupid. Come to think of it, by then, I may have already been seized by the curse of that dubious village. You literally, that line sounds like one that exactly Keiichi would say. For me to realize that would take a little more time. Bars? End of the chapter? End of the chapter? This guy is getting multi-chapter, existence? Multi-chapter wow! And there's 4 of these! Gears and Fire and the Taste of Honey? Yo, what are we about to do? Okay. Let me hit the That's a lot of blood. Let me hit the bathroom again real quick, chat. The Dr. Pepper going through me quickly. Alright, be right back. Teased by Oishi. Oishi, stop. Chat, stop role-playing. Pay attention to Yuki's pronunciation. It's not Yuki. It's so over. It's so over, chat. This is kind of a weird chapter start so far. I'm surprised it's been going on so long. I also feel like this is gonna maybe sound crazy. I feel like we've gotten like almost no new information. So like, what are we building up to is like the big question for me. I guess we got like specific names and like more information about this specific event, but like I don't know where it's going really. So I'm a little like, I don't know. I'm a little unsure what they're trying to do here. But all right, let's see. Phone call with you.
そうですか。急な出張は大変ですね。どうぞお気をつけて。出張はどちらへですか？
Hinamizawa.
もう出張先なんですか？
The land of the demons.
Whenever I headed out on assignment, she would ask where. Not just Yuki, but anybody would have asked the same question. If it was a cold place, she would urge me to pack a thick jacket. If it was far, she would warn me to be careful in the drive over. Aww. It was just normal everyday concern that led to asking such an obvious thing. I felt sad that I couldn't answer such a run-of-the-mill question.
ごめんなさい。言ってはいけない規則でしたね。どうかお気をつけて。
Even with the wifey, bro.
すまん、ユキ。
Yeah,
あなたはいつの頃からすぐに謝られるようになった。
すまん、ユキ。すまん、ユキ。
There's like a little bit of like a thing, but like Yuki.
すまん、ユキ。
Yukiya. Yukiya.
すまん、ユキ。
Yuki. I'm calling Yuki's good, bro. They stole her voice. Oh, there it is. Yukea.
Suman. Yuki.
Yuki. Yuki. Yuki.
Suman. Yuki.
Yuki. Yuki. Yuki. Yuki. Yuki. Yuki. Yuki. Alright. Yuki laughed as though she had realized something. At times like this, Yuki had the magical power to see right through
私が
me.
入院してもう随分になりますものね。あなたもそろそろ寂しくなって。
Oh, I'm getting lonely. Baby girl, what are you wearing under those robes, bro? Under those hospital gown. Oh, that is what she's doing. Nah. Oh, really? Oh, she's cooking him. She's cooking. Aww. She's so sweet. I need her. I need someone like her, dude. Please. Please. Yuki. Yuki. True. I almost just started barking. I'm okay. W self-control. Wisdom save DC 18. Barely passed. We're so good. We're so back. That was close. That was really close. This side of Yuki wasn't something you could guess existed from seeing her usual modest behavior. And it was something that she didn't show to anybody else but me. Aww. Normally I'd poke her to hide my embarrassment and bring an end to the conversation, but I couldn't do that over the phone. You would end the conversation? Of course, Yuki was clever. She was teasing me because of that. I called Yuki to keep her from feeling lonely when she was by herself in the hospital room. Of course, that was nothing more than a pretense that I, being shy, had come up with. It seemed that Yuki had long since seen through the act. You, I don't want to talk to your dad, I want to talk to you! I want to talk to my wife, dude. Man, I'm so excited to have a wife. That shit's gonna be so lit. For a while longer, Yuki kept teasing me without letting me end the call. That wife is so dead by the end of this chapter, let's be honest with ourselves. Chairman, members of the party, congratulations are due as we are celebrating 25 years since our founding. These past 25 years have seen much growth in the prefecture. The once quiet scenery of nothing but fields now has seen the opening of a new stop for the bullet train. And with the development of the highway, we've seen the rebirth of a modern city bursting with youthful energy. We've reaped the benefits of new businesses and industry. And with the special reverence the residents of prefecture have for time-honored traditions, history and culture, business and industry, with these ideals in harmony, they have accomplished in growing their city into one of Japan's foremost metropolises. Of course, the development of the prefecture couldn't have happened without the growth of the party. We are resolved to see every one of our campaign promises to fruition, reaching our targets definitively and expediently like arrows fired from a bow. With these arrows as the fundamental basis of the party, our members have sought to pierce the obstructions preventing the happiness of the residents of the prefecture. But I do believe that everybody here is unlike an ordinary arrow. While being as unfaltering and straightforward, we have not neglected in seeking solutions that conform to the current day and age, while also keeping an eye on the future. An arrow once loosed can fly only to its destination. Everyone here, however, is no simple arrow, even once loose from the bow without neglecting our studies. While employing new methods and implementing more effective and flexible ideas, thus being able to change trajectories mid-flight, we are magical arrows. The modern age marches ever forward. Sometimes it marches faster than the time taken from planning to execution. The following part was not in the script. It is thought to have been ad-libbed by the minister. For example, there have recently been numerous problems with the Hinamizawa power plant project. Rather than forcing through the project solely because it was decided upon by the government, it is necessary to reflect on and adjust to the ever-changing needs of the residents, the region, and the next generation. The protests by the local residents that surround the Hinamizawa Dam. These are also the will of the people of the prefecture. If you feel that there is no need to listen because the project has already been finalized, then you do nothing more than shed a poor light on Japan's post-war democracy. The following is as per the script. For the lasting happiness of the citizens of Japan and the residents of the prefecture, please consider these policies thoroughly. I believe, however, we have all gained something from the flexibility and foresight of the party. I've taken up much of your time. However, allow me to say the following to celebrate the 25th anniversary of our founding. Chairman, members of the party in attendance, thank you very much for today. From the opening remarks of the Party Prefectural Forum and 25th Anniversary Celebration. That was pretty much just showing us that he's getting influenced in like what he was told to say, right? Kinda lit. New OST? This is like some like dreaming in the rain with a bunch of little like oddities and trinkets, and the rain is hitting them and it's going like bing bong ding dong ding. You know what I mean? Ooh. No music box ask. I like it. What are you wapping about? The world is filled with people blessed with relationships. Of course, that doesn't mean that everyone is connected to each other. It's obvious that on the other side of the planet, there are people laughing and crying who can't possibly have an effect on you. However, in the extremely limited community of the neighborhood, that sort of connection is just a matter of fact. It's quite possible that a single remarkable event could have massive consequences inside a small community. If you were to increase that in scale, a perfect stranger on the other side of the globe might become enough of a legend to have an effect on our lives. Well, it's not always that way. Like I said at the beginning, the links between people basically aren't that relevant in the grand scheme of things. Whether some household nearby is having steak or croquettes doesn't matter to me. When I put on my shoes, it doesn't matter to anybody whether I put the right one on first or the left. This much the average person can understand. But actually, in reality, this is the truth. The bonds between people are quite well defined. It's not just a matter of distance, of being far or near. For example, let's say that person A's actions have some effect on me. Even then, person B's actions could have absolutely no consequence on my life. The reverse also holds true. Just because my actions affect person A, that doesn't always mean that they affect person B as well. Let's put it bluntly. If the bonds between people are like gears in a machine, the gear that represents me meshes with some people, but is isolated from others. There are some who would try arguing against this. Those people would bring up the example of gears in a clock. Each gear indeed only directly meshes with one or two others. However, if you rotate one gear, the one next to it is moved, which connects to the next one and the next. In the end, all the gears are moving. There's a logic behind this, more than enough to convince the average person. Why is the argument convincing? The answer is simple. The relationships between people are ambiguous and can only be described conceptually. How the gears are connected and how their movements are chained together can't be used as a fundamental explanation, so it throws a wet blanket on that argument. So for the people who like that explanation, I'll use the example of a clock again to refute it. This leads to honey, Pog. Yeah, this has just been straight yapping. Nothing of value has been said. He's building up to how, like, people can't, like, don't all influence each other or something. But, like, brother man, the relationships between people are ambiguous and can only be described conceptually. No matter what your argument is, I'm just going to repeat this line and then it'll dissipate. Because you've pretty much said, like, we can't do anything. You know what I mean? First of all, to say that this world is a singular clock would be wrong. That is, there isn't only one clock, but all the clocks impact each other. There exist many clocks in this world, each counting their own time. If you think about it, the idea that this world is just one big clock is the height of arrogance. I'm gonna kill this person. I don't know who this is, but I'm gonna kill this person. Even if you use the analogy of gears to explain human relationships, then you should be able to explain it using an analogy of multiple clocks unrelated to a single gear. Neighbors A and B. A is a gear in the same clock as me, so it's best to remain civil. B is a gear in a different clock, so it doesn't really matter to me at all. That's the kind of clear distinction I'm talking about. You want to say I'm being fallacious. Then let's change the analogy to something more familiar so you can understand. You've probably heard the phrase, a fire on the opposite shore, sometime in your life, no? Never once. For example, if your neighbor's house was on fire, you'd probably try and help to put it out, wouldn't you? It'd be awful if the fire spread and burnt down your own house, after all. But what if that fire was in the town on the opposite side of a river? Would you still go out of your way to help? You should. You wouldn't, would you? You should. In a town on the opposite side of the river? Like on the opposite, like across from your house? I mean, you still should. No? Why, you know? It would be a good thing to do. You might not, because you'd be less inclined to. I can see what you're saying, but I you know, even though it would be the wrong thing to do, yeah. There's no way the fire could spread to your house. Okay, they admit it would be the wrong thing to do. Even if it turned into a huge conflagration, there's no relation between the houses that will spread fire to yours and those that won't. With this basic example, you should be able to see the difference between gears that are and aren't related to your own. Having said that, there's still a lot to think about, even without a river to divide it. After all, it's not a spatial problem like being on the other side of the river, is it? Okay, respectfully, I disagree. Because, like, oh, gears and fire and the taste of honey? We didn't even get to the honey. That's the only part I cared about. We didn't even get to the honey. Also, why is there blood? Is this a blood river? Because if all my neighbors across the street, their houses burned down, then they might come try to stay in my house. Or there's gonna be a bunch of, like, noise pollution because there's gonna be a bunch of fire trucks on the other side. And there's gonna be a bunch of construction over there. Right? Like, you know, I mean, I can understand, we're definitely less involved with them in, like, a substantial way. But we're still all kind of involved. Like, somebody getting murdered in China doesn't really impact me. But depending on the person, if, like, China, like, some important politician's kid gets murdered, that might make the politician mad, which might worsen the relationship between China and America. And then I live in America, and so if the relationship gets worsened, then maybe, like, trade will go down a little bit, which then will slightly impact my, like, my eggs. Do you get what I mean? So, like, it's definitely dramatically less, but everything's at least a little bit connected, right? It's sometimes so small it's nothing, and then it's like a nothing burger of a connection. But we're all webbed together, right? We're all in this together, chat. Fundamental relationships, though. Well, I mean, kind of. They were saying, like, I don't know. I mean, they were saying, like, I think kind of big Pink's eggs. How? That's crazy. That's a crazy chat. I don't have eggs. I do not have a womb. Well, yeah, I mean, they were just saying, I feel like they were a little, I don't know, that doesn't mean that everyone is connected to each other. That's where I disagree. I do think everybody is connected to each other. It's just sometimes such a small connection that it's, like, negligible. But, like, it's obvious that on the other side of the planet there are people laughing and crying who can't possibly have an effect on you. Disagree. Like, dude, if the prime giga leader minister is sobbing of another country, they might, like, start a war or send a bomb at me. You know what I mean? So, like, I mostly yes, but I don't like I think it's just a little too all or nothing for me. But you know, it's like barely a thing. Yeah. Or right here, if you increase that scale, a perfect stranger on the other side of the globe might become enough of a legend to have an effect on our lives. Well, it's not always that way. I think this is fine. Yeah. No, I just read that. So, like, I would agree here. I don't know. It's kind of like a random statement, I guess. I mean, I would almost want to say that maybe it's saying that, like, the actions of whoever the frick this character is, Akasaka, just because Akasaka's actions impact Oishi, that doesn't mean that Akasaka's actions are going to impact, like, Keiichi. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's saying that, like, because we're kind of living in a different time, a different space than the main plot right now with, like, Keiichi and all of them. So maybe it's trying to say that, like, these two things, even if they kind of look connected, they're far enough apart that there's not really a cross-influence. You know? What if it's, like, a random guy and not the Prime Giga Minister? Yeah, it'd be like very much dramatically, like, lessened to the point of being, like, realistically nothing. It'd be like a 0.01% barely influence. If, you know, it'd be like so marginal it wouldn't be worth, like, even thinking about. But I like thinking that we're all connected, and I think it's, like, technically true, even if realistically it doesn't really work. Because, like, I mean, man, the modern world's a really good example where, like, I literally, like the Discord, right? The Pink Cube Discord, for example, got people from all across the world. We got people from Australia, we got people from Germany, we got people from Hong Kong, we got people from everywhere, dude. And so a random person could become a part of my life that influences me, where like their choice to get onto YouTube and watch a random stream or watch one of my videos, their choice to watch one of my videos might get them into the Discord, which might get them into the community, which might then get them to talk, which might then get like me to know them, and then now my life is impacted, you know? Like we are kind of all really close to getting to know each other, right? So I have like that's kind of what I'm thinking, but I get what they're saying, and I think they're building up to like what's happening here might not be impacting like the main story, or even like what's happening with one organization, the grandson might not like impact certain things. So like they're building up to something here. But yeah. The chick in the trunk. Oishi, you have a girl in the trunk? Satoko? The car had stopped, but he didn't know any more than that. For not only was he blindfolded, but locked in the trunk of the car. He? How could people become this powerless just by being robbed of their sight? Oh, the little boy. He absolutely wouldn't have known this without experiencing it firsthand. He soon realized it was pointless to try and undo his bonds, with the confines of the trunk quickly making him lightheaded. He had no choice but to let this mild torture dull his senses. That's why, when the car stopped and the unpleasant vibration ceased as the engine was killed, he couldn't help but delude himself that he was being set free, even though nothing had been resolved in reality. It's okay, he has AC. Chat. He might not have AC. This isn't Oishi's car. Ah! Of course, he was soon removed from that delusion. He strained his ears when he heard one of the men who had abducted him and an older man he was hearing for the first time strike up a conversation. His code word is the chick?
騒ぎすぎで多少衰弱してるようですが、ご命令通り傷一つつけちゃいません。
おう、手間かけましたの。
Ow! It's so bright when you take my blindfold off. The trunk opened, letting in a blast of fresh, cool air. Oh, it was just the air. Even though up until now he had been thinking of getting out of that stuffy trunk, when it was actually opened, he suddenly became uneasy. Even so that he wished that the lid of the trunk would once again close, separating himself from them. Suddenly, someone stroked his head. Strange. Of course, since he was blindfolded, he couldn't tell if the hand was petting him or simply evaluating how easy it would be to remove his scalp. Unable to tell the difference, he could only freeze as he imagined the worst-case scenario. Pitying. The older man said that kindly as he gently stroked the boy's head. It's all gonna work out. Having heard nothing but the average standard dialect his whole life, the older man's distinct intonation left a deep impression on the boy. But he had no idea what he was saying, bruh. For your gramps to register as meaning your grandfather took a while to process. Eventually, the hand that was stroking his head loosened the blindfold. Yo, I'd keep him blindfolded. Don't let him see what we look like, man. Yeah, keep the gag in too. Keep him gagged, keep him blindfolded. If we're gonna kidnap a child, we're gonna do it right. Oh, no rough stuff? Alright, I'll calm down. My fault. I didn't realize the Sonozakis were on it. The man's hand prodded roughly and repeatedly at the boy's head. A rugged hand, unlike the affectionate one that had been stroking his head before. Just stay cooperative. If you struggle, there's no guarantee what will happen. That clinched threat was literally beaten into his head. Bro, we haven't even met the main character for this run, Eldon. We are with a bunch of randos right now. And Oishi! Oh, that was the end. Okay. Chat, I've never kidnapped a child, but if I did, I would be good at it. I will double save and you cannot stop me. Man, that was chapter 1 was actually mad long, bro. That was like a 2.5 hour chapter, because we probably spent like a half hour on like the all cast review. That was a long chapter. Waking up in a cheap hotel in the city was by no means pleasant. I remembered even during the long camping trips we had during grade school, I wanted to get home quickly, counting out the days left on my fingers. Waking up this morning, I was somehow reminded of that. The Gube, though. The Gube has definitely kidnapped multiple children. Was it a need to be with my wife when she gave birth, a particular type of homesickness? As a productive member of society, as a public servant bound to fulfill his duties, it was pathetic indeed. Those negative emotions faded as I downed my breakfast, which was surprisingly not half bad. The meeting with the informant that Oishi had provided would be tonight. Until then, I couldn't just be lazing around. The Onigafuchi Guardians was protesting the dam's construction in various ways. Included in this was a strategy for improving public relations, which could be categorized into two major forms, combative and peaceful. In regards to the former, as an attempt to keep law enforcement in check, they appealed to the public's sympathy by highlighting the oppressive and inhumane tactics of the police and the brutality of the riot squads. The latter, peaceful route, stressed how precious the natural surroundings of Hinamizawa was, seeking people who would oppose the dam on environmental grounds. Yo, Elder, that is not how the Gube works. The Gube is not... He's not my Green Goblin, okay? I'm not getting Green Goblined. Lock in. As part of that, the village of Hinamizawa had invited celebrated zoologists and botanists, as well as environmental groups, to advertise the nature surrounding the town. According to the news, in recent years, there had been a group calling itself Hinamizawa Nature Watching, setting up free sighting tours. I would have liked to have taken advantage of the opportunity, but when I called the village administrative offices, they said it was too late to apply for the tour, and they were still undecided as to when they'd be doing another one.
そうですか。次回の募集はありませんか。残念です。
あんた、環境保護団体さんですか？それとも雑誌さんの人？
The you told you to say that.
個人です。
個人？観光ですかね？
観光みたいなものです。
Don't let them know that I'm here. Okay, I won't.
美しい自然を写真に残すのが趣味なんで。雑誌でとても貴重な自然が残っていると読んだので。
Maybe this is why Tomotake's in the area. Loki. Maybe you heard about it from this. I knew there was an article that had something like that written in it, but I hadn't actually read it. Was this ad-libbed lie not going to work? However, contrary to my expectations, the person I was speaking to laughed happily.
ならあんた、検査来なさい。村はちょいと慌ただしいけど、歓迎しますよ。
I do not trust this village officer.
ぜひそうさせていただきます。
No.
あんた、明日は何ですか？お車？もしそうだったら、先にナンバーを聞いておきますよ。台湾ないんですがね。
Yo, that was so freaky. No, there's no ulterior motive behind that. You can't say that, bro. That was probably related to the checkpoints they set up on the way to the village. If I didn't give them my license plate number, I'd most likely be hindered in various ways. I thought about using the car I'd borrowed from the prefecture, but I was lost on whether it was okay to tell them that plate number. If the Onigafuchi Guardians was behind this incident, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be able to find out who I was. I had to play it safe, so I elected to refrain from using the car. Yeah, like, claim you're gonna, like, public transportation in, and then, like, bike around or something.
いえ、実は車ではないんです。バスか何かがあれば、それで行きたいのですが。
I never trust anyone that laughs in this VN. I got really bad news. Every single character has laughed in this VN, minus, like, maybe Keiichi's dad. I feel like the mom might have when talking about murder stuff. Sotoko gets an exception. I like it. Lock in. Discontinued bus? Where?
Okinomiyaの駅から出ますよ。
ありがとうございます。
I don't trust Rika. Chat, I'm sorry. I love her, but I can't trust her. She had a syringe, dude.
Hinamizawaさん、初めて？初めての土地じゃ、いろいろとご不安でしょう。教えてくれりゃ、誰か行かせて。
They want to have an escort to make sure they don't go into the wrong place. If you were Aragi, okay, can't read the rest of that sentence or I'm going to get banned on Twitch. Anything that starts with if you were Araragi runs like a 30% chance of insta-termination. You know what I mean? Risky. Risky, risky, risky.
そんな。そこまでしていただくのは申し訳ないです。
Bro, it's not that funny! Sorry, I'm sorry. Judging by what I saw at the checkpoint, the villagers were at the very least wary of outsiders. She are on my raw till I gi. That's why in order to move in and out of the village freely, I had to travel with somebody like Oishi or side with the dam protests. Having an interest in the natural environment surrounding the village tied into the peaceful type of PR that the village was using. Smart. I was a bit against having a watchdog attached to me, but that might actually work out in my favor. The entire village was fired up about the dam protests, so I might be lucky enough to hear some especially candid opinions from the residents. Given that, there was no real reason for me to refuse their offer.
本当によろしいのでしょうか。でしたら本当に助かります。
Who are we about to get as our, like, person, dude? After that, I was shown the bus schedule and was directed to which bus I should get on. Like, imagine who this somebody... It could be so many people. It could be me on, bro. That'd be so risky. Somebody would come and meet me at the bus stop in the village. After showing me around a spot I'd take an interest in, there was no doubt they'd bring me to somewhere like an anti-dam information center. Then, over a cup of tea, they'd try and indoctrinate me into accepting their principles and beliefs. Well, if that was their aim, there'd be a lot of freebies involved. The world is about give and take, after all. I couldn't be going in a suit. I pulled some plain clothes out of my travel case and changed into something more casual. After that, after calming down by watching some local television, I left the hotel and set out for Okinomiya station. The bus route that I was told would soon be discontinued certainly didn't look that way. There was more than enough trips on the schedule, and the number of passengers was by no means sparse. It was the main link to Okinomiya, the only town in the area. The types of passengers that stood out were older folk who didn't look like they could drive, and the housewives who didn't seem like they had a license. Keiichi, a high-key, a top-tier seller. Chapter 1 and 2 Keiichi is brain rotted. Chapter 3 Keiichi was locked in. 1 and 2 though? Nah, bro. Nah, bro. If the area was submerged at the bottom of the lake, it wouldn't matter if there was a bus route. That's why it was going to be discontinued in the unnatural scheme of things. Wait, what? Oh, submerged. Got you. Makes sense. I could catch a glimpse of the government's intent in cutting off their means of transportation to bully the village into emptying out sooner. It makes sense. According to the documents, talks between the Ministry of Construction and the locals broke down quite early. The government decided from the start to take an aggressive stance on the matter. How do you understand him, Pink? How brain-rotted are you? Bro's talking like a geriatric 83-year-old man. How do you understand him? How brain-rotted are you? Bro, all he's saying is low-key seller. Top tier. These are not crazy terms, chat. You gotta lock in and get caught up with the program. It was like the fairy tale with the north wind and the sun trying to get the traveler to remove his cloak. His cloak. And that's on Sif's life, true. Even their bullying had meaning to it. The reason why the Unigafuchi Guardians resisted so violently was because the government was doing unseemly things like that. I was somebody who lived in Tokyo, so for a village or two out in the boonies like this to be submerged didn't seem like a big deal. But I guess for somebody actually living here, it would be a vitally huge problem. This route will be discontinued at the end of this financial year. Thank you for your patronage up to this point. We look forward to your continued patronage on our other lines. Okinomiya Transportation. Gazing lazily at the notice of discontinued service posted inside the bus, I counted down the number of stops until the designated one. Along the way, we passed through the checkpoint without stopping. They knew what time the bus was coming, so they had opened up the barricade ahead of time. From here on out was enemy territory. My palms at some point became sweaty. Knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on my collar already. Mom's spaghetti. Became coated in a thin film of sweat. I hurriedly pressed the stop request button as the designated stop was announced. For none of the numerous passengers to be getting off here meant that it must be quite a remote place. Bus stops are over. Public transportation is over. Billions must walk. In actuality, the stop I got off of was so abnormally run down that I could tell it was barely used. As I soon stepped out, an intense atmosphere completely different than the interior of the bus assailed my body. Right now, Oishi or Hondaya weren't beside me. That's right. At present, I was alone in the middle of enemy territory. Or Hondaya? Which one was that again? Let me look. Public Safety Division guy. Heard. I still don't know who the informant is. Maybe we're gonna figure that out. We did make it to actual... Yeah, this is something recognizable. True. True, the wall. Chat, you hear that? Oh, it's the cicadas. My adversaries probably thought I was just an ordinary tourist, but that was nothing more than a ruse. But if by some mistake my true identity was to be exposed, I would be murdered. It brought back the terrifying words I had heard at the prefectural office, that if somebody was attacked in Hinamizawa with a knife, there wouldn't be any evidence left behind. I didn't seem suspicious, did I? My clothing was currently casual. It was exactly the type of clothing that a city slicker that viewed the countryside as a wholesome getaway would wear. A camera and a knapsack? Bro, okay, wait. Maybe we're doing a Satoshi. Chat, we're doing a Satoshi. Because right now, Satoshi was like the early version of Keiichi, where Satoshi ended up doing a lot of the stuff that Keiichi ended up doing, so it's almost like Satoshi's spirit was with Keiichi. Well, no, but this doesn't really work, because this guy doesn't die. We know he doesn't die, because this is all a flashback. But I was kind of thinking maybe he was like doing like he's like a proto-Tomitake, where he would do similar actions as Tomitake, and then it would be like a spiritual successor thing that might clue into like a spirituality angle. Yeah. A camera and knapsack. Inside were various things needed for hiking. I don't think it really works though, because he's not going to die. We know he won't die. It was still only June, and maybe it was unusual, but the sun was shining down like it was already the middle of summer. Though, if he makes it to the place where the tools are, that could be interesting. And he breaks into there, lockpicks into there. It was still only June, and maybe it was unusual, but the sun was shining down like it was already the middle of summer. The fact that I didn't bring a hat must seem odd. No, it wasn't something to be concerned about. It's alright. I was just a normal tourist. Just normal. Was there anything suspicious about me? Asking that as I turned around to look at the bus that was departing. And we're all dead! Ah! Bruh, dude. I mean, this is just classic Hinamizawa behavior, bro. It's actually over. All the passengers by the window were staring down at me silently. Also true, Fight Club does give me some current updates, that's why I like skimming Fight Club. That's why I'm glad we have Fight Club in the Discord. They were staring right at me, as if they'd seen through whatever I was doing. Seen through my proud little outfit, just staring. Looking down on me. Countless stares rained down like needles on me from the windows open to air out the bus. All that rained down were stares. None of them were saying a word. But, all the more, their silent stares told me more than a million words could. Hurry up and go back to Tokyo, you outsider. There was no reason for me to speak. My quiet voice was drowned out by the sound of the engine. The bus, as if to torment me, set out slowly, and after doing more than enough to intimidate me, sped off. A thin film of sweat began to rise from my entire body. According to the documents, it was a village that seemed wary of outsiders. Proud little outfit. Oh, you're so cute. Its population was small as well. If they saw an unfamiliar face, they would be quick to identify that face as an outsider. On top of that, nobody else had gotten off at this stop. It was a bus stop that they normally just passed on by. Somebody actually getting off there was no doubt that had drawn some attention. But this wasn't a slip-up. They were the ones who directed me to get off at this stop. There was nothing to worry about. I knew that I was just nervous, since this was my first undercover assignment. My more seasoned colleagues referred to us as the new generation that didn't know how to lose their cool. But that wasn't true at all. They're jealous of his awesome outfit. Damn, that guy's fly as fuck. Damn, I wish you'd give me some tips, bro. I exhaled the unpleasant air. In order to calm my breathing down, I exhaled the unpleasant air residing in the pit of my stomach. I couldn't help but pray that my apprehensions would disappear like the white clouds of exhaust expelled from the bus. I like that line. That was a fun line. There was a small shed there to serve as shelter if it rained, and it was there I decided to wait. Oh, he found Satoko and Rika's future house. A small, shitty shed. Inside the shed, one wall was plastered with posters advertising the damn opposition efforts. It was like the heartfelt screams of the villagers were recorded on that wall. Inside that shelter, I felt an inexplicable pressure. It wasn't like I had any real relation to the dam project, but it still made me feel hesitant about being inside there. Ooh, what if he gets inside the, new theory, Hail Mary theory. He gets inside the Furide Shrine, like, storage place that Tomitake and Takano break into. He gets inside there and jumps a bunch to make the floorboard sound effect. That doesn't... Oh, wait! New plan! Oh, wait! I got it. He won't do that because it's specifically a child jumping, right? The banging sound? Child jumping on floorboards far away. That might have been the child that got kidnapped. Uh-huh. Okay, new theory I'm writing in here. Chapter 4. JK. It's probably gonna be the kidnapped child. I'm so smart. Because that would be a place where they would take him, potentially. You know, it's hidden enough. And it's not the Sonozake torture chambers, because that's something that, like, the entire village might not fuck with. Conjecturing! It wasn't like I had any real relation to the dam project, but it still made me feel hesitant about being inside there. That was just how fulfilled with the force of denial that space was. And inside that uneasy space was a girl. Alright, Mion's my guess. But yeah. Oh, it's just Rika. Why does she look like this? Rika got a big ass head! Rika got a big ass head! My goodness! You could chop that off and use it as like a bowling ball. And use her body as one of the pins. What are we doing here, dude? Inside that shed covered in words written in broad... I was right when it was Rika's house! It's not literally, but... Inside that shed covered in words written in broad brushstrokes, berating the plot policies regarding the dam and calling for action, there was a girl sitting there with a drowsy gaze, as if half asleep. Let's go, Rika. The two images clashed so much that I could only stand there dumbfounded for a moment, trapped in such a surreal environment. Remember the tip, chat. Remember the tip. All 10 fingers on the forehead, real. The tip, remember. Gears are unconnected. That could be about this guy to Rika, Rika to somebody else, this guy to Rika. Or to the other person, you know? Something. Wake up! If I stepped inside, who knew what kind of oafish noises I would accidentally make? I couldn't be disrupting this girl's slumber like that. Having thought this, I gave up on entering the shed. It was just a sleeping kid, so why was I so worked up about it? Finally, I realized this girl, to us, as a married couple, was the very image of our ideal child. Oh no, this is gonna be so sad. Even after numerous examinations at the hospital, we didn't know for sure what our child's gender was. Whether we could tell if they were a boy or girl was, in the end, depending on whether or not we could get an image of their genitalia. There was, of course, no guarantee that it was a girl, but with things the way they were, the possibility was high. Even so, Yuki had been saying that the chances that it was a boy or girl were even. But in my heart, I already decided that our coming child was a girl. I'm scared to do this because I'm going to guess wrong. I think my first child is going to be a girl, and then I'm going to have a boy, and then I'm going to adopt a girl. I think that's what's going to happen. Say it now. Say it now. Clip this, and in 10 years, we'll see if I was right. Girl, boy, and then adopt a girl. But my thing is I'm going to have 2 kids, and no matter what it is, I'm going to adopt the gender I'm lacking, and then if it's even, then I'll just adopt whatever. Actually, I'd probably end up adopting a boy, because it's a lot easier to adopt boys, because girls get adopted out a lot more. You know what I mean? Me focusing on my power in my left nut so only male sperm comes out? Holy shit. I want to do that too. Wait, when you jack off, you can like get all of the one type out of your system beforehand. Just to make sure you really only have one type. You gotta get rid of all of the left nut, you know? But yeah, I'm planning to have 3 kids probably. Since the day I decided that until now, it was so fun to imagine how our child would grow up that I couldn't help myself. Amongst those numerous imagined forms, the one that I thought to be the most ideal had materialized right in front of me. Of course, a little of it was due to the circumstances. In my ideal image, her hair would be on the short side. The girl in front of me, though, had long hair. It was almost as if somebody had taken my ideal and made some small adjustments. It certainly wasn't something unpleasant. Even so, I felt like I was sullying her just by looking at her like that. She is the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, Loki on the Shleezy. She had an immaculate, no, a divine air about her. There we go, as I say. I'll be there for your labor and delivery, Pink. All of chat's gonna be there because I am live streaming that, alright? Wait, my labor and delivery? Why is her mouth so big? I could fit a whole tomato in there. A whole tomato I could pop in and she would crunch all of it. Quick, throw a tomato in there. I'll be the baby, Pink. I appreciate that. The girl with an angelic smile with a yawn wide enough you could see her molars woke up all of a sudden. I didn't mean to peep, but locking eyes with a girl who had just woken up like this somehow made me feel like I was playing a prank on her. I wasn't doing anything shady, but I became flustered. The girl spoke. No. Cried out. Wait. She could cry? When they cry? She's a Higurashi.
Wait.
Oh, she got it. New sprite. Alright. She looks the same here, dude. She looks so sad. Yo, wait, is this entire chapter gonna take place in the past? Because Rika made it, and Rika's like the character of the chapter. So this might literally all take place in the past. That'd be freaking insane. A no Keiichi chapter? Meep? Like that character on the show with the puppets? With the orange hair? I don't even know. I thought it was just one of those greetings kids do. So in order to prove I wasn't a suspicious person, I responded in kind.
Me.
Me?
I have to kill both these characters.
Me.
What are we doing, dude? Why are we just meeping at each other? This is not an advanced form of communication befit of the human race, dude. The girl stared at me dubiously with a doll-like expression, cute but cold and hard to read. Well, I wouldn't be surprised. There was, after all, an unfamiliar man right in front of her when she woke up, who responded with meep when she said the same. Suspicious. She had definitely thought I was suspicious.
Me.
Okay, 5, 6.
Me?
Bro is intimidated. Bro is straight up freaked out. Did you hear this? Me?
Me?
What are you... He's forgetting the P too. He's just going... Me. She did not fuck with it. She did not fuck with that half-assed, scared-ass, intimidated-ass meep. And he's aware now. We were both at a loss for words. No, the only one at loss was me. The girl in front of me, as if inquiring about my motives, stared at me intently. In the silence, I felt like I was the one who had to say something first. Are you the girl that's supposed to lead me around town? You're 5. Damn it. This girl was way better at interrogating somebody than Oishi. The most suspicious thing you could say to a 5-year-old girl at a bus stop alone in the middle of a rural town with nobody within a mile radius. I'm not anybody suspicious. Dude, what is going on? Okay, so her brain hasn't developed enough for language yet. She's an animalistic entity. What I could have only described as a cold expression suddenly blossomed into a smile, one that soon infected me. You might be familiar with the term angelic smile. To me, it was like that. Like that phrase was created just to describe the smile she gave me. The girl smiling while saying Nipa probably wanted me to return the favor in kind. That's right, this was a kid's form of communication. Having the other person emulate what you just did was a rudimentary form of mutual understanding.
Nipa.
Wow, he put some gusto into that to get the star, dude.
Nipa.
It was a beautiful afternoon in the early summer. What was I doing?
Nipa.
Oh, I got one. Hey, I'm saying he cooked on that one though. He did cook on this one.
Nipa.
Nipa. He let that resonate. Well, whatever. This was interesting in its own way. If making somebody happy with just a smile was the work of angels, then this girl was definitely one of them. I couldn't help but pray that my own child, who was soon to be born, would grow up to be like this girl. That strangely gentle moment was finally brought to the end by the arrival of a car. An older person waved at me from the driver's seat, a dry smile plastered on their face. Okay, somebody has just arrived quickly. Are you my attendant? Oh, we got old person.
Hi.
I wanted the 5-year-old to meet me around town. Nobody clipped that out of context. As if this you. Damn.
天気ですか？
ここいらは崩れると早いよ。まあ夕立になるかもな。そうなったら、あんた写真さ撮るところじゃなくなるでしょ。ほら、乗って乗って。
Yo, what's going on with the 5-year-old girl? She's just meeping. She's a cat? Turning around, the girl was standing right behind me with an intrigued expression. Her body language somehow reminded me of a stray cat that followed you around after you played with it a little. So charming. Dude, if there was a wild boar in these woods, it would gore her and kill her. You know what I mean? She's just alone in a random shed as like a 2-year-old, okay? Like, it's over for her if anything malicious finds her. Where is her guardian entity? She doesn't have any. I'm worried about her. This village doesn't take care of her because they're just like, oh, she's the goddess. But shouldn't that mean you take care of her more? She'd be meeping the bear as it rips her intestines out and spreads them around the temple grounds. And I'm not even saying something dramatically insane because that's literally what happened in the last episode, except it was a human that did it to her. Kids sitting on their own and Pink has imagined them getting gored to death. That's called being protective! I'm protective! I don't want her to get gored to death! Me, the boar, chasing after this one child. Chat, if you were a boar, would you go out of your way to gore this child? She's a Disney princess and can Nipa to communicate with animals. She was not using those powers in Chapter 3 to survive. She got vivisected, dude. Oh, wait, no. I don't think that's the right term. She got murdered. Talk about it. No. Chat, if you were a boar, who would you gore? I would be Disney princess. And then she would use you to murder innocent people because she's evil. Think about it. All right, lock in. Sorry, Rika, you're 5. I'm not going to call you evil. You're chill. You haven't done anything other than have a syringe one time. And also be vaguely suspicious like 1 or 2 other times. But, like, you're fine. Wait, chat. Every time you're, like, out in public and you see a child, you don't, like, imagine them getting... Okay, I gotta calm down. This sounds so much... Like, hypothetically murdered, but, like, as a protective way. It sounds worse when I said it out loud. It sounded way... In Minecraft! In Minecraft! In Minecraft! Bro, please. Even worse since you didn't finish the sentence. I didn't want to say murdered! That sounded bad! Is everything okay at home? Anyway, in Minecraft doesn't work, by the way. It's a baby villager. You don't imagine baby villagers getting, like, killed by, like, a zombie? Chat, that's what I was talking about. A girl named Rika with an immaculate smile and an old man praising her while rubbing prayer beads in his hands. It was a rather mysterious sight to behold. So the girl turns her face at me, tilting her head a little in a cutesy manner. After seeing that, the elder introduces me as a tourist who came to sightsee Hinamizawa. PR is in the garbage. Oh, she just spoke. A youngin'? You just called my ass a youngin'? You're 5. Get back! The girl Rika-chan said that with a smile as she clung onto my arm.
まあね。この村の自然がとても貴重だと聞いたんで、ぜひカメラに収めたいと思ったんだよ。私はこう見えても、とっても写真撮影が好きでね。
富岳2号なのです。
He came here 5 years ago, before all the events. POV me about to gore this child. Yeah, we got closer. We're aboard. We're running in. So, damn, Tomotoki been here out here in these streets, dude. Where are the off-brand? Oh? Oh, this is Makino. Wow, they sent in Makino. Makino's a bigger deal. Makino is the auditor of the Unigafuchi Guardians. That really, we need to have that clued off. Go play alone in the woods, 5-year-old. A distinctly displeased expression crept across Rika-chan's face. Being able to show one's emotions honestly on their faces was a privilege young children had. Wait, her parents aren't even dead right now. The notes, I never actually, true. I never would have caught that name if I didn't write down all of their names earlier. That was actually an unironic notes clutch. Yeah, because I thought they would send in somebody important. That's why I was guessing Mion. Because I thought they said a girl. Or maybe, no, I think I just assumed Mion and then it was girl, but then it was Rika. But I was accepting Mion because it would be like disarming because it's like, oh, it's like a younger person. But also Mion's a threat. But also that would be really risky because Mion's really young at this point. She's like 9. And so having a 9-year-old girl do a grown man leading him around, that would be too risky for sure. Higurashi when they get gored by a boar. Oh my goodness, it's peak. Yeah, exactly. Mion's probably too young for it. I mean, but, well, we also know that Mion, even back then, was like in the riots fighting people. So she was a goated ass 9-year-old. Alright, she was like fighting, throwing rocks, doing shit, you know, organizing crime. But it would still be risky to throw somebody that important to the organization out like this. Into like a kind of risky situation. So yeah, throwing an adult that's an auditor, it makes sense. Could you bring this child along with us? Mion is evil, but she's pretty good at being evil back in this day and age. I can put respect on that, alright? It's like what I said, but I should put some respect on her for being a child murderer. It's like, not everybody's a child murderer, and you gotta be good at your job to get away with it. She didn't get away with it, though. She got away with a couple of them. You know, I can respect the grind set even if I think she's evil and needs to be dealt with. When I said those helpful words, another smile spread across Rika-chan's face with another Nipa as she clung to me again. Yeah, not bad at all. I want this girl to call me Papa. It's fine, he sees her as a daughter. No, father, dad, daddy. Okay, and it went bad. And it fell apart. And it fell apart. Brother, man! Papa, father, dad, got you. You have a child that's incoming. You're projecting a little bit, expecting father. I like it. Daddy, followed by Hern? No, 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 no. What am I doing? Ever since I met this girl, I was completely off my game. Just calm down. Low-key, Keiichi's not in this entire chapter. It's kind of crazy. The old man descended from the driver's seat and opened up the sliding door of the van, which had Unigafuchi Alliance Town Council stenciled on the side. Bang, 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 bang. Rika-chan brushed me aside, dove into a seat, and began bouncing around straight away. Dude, she's like a normal kid here. This is so good. Daddy, is normal for a girl to call their father, your brain is corrupted. Agreed with Sif. Hern Star. Go look in the mirror. Go look in the mirror and say, quote, Daddy, Hern, and do it with enough pizzazz to be worthy of a star. Look into your own eyes, and then imagine that the face you're seeing is talking to a 5-year-old. Run it by me again. Hern can be a wholesome thing. Check that chatter's hard drive. He never showed any sign of corruption until just now. It's pure. Listen, I'm not gonna get onto him because we've seen worse, but it is a slight, it's a sign, okay? If there's another thing later, then we'll see the problem. I think it's pure. If I'm joking around, I think it's actually pure. If we're being honest, if we need to make it clear, all right? Because I don't want people to think that I don't actually trust this character. I think it's just it's a friendly like father thing. And he's just getting overwhelmed by the cuteness. But For the sake of argument. Alright, Rika-chan brushed me aside, dove into a scene and began bouncing around right away. It seemed like she was thoroughly enjoying the bouncy springs.
リカちゃま。そんじゃお客人が座りねえですよ。やだ、こら、リカちゃま。
Ah, girls are nice. I wonder if my child will play around like this too. No, 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 no. It was written in that guide to raising a child that you shouldn't dote on them. Kids are kids if you don't raise them strictly without spoiling them. I'm gonna dote on my child so much, dude. I'm gonna be such a good dad, bro. I'm also gonna, of course, teach goated ass life lessons, but my ass is gonna be so, I'm gonna, bro. I'm so excited, bro. This shit's about to be lit. He wants the child, he wants the affection so much. I'm definitely going to be a terrible father. Me and him have very different thoughts. It was decided that I would be a doting parent before my child was even born.
そんじゃお客さん、風景の綺麗そうなとこね、適当にご案内しますよ。お昼は食べましたかいね？
ええ。ホテルで軽食を。
Oh, I won't cave at requests though. I'm gonna be doting, but I'm not gonna listen. My child's not about to be boss me around, bro. I'm the guy. I'm the guy. And yeah, I will show you the perfect font for TikTok. Each of my children are going to be billionaire influencers. They're going to be raised by the pink cube, okay?
そんですか。では参りましょうかね。
南沢観光に出発なのですよ。わーいなのです。
イエーイ。君はリカちゃんでいいのかい？
そうなのですよ。フルでリカと言いますです。
Very friendly.
What
a go in the tens digit? Okay, okay. You're pretty smart here. Good job. That's impressive. Ooh, big deal. Yeah, that's good, Rika. Good job. The way she insisted upon that was just too cute. At some point, the nervousness I had about being alone in enemy territory had evaporated like it was never there at all. I had to at least be a little thankful that I met this girl. Will your kids call you Papa Cubed? They're only ever gonna know me as Pink Cubed. Alright? They're not gonna know whatever my legal name was, because at that point it will be changed. The old man stepped on the gas with a great deal of gusto. When would you want a kid? Late 20s, probably. The bridge. Late 20s first kid, early 30s. Early 30s second kid, and then adopt the third. Because, like, childbirth gets pretty hard on the woman when they get, like, older, right? And so having the last kid be adopted is going to make it, like, so they don't have to go through it 3 times. Yeah, late 20s into early 30s. Like, very early 30s, though, probably. That was a cute sequence. The old man, who was apparently named Makino, was he the same Makino that was listed as the auditor of the Onigafuchi Guardians? Took you a minute, but you made it. Showed me around places that were all breathtaking. Even though I wasn't really here for sightseeing, I couldn't help but be impressed. First of all, this was different from the simple scenery of a city. The scenery of a charming village like this, no matter how mundane it seemed to the villagers, had a tranquil appeal to it. Yeah, that's what I mean, Sif. That's why I was trying to, like, yeah, not to, like, go into, like, full 30s, but just, like, early 30s at max. Have a kid 35 to 40? I feel like that's already pretty old. You know, I feel like that puts some risk on the women already, which is fine. Yeah, a little bit of risk for the women's fine. Yeah. Well, no, I think men are pretty fertile for a long time. I'm more just worried about the damage it would do to the woman. Like, I don't, you know, the stress of childbirth. You know, if I had a younger wife, then it would skew the, like, if my wife was like 3 years younger than me, right? Then it would be more like the age I'm talking about is more like my wife's age as opposed to my age, right? That's what's more important to me there. But it really just depends on the thing. Yeah, men are fertile for like a long time. At first I was only releasing the shutter as part of my tourist act, but midway through I found myself taking pictures out of pure interest. Tourist traps had their own unique allure to them, but there was nothing like that here. Hey, I'm single too, brother man. It is what it is. I was especially captivated by the unspoiled nature of the place. But that doesn't mean we gotta stay single. It's all about socializing. If there wasn't that whole uproar over the dam, I would want to bring Yuki here with me some other time. I wanted her to breathe in this fresh air, as well as show her this rejuvenating verdant scenery.
こんなのが面白いのですか？赤坂は変な人なのです。
いや、こういう円筒状の郵便ポストなんて今はとても貴重だよ。どことなく漂うノスタルジックな雰囲気は渋いと思わないかな。
ひなみざわは楽しいですか？
ん？まあ、楽しいよ。退院したらぜひ家内を連れてもう一度来たいよ。その時には生まれている子供も一緒にね。
And we're dead. So this is the problem. He just admitted to Rika because his defense is lowered that he has a wife and a child, which we know the auditor just clocked, which means in 8 hours from now, when his identity has been confirmed, they're going to use their Sonozaki powers to trace all the way back to the expecting wife and put us into a blackmail situation where we're cooked. This is exactly the moment where we just got cooked. I'd have kids early 30s, late 20s seems too soon, especially financially. Fair. Fair. Bro, I got people that are my age, that are my friends, that are married and, like, ready to start, like... some of them, I think, have pregnant wives at this point, dude. They're, like, 21, 22. Like, bro! What are you doing? It's so fast! Yeah.
今は出産を控えて入院しているんだ。予定日がもうすぐでね。
They're gonna eat his wife. Jeez.
君みたいな可愛い女の子だといいんだけど。
お客さんはもうすぐおめでたですかいね。そんないけねえよ。奥さん惚れ出しこんなとこに。
Yeah, it looks really bad. I was momentarily at a loss for words. It was exactly how Makinyo said. There was no good reason for a man who was waiting for his wife to give birth to be playing around idly in this place. Did I slip up?
まあ、ひなみ沢への旅行は前々からの予定だったんで、妻の家族が付き添ってくれているから大丈夫だし。
そんな年前から予定してたんなら大自然ウォッチング。
Why didn't you? Yeah, he's falling into the web of lies. He freaked up. He's freaking up. Didn't seem as if Makino was actually digging for anything, because he's good at his job. But if the conversation continued any longer, it would put some unexpected holes in my cover. I halted the conversation by pretending to take another picture. He's gonna push him off of it. It was slightly before evening. The sun was still burning brightly, but a cool breeze had begun to mix itself into the air. It seemed my exploration of Hinamizawa with Rika-chan was just about done.
一番景色のいいところですか？
そんなリカちゃま、境内からの景色さを置いて他にはありませんやね。
Hearing that, Rika-chan smiled even more.
では、赤坂を僕のお家へご招待なのです。
リカちゃんのお家って？
前座ですよ。
He also didn't clock Furude. He should have clocked that earlier. He's only clocking it now. Potentially. That he's with some big wigs.
Furude Jinja.
The girl who called Furude shrine her home, Rika. She also introduced herself as Rika Furude. If I remember correctly, her full name was Rika Furude. Furude was, that's right, one of the three families. Even if the Sonosaki family is said to hold all the actual power, it was still one of the old houses that held some authority. No, more important than that right now was Furude Shrine. If I remembered correctly, Oishi had told me. Within the grounds of the Furude Shrine, there were the offices of the Unigafuchi Guardians. And since the land around the Furude Shrine were private property, the police couldn't set their foot there heedlessly. Furude Shrine, where even Oishi couldn't simply set foot into. The main base of operations for the Onigafuchi Guardians. I'd been given the unexpected opportunity to enter there. I couldn't have asked for more.
楽しみです。ぜひお願いします。
じゃあ、酒々参りましょうかね。
Dr. Pepper is so good. Agreed! This guy had suddenly become overcast. It wouldn't be odd if it started raining soon. The cicadas, as if trying to finish their daily allotment of chirps before the evening, cried out even more fervently. Check DMs. Okay. Oh yeah, I wonder, I'm not surprised if, because I only have Twitch chat up, so I'm only reading Twitch chat. I don't know why it does that. Because the thing I have attached is literally, my chat program is from, I guess, Streamlabs. I could probably disable it. If you think that's a problem, Sif. Because it was doing that on when we were doing Deltarune yesterday, and I just tanked it. I just said, I don't give a frick, man. I'm out here moving different, man. Honestly, it's probably easy to disable. Let me just see if I can do that really quickly. Because the YouTube is appearing in the Twitch one, and since we're not moderate, oh yeah, here we go. I can just flip it. Sorry, YouTube. YouTube, your chat messages, feel free to chat, but the only ones I'm reading are on Twitch, because that's where all our mods are, and also technically I'm not allowed to multi-stream or like get the YouTube chat in here. Technically it's against the Twitch rules because Twitch is stupid. Usually I just pretend and like skirt around it somehow, but yeah. It's fine if it's not on your end. Yeah. No, I wasn't reading. I'm reading just straight Twitch chat. But I still think it's probably better to not have it, because like I don't want somebody to be doing like a VOD watcher to get spoiled because somebody in YouTube like says a bunch of like nonsense. Reported for showing YouTube chat. We agreed we're doing Pink Hinamizawa, right? That all of us are like the villagers of Hinamizawa. We're all gonna work together, and I'm like the Sonozakis. Right, chat? Right, chat? The fans stopped in the shrine's parking lot. And there is still the risk of a spoiler being in the VOD, because like there's gonna be a moment it'll exist there before it gets deleted by mods. But that's just the only way I know how to make it like appear right now without like getting a new program. So it'll get deleted if it does, and hopefully nobody gets fricked over. Also parked there were numerous other vans with loudspeakers mounted on top of them to act as makeshift propaganda vehicles. On the side of each vehicle was scrawled, "The dam project must be demolished. Defend our homeland to the last. No Oyashiro-sama's anger." Or a slogan of a similar kind. They gave the feeling that even without using the loudspeakers, there was enough to overwhelm any onlookers. Vertical banners were erected in various places. The contents of those banners were similar. They were all objections against the dam or crude insults towards the government. There were horizontal banners, placards, and so on and so forth. They proclaimed that without a doubt, this was the headquarters of the Onigafuchi Guardians. For Rika-chan, however, this hectic place was also her home. Rika jump scare? Balloon boy ass, bro. She actually is straight up balloon girl. Rika-chan crawled over my lap and exited the vehicle first. Makino had noticed that I was looking at protest banners. Skips away. Role-playing in chat. Student movements against government policies, movements that bordered on terrorist activity, were at one time commonplace, if only in order to garner support? Global attention. Students holding out in lecture halls, brawling with the riot squads that charged in. It was an age where wasting one's youth like that was widely considered a road to glory. It was slightly before my time.
私は別に活動家ではありませんので、普通に学び、普通に卒業しました。国の政策にあのような暴力や立てこもりで対抗しようというのには。
I wouldn't be saying that, bro. It makes you look like you're not going to be as sympathetic with the damn stuff. You should be pretending that you were kind of nice, you know.
立派な意見さお持ちだね。
政策に意見したかったら、同じ意見の政治家に投票するか、自ら政治の世界に飛び込み、正当な手続きを持って意見を主張するべきであると思っています。それが民主政治の原点です。
Skips away cutely while gorging. I'm a wild boar. I hunt you for sport. So are we doing the No Games Hunger Games again, or? Because that's kind of where we're at right now.
それに暴力で挑戦するなどあってはならないと思います。
Yo, get off the soapbox. You're drawing too much attention, man. For a youngin', you have some fine beliefs. I saw that feeling of respect reflected in Makino's gaze. At that moment, something tugged at my sleeve. But what if they need to die? Oh, okay. Though it seems like the other guy's kind of fine with it, but it's still a little bit just risky, I think. Rika-chan, feeling like she was the only one who didn't understand the conversation, had a look of displeasure on her face. Like, I think if you want to come across as, like, just a normal person, you're just polite and unremarkable. But definitely polite and normal and be like, oh, yeah, no, I wasn't really a part of any of that. It was definitely all over the news, though. You know, crazy situation. You just play neutral everywhere. That expression was so charming, I had to keep myself from grinning like an idiot. It's often said that a father wants to spoil his daughter rotten. I think I understood that feeling pretty well.
リカちゃんには難しい話だったね。日本は平和の国だから、自分の言いたいことは平和的に訴えなきゃいけない。暴力で訴えてはいけないということさ。
No matter how much I explained, a girl who was just boasting about being able to carry digits over when adding things probably wouldn't understand. Probably wasn't something to talk about in front of Rika-chan anyway.
では赤坂
And she's about to drop a truth
僕
nuke
たち
on
の
us.
村はどうやったらダムに沈まなくな
Yup,
るの
truth
です
nuke
か
time. She's like, alright, let's talk about politics. She's like, oh, you want to talk politics? Let's talk about fucking politics. Alright, what else are we supposed to do, you idiot, you outsider? I will eat you. I will eat you for strength to feed my demon, alright? Don't test me, okay? That's what she's about to say. Even though I regretted my careless words, it was too late now. Here I was at the main headquarters of an organization, telling them their way of doing things was illegal. Yeah, dumbass behavior. Preaching that violence was not the answer. Yeah, dumbass behavior. A complicated feeling had mixed itself in with the respect in Makino's gaze. It was then I finally realized. It wasn't that simple. There wasn't a soul who would argue that what I was saying wasn't correct. Using violence to get one's way was something that everybody knew you shouldn't be proud of. However, right now, Hinamizawa was in a predicament that couldn't be overcome with peaceful means alone. Lose a political debate to a 6-year-old. True. Do you have a demon, Pink? It's the Gyube. I don't have a demon, I have a goblin. The legality of the Hinamizawa Dam project through the efforts of the various I'm gonna go use the bathroom. That word's too big. Let me think about it. It's gonna be another nagging clip. Chat, what do you call someone that nags a lot? Alien type timing. We're talking about... She does low-key have an alien skull. Wait, low-key, her head's up here, and her eyes are here. Her eyes... Normal eyes are in the middle of the face. Her eyes are like here, at like nose level. Crazy. The legality of the Hinamizawa Dam project, through the efforts of the various propaganda campaigns enacted by the Onigafuchi Guardians, was being called into question. If they further strengthened their campaign, they might be able to suspend or change the construction plans. But that was, at most, just a possibility. If the government proceeded with the construction as planned, it wouldn't be long before this place was at the bottom of a lake. If it wasn't for unrestricted resistance, for the unrestrained resistance of the residents of Hinamizawa, this place might already have been underwater.
僕たちはここでしか生きていけないのです。都会では生きていけないのです。
The words of this remarkably young girl were all too accurate, carrying with them the screams of the hearts and minds of the residents of Hinamizawa. Bro's getting converted. Of course, there was nothing I could say to respond to that. I could only respond to Makino and Rika-chan's heavy words with silence, and we lost the debate to the 6-year-old.
すみません。よそ者が気安く言えるような問題ではなかったですね。
Good backing down, though. Good humility angle. Makino, unsure how to respond for a while, could only laugh pointlessly.
お客人たちのようなよそに住んでる方々には関係ねえことです。ひなみざわさん気に入ってくださったんなら、お客人のお友達みんなにもひなみざわさん素晴らしい。
Yeah, I mean that's the reason they want people to be here, to try to like push their exactly.
何百年と広がっていけば、この村さダム底に沈めるなんてふざけた計画も。
Oh, let me get my notes back out. He followed that with a smile that said, "Please don't think too much of it." This guy's pretty good at de-escalating. Makino letting me know not to worry that much was really a stroke of good fortune. Becoming infatuated with the idea of making friends with a little girl had made me completely forget my apprehension of being in enemy territory. Crazy sentence. Being reminded of this right before I was going to step foot into their headquarters might have been a good thing. If we had had this exchange in the middle of their office, if there was a short-tempered youth in there, they might have come at me. Mion. Thinking of how extreme they were, in the worst case, my life could have been in danger. It seemed that I looked quite despondent at that moment. Makino, thinking he had said something wrong, became flustered, trying to think of a way to improve my mood.
本当に軽率なことを言いました。本当にすみませんでした。
No, man, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
そんなね、お気にされないでくだ
It's
さい。
fine, man.
今日
It's
案内してもらっ
fine.
た村のあちこちはどこもとても美しく素晴らしい場所ばかりでした。もう一度来たいと心底思わされました。そんな美しい村がダムの固定に
See, I don't even think he's lying is the fun thing. I think he's, you know, he has no horse in the race of the conflict. He has a horse in the race of the kidnapped child, you know? I somehow managed to use my despondent look to change the topic in my favor. After a bit, Makino returned to his usual high spirits. It seemed he believed I completely sympathized with his point of view. Okay, I think he played that okay. He recovered from his misplay well enough. We just can't keep misplaying, man. Lock in.
行きましょうですよ、赤坂。
Ryu-chan, seemingly happy to be free from all the boring and gloomy adult talk, bounded up the stone steps. There was no real need to run, but in order to catch up with her, I also darted up the steps. There were several tents belonging to the town council erected on the shrine grounds. Inside the tents were several folding tables and chairs, and a number of the older town council members were livening things up with chit-chat. They weren't saying anything incendiary like, the dam project must be destroyed. It was just some relaxed adult chit-chat between local geezers. The normal sort of calming scenery. At the entrance of a shed that looked like a meeting place, there was a large sign erected with Onigafuchi Guardians headquarters written in bold brush strokes. That was their base of operations. To be honest, it was a bit of a letdown. If you asked what I had been imagining, this is a bit embarrassing, but I thought it had been something much more dramatic, like Sonozaki House, low-key. With barbed wire fences and barricades, like Sonozaki House, low-key. My first impression of the place, though, was completely different from that. It looked like a simple backwater town hall. It didn't look like anything other than exactly that. The old folks who were chatting had noticed Rika-chan's presence. Oh, Rika-chan!
もう子供はお家に帰る時間だよ。
ここは僕のお家なのですよ。
Yeah, good move. Hey, the old folks guffawed since she wasn't wrong. From that exchange, I could tell that this Rika Furuta girl was loved by everybody. And he gotta go. Who? Kichiro, the mayor. This is the mayor. The mayor actually has a sprite. Bald! Bald! Ah! Ah, my eyes! Oh, he only has a sprite in this version, though. Interesting. He gotta look at this jawline, though, bro. Back in the day, he was rocking that. I'm not gonna lie. Shave this all off. Gotta shave all of this off. Shave this all off. Rock the full bald. The bald looks bad because you're trying to reclaim it, you know? You just gotta let go, dude. And then you let go of this. You have a strong jawline. You're gonna be like Northern Lion maxing, dude. Bro's dressed like he's from Texas. You think so? I mean, this thing's kinda, I could see like this thing. A little bit. Okay, Gilf. Oh, God.
電話をくれた観光の人はそんですよ。こちら村長さんにHinamizawaのHigurashi村長さん。
He smiled brightly, but there was no mistaking he would be scary if he got angry. By the looks of things, this old man was the president of the Unagafuchi Guardians, none other than Kichiro Kimiyoshi himself. Whoa, he's looking at me.
いかがでしたか。静かでゆっくりしたところでしょう。
Oh, Kimiyoshi's voice actor passed. Rip. Rest in peace. I'm not surprised. You know, a lot of voice actors, sadly, like playing older roles, pass. Especially for a game that's pretty, you know, relatively old. I'm not too surprised. Rip though.
今日一日美しい場所をいくつも堪能させていただきました。貴重な機会をお与えくださったことを感謝します。
Bro, we got a wife, alright? We don't need a gilf. That's why Rika says youngin, because the people around her say youngin. Funny. I mean, we could have assumed that already, but it's funny to hear it.
Kiichiro, Akasaka ni miharashi no ii tokoro o annai shitai
Show us the
no
storehouse,
desu yo.
Rika. Thinking that the formalities between myself and the mayor had gone on for too long, Rika-chan butted into the conversation. I wonder if the thing where Sotoko didn't cover for Rika, or like admit the truth, and Rika got like switched. I wonder if that actually has happened yet at this point. Probably not, but maybe. For her to call the mayor by his first name, I thought it was a little strange, but none of the villagers seemed to mind. A girl of the fruited household, one of the 3 families. She was probably different than the average villager.
Akasaka, kochi nano desu yo.
Rika-chan tugged at my sleeve. Not resisting, I allowed myself to be pulled over. And waiting for me was a magnificent view.
これは
Classic.
すごい。
It was an observation deck that looked down on the village. Man, I'm so glad that we got the fresh reaction to this village view back in episode 1. Wouldn't it have been so sad if I watched it off camera? It was an observation deck that looked down on the village. They, knowing that this was the best view in the entire village, kept quiet as I stood there awestruck. I was holding a camera, but I had completely forgotten to even glance through the viewfinder. This view, no matter what kind of film it was printed on, it wouldn't be able to show everything. If there was a way to explain it, it would only be what I would be able to put into words. It was just such a breathtakingly spectacular view that I struggled to find a comparison. For a while, I was left awestruck. I could only stand there and wonder. Meep. A cool breeze helped abate the heat rushing through my body. There's heat rushing through your body? Okay. That comfortable sensation also left me speechless. Pink is so blind cinema. Oh, you mean like blind in the story. No, true. I thought you meant like I just missed something and there was like in the village, one of the houses was on fire, and you can see Sotoko's like parents, their heads are getting cut off right now, and Sotoko's running through the streets sobbing. You know what I mean? Rika-chan, who had been holding onto my sleeve the entire time, spoke.
僕の一番のお気に入りの場所なのですよ。
As she said that, she showed me another adorable smile. The smile seemed very fleeting. If you ask why, that was because the view from her favorite spot would eventually be submerged under the deep green waters of the dam reservoir.
こんな村が湖底に沈むことになってるなんて信じられないよ。
I said it quietly so that only Rika-chan could hear it. I regretted it as soon as I did. This guy really is the modern day Kiichi. Or I mean the flashback Keiichi, bro. Immediately saying dumb shit and be like, oh shit. For those words were all too cruel. However, Rika-chan didn't let them cast a cloud on her expression. In fact, she replied with a smile.
沈みませんよ。ダム計画なんて 必ずなくなっちゃいますのです。
It was just like a little girl to say something like that. But there's a deeper meaning. There was no basis for her saying so. No, but there's a deeper meaning. It was just her wish.
Akasaka はこの村が
Now she knows. She probably knows that. She's probably, you know.
沈んでほしくなんかないよ。
I don't know how much she knows, but I think she knows. I know how important the dam was. I knew that it was necessary. I just didn't want to recognize the sacrifices that would be made. I agreed with the project in general, but couldn't agree with some of the details. But if it meant that this girl's beloved scenery wouldn't be taken away from her, I might be able to object to the dam. I might be able to ignore the interests of the nation, the development of Japan, all for the sake of one girl's smile. I'm not really much of a humanist, but how sentimental of me.
沈みませんよ。ダムの計画はもうすぐ
Soon
なくなり
go
ます
away.
ですか
Why do you say that? Her words weren't just hopes and dreams, but were seasoned with a hint of resolve. As if she was talking about an unchangingly predetermined outcome. As surely as the sun rising in the east.
もうすぐなくなる?
Wanting to ask her why she believed that, I turned around.
はい。なくなりますのです。
Low-key, we kidnapped a child.
どうし
Isn't
て
that lit? Imagine.
そう言い切れるんだい?
Come on, Rika, just spill the beans immediately.
それはなのです。
Come on, Rika, we're friends. Do an Oishi technique. She seemed to want to answer, but as though unable to find the right words, she swallowed back what she was about to say.
赤坂が何をしてもしなくても、ダム計画は今年で終わりになってしまうのです。もう決まっていることなのですよ。
It's already been decided. That was a lie. If something like that had already been decided, then the Onigafuchi Guardians would have no reason to continue existing. Bruh. Okay. Dare I reference Simone Weil's abolition of all, on the abolition of all political parties? Bro, just because the reason that they spawned into existence gets solved, it doesn't mean the organization that has power is gonna just let go of the power. You know? Like, oh, guys, we did it. Let's give up now. We can just return the power to wherever we got it from. Return the power to the people. We don't have to exist as an organization. No, they're gonna keep that shit. People love keeping power, dude. Organizations love holding on to power. Even if it gets fixed, they're still gonna stick around. They'll just say like, oh, preventative in case another thing comes up. Come on, bro. Get locked in. This is not how politics works. From my point of view, it was like they were doing nothing more than throwing themselves into an endless battle. If they knew the dam project was cancelled, it would feel much more relaxed around here. This village, though, could hardly be called relaxed. Though this is a true point, that them keeping up the barricades is kind of a sign that it isn't necessarily done. But she's in the upper brass, low-key, so she might have extra information. For evidence of that, I just had to remember how charged the atmosphere at the checkpoint or at the bus stop. The villagers, with their misplaced resolve, were still fighting. And this girl, even knowing the villagers' grim resolve, had already declared their victory. The villagers throwing themselves into this endless war, and this optimistic girl who said they had already won. That contrast was somehow strange.
そう思うんだい。何か確信があるなら、私に教えてくれないかい?
Rika-jun stayed silent for a while, seemingly choosing what to say.
だって
Because? Oh, don't let it be because, period. She looked like she was lost on whether she should continue or not. As if she was troubled on whether it was okay for her to say it. That kind of expression. Say it, Rika!
決まっていることなのです。
By whom?
他に言いようがないのですよ。
Who decided it?
決まっているって
Interrogate the child.
言ったって。
It really is just like a little girl to say something like that. I couldn't believe it was actually true. She was the one saying such things with such confidence. My real mission that I had forgotten about during this fun-filled day resurfaced at the back of my mind. The kidnapping of the minister's grandson. Had the Onigafuchi Guardians kidnapped the minister's grandson and already succeeded in negotiating the cancellation of the dam project? Yes. Did Komayoshi actually already know that and was just playing dumb? I wonder if maybe we succeed in exposing this plot enough that the mayor gets to get off the problem, and then they kill the guy at the dam as a response to that. Because why would they kill the guy at the dam if they already have the situation dealt with, you know? That's kind of a weird question. So, we'll have to just see. Though it could just be to quell Oyashiro-sama's anger. It could just be like, for the point of sacrificing, like you take advantage of the situation. Could be that. Was this what the girl was really telling me?
Akasaka.
The girl called out my name suddenly.
東京へ帰れ。
We're gonna hit that one sound effect and just like chill. You're just gonna do that and chill. Oh, there it is. I had to click. I knew there was a part 2 to that. Huh? I wasn't only surprised at the sudden command. Ever since I came to this village, I never once mentioned I was from Tokyo. Ooh. Well, based on my accent, she might have been able to guess where I was from. Now she got briefed, bro. She got briefed. What was I getting so worked up over? It was probably the sudden and complete change in her demeanor.
あなたはさっさと東京に帰った方がいい。
Okay.
でないとひどく後悔することに。
Woefully. She really thinks she's Satoko right now, bro. Low-key, she's just went Oyashiro-sama mode. I mean, her eyes look the same, though. Like, they don't look crazy. So I don't know if we're doing the demonic possession thing right now. But, I don't know. It's probably just her being like, wait a second, I'm goated. The girl had been holding my sleeve the entire time. She'd been tugging at my sleeve since hurriedly dragged me over to show me this wonderful view. But this was the adorable Rika-chan, who I'd spent the entire day with. There was no way she could have been replaced with a doppelganger when I wasn't looking. Oh, this guy is Keiichi, dude. No! Not this shit again! Everybody falls into this pit hole, bro! She had been holding onto my sleeve this entire time, but somehow this girl was someone other than Rika-chan. She looked like Rika-chan, but she wasn't. She was some other girl I had never met before. Bro really thinks he's Chapter 1 Keiichi and Chapter 2 Keiichi. My goodness. Okay, I mean, so we're literally doing, like, it's gotta be, like, we have 2 separate people that have had this exact response to this kind of thing. Which means there's gotta be truth in it, which means we just say that, like, she switched demon mode. She's demon mode right now. The girl had told me in an indifferent voice, demon / Oyashiro-sama mode, that I would eventually regret coming to this village from the bottom of my heart.
それがあまりにもみすぼらしくて気の毒な姿だから今のうちから警告してあげているのです。
I mean, I appreciate the warning.
どうして私が後悔することになると。
Oh, aura farming? Stop whining. That's a little bit rude. I'm not whining, I just don't want to... That's not even... I just want to know why. I couldn't believe that I was hearing such cold words come from Rika-chan's mouth. I just couldn't believe it. Okay. Guys, confirmed the only character we can trust, Satoko. I've been saying I don't trust Rika. Rika got a demon in her. And it's not even her fault, okay? She's indoctrinated. She's cooked. Satoko escaped. Satoko escaped and is pure, okay? Satoko's the GOAT. Rika, she would murder us. Without question. She would murder us. The aura is overflowing. It'll submerge the village. Charu. I just couldn't believe it. Was somebody impersonating her using ventriloquism or something? What did she do? She's scaring me, dude. I know where this goes. Think of that. I wanted to take a look around, but the girl's gaze had me pinned down, making me unable to move.
あなたの親はあなたが赤信号の横断歩道の真ん中にいる。
He's getting mogged by a 6-year-old.
どうして危ないのかを
Most competent police officer. And funnily enough, he low-key actually is, and he's still getting mogged by a 6-year-old.
引っ張るでしょ。
But it comes out, I like this. It's like a point of concern for her. I think she's a good person. This is me gesturing towards her heart. I think she has a good heart. Because like, she protected Keiichi by like self-sacking that one time, and then in chapter 2, and then here, it sounds like she's trying to like get him out of Dodge, because she actually likes him. But that doesn't mean she wouldn't murder us. She's still gonna murder our ass, okay? She had a syringe, never trust her. The girl I had spent time with, Rika Furude, would not speak like that. She would speak with a cuteness befitting her age, with brief childish remarks, expressing her emotions honestly. She definitely wouldn't speak with such pointed words. Oh man, she's even trying to do emotional regulation to be like, I promise this isn't like a personal attack. True! Good line. Why would you, if she hated you, she wouldn't warn you. Because she cares about you, she's warning you. Low-key, she was testing him to see if he would appreciate the gaze. Shut up, Pride Month. The view of Hinamizawa. And then he passed, so she was like, alright, bro, you're good. Get out of here. I don't want you to die.
Rika-chan.
Okay, activate Keiichi mode. Meepa, meepa, meep, 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 meep. I am her. Meepa, meepa, meepa. Okay, what is with this smirk? What is this evil-ass smirk? I still can't get over this. As soon as I accused her of not being Rika-chan, she let out a strange, quiet giggle. It was a laugh not befitting a child of her age. It was like she was possessed by something. Okay, it's confirmed. Giga confirm it. I believed it since Satoshi last chapter. We have another person being like, it's gotta be possession. So it's gotta be possession at this point, dude. And like, what? We have a gene that makes us get multiple personality disorders that can be accentuated by like drugs? Or we just say LMAO possession. Especially because Satoshi. Though... Keiichi could be a member of the village. That'd be a crazy twist, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was something there. Anyways, lock-in. Her change was just that total and complete. Was Rika-chan being attacked by some terrifying phenomenon? That occult idea came to mind without any sort of hesitation. Rika-chan is acting strange. Somebody help! Thinking that I'd yelled at, I turned to where the mayor was. I immediately realized he was looking at us with a smile. That's right, to him it looked like nothing more than me and Rika-chan fooling around. Phrasing? He didn't notice that there was something terrifying happening to her.
Akasaka no kowagari.
Okay, you're being rude to me? The girl had obviously grasped that I was afraid. Noticing that and calling me a coward, she laughed again. That cackling girl, approaching me in a strange manner while still laughing, lost her balance and fell flat on her face. What? Wait. She just knocked herself out, dude. Lost her balance and fell flat on her face. Dunk. Rika-chan fell down. Okay, she just literally let go of all of her aura immediately. She was out here farming so much like, I'm scary, I'm the boss, and then just tripped and fell. If it was just a while before, I would have extended a hand to help her up without hesitation, but now, extending a hand to this ominous girl who looked like Rika-chan but wasn't, required a bit more courage than I had at the moment.
Me.
And she's back to normal. Alright. The girl cried out thus. Thus spoke Rika, Meep. She then squirmed upright and dusted herself off. Afterwards, she looked around restlessly as a blank expression crept across her face. You've got to be kidding me. Was she making fun of me? That way of acting. I was as though, after being possessed by something, she had lost her memories of what had happened.
Me.
I don't know if Rika-chan had heard me or not. She just cried out like that, as if questioning herself. See, I don't trust her. She might not be evil if we just take possession as real and she's possessed by evil entities, you know? We don't gotta call her evil there. Old lady, your voice, you gotta chill. Meepa-thustra. Thus spoke Meepa-thustra. Well said. Meepa-thustra. An old lady wearing a smock was waving energetically from the entrance of the office. I don't know. But then we have to say that Rena's not evil, which I guess would be fine. But Mion's always evil, because even without the demon, I think she's just straight up evil. But yeah, that would exonerate her and Rena to a degree. As, like, victims of possession. But, you know. Who's to say? But also, it's like... Let's go, I got bingo. How did you get bingo already? It's the second chapter. Or the second episode of the chapter. How did you already get bingo? Aw, man. Y'all are out of control. Bro got the godsend. Was it like, say Nipa 10 times? It's so over, bro. They got my ass. An old lady wearing a smock was waving energetically from the entrance of the office. Hearing that there were snacks... The snacks? Rika-chan's expression changed. Pink is predictable. Chat. I will burn this chat to the ground. A carefree smile. That was a familiar smile, the one that belonged to the embodiment of my ideal daughter. Any hint of the creepy girl that was just there, spouting sinister words, had vanished. It's also interesting, we haven't really seen that Rika with Keiichi, you know?
手を洗ってきんさいね。バッチお手手にあくわせるまんじゅうありんせんね。ちゃんと洗いますですよ。
Rika-chan responded with vigor, running off to the washing station that was along the side of the office. She stopped halfway, turning around to call to me. Meep!
早く来ないから、僕は赤坂の分までおまんじゅうが食べられてホクホク
Rika, I
なの
will
です。
eat you. Cannibalism style.
お手手を洗わない人はおまんじゅうが食べられないのですよ。
No matter how you looked at it, that was Rika-chan. Those words and the way she said them, no matter how you heard them, they were definitely Rika-chan's.
ほんでお客人、大人なんだからお手本を示してやってくださいな。
Stop being scared of the 6-year-old. Bro, we are not removing our suspicion, okay? We are not lowering our guard. Because I know better than... Akasaka, shit. They already urged me to wash my hands. Without any resistance, I lined up beside Rika-chan at the wash station. Splish splash. I stared at Rika-chan, intent on washing her hands properly, like she had probably learned at school.
Me?
Good job, Rika. Lock in.
間違っていますか?
No, that's W technique.
間違いって。
He is so nervous.
僕のお手手の洗い方です。金シールを4個しかもらったことないです。
Yo, you gotta get all 5.
僕はお手手を洗うのがきっと下手
That's
なので
okay.
すよ。
Just get between the fingers, scrub a little bit. You know. I got bingo too.
間違ってなんかないよ。
What is going on? No. I know what happened. Y'all just put Meep and Nipa all over the board. Says blank 5 times. Says blank 5 times. Meep. Nipa. Done. All right. Stamp it. Stamp that shit. All right. Y'all get it. Y'all got it. Good job. Who else got bingo? All right. I can predict your predictions.
それだけしっかり洗えてれば十分だよ。
それだけではダメなのですよ、赤坂。
I'm manifesting
ちゃ
my
んとた
bingo.
わしを使って爪の間の赤も落
A
とさないと
brush and
金シ
clean
ール
out?
をもら
Oh,
え
I'm
ない
not.
のです。
Yo, fuck the 5th sticker, bro. I'm doing 4 then.
うん。リカち
I'm
ゃん
not bringing out a brush.
偉いな。
ニパー、赤坂に褒められましたのです。
Read a chapter ahead so I can participate in bingo. True. No matter how you looked at it, it was Rika-chan. There was no chance of that girl from before. Exactly what was that sinister
リ
girl?
カちゃん、さっきのあれはどういう意味だい？さっきリカちゃんは私に東京へ帰れって
Let's see if she remembers.
そう言っただろ。
言いましたのですか?
Nope. I was at a loss for words. She didn't remember what that girl just now had said. Like I would ever believe something as occult as that could happen. Like I would ever believe that Rika-chan could be possessed by that strange girl and say those creepy things. It just happened, bro.
リカちゃんが確かにそう言ったよ。
Her expression told me that, despite my saying so, she had no idea. She wasn't playing dumb, she actually didn't know. Exactly what was that just now? Just as Rika-chan had, I let a look of confusion creep across my face. The two of us, both looking like we had no idea what was going on, must have certainly been a humorous sight to behold. While partaking of tea and snacks, I was shown a propaganda film shot by the Guardians that highlighted their resistance efforts. This dog shit plan. Older folks talked passionately on how long and grueling their fight against the dam was, but they fell on deaf ears. I was transfixed by Rika-chan, who had heard these stories countless times before and was nodding off. Eventually, Rika-chan noticed I was staring at her and smiled as she rubbed her eyes. The smile was Rika-chan's after all, but there was no hint of that sinister shadow. After that, my unreasonable fear of Rika-chan lessened with the passing of time, but I could by no means forget what had happened. I'm getting called, but I'm gonna ignore this one, lol. It is what it is, chat. It eventually grew dark. The mayor said that they had prepared dinner, but I said I would come again tomorrow and took my leave. I had to return to the hotel and file my regular report with the section chief.
そうですか。では、また明日もぜひいらっしゃい。お電話さくれれば、すぐに迎えを出しますんでね。
ご好意感謝します。ぜひ明日も遊びに来ようと思います。
さしてあげてくださいな。あんた、リカちゃまに大層気に入られたみたいだしね。
赤坂は明日も来ますですか？明日は5次元で終わりですから、3時くらいに来てくれると嬉しいのですよ。
I would adopt Rika-chan. Bingo, you're welcome. Got you, chat. Hey, ask and ye shall receive. Ask and ye shall receive, alright? Please come again. That pure smile urged me to do so. There wasn't a trace of that evil aura. Depending on what happened next, all that might end up as nothing other than my hallucination. Thinking about it logically, if the daughter of the Furude household, one of the 3 families, had taken a liking to me, then this was a strong foothold for my investigation from here on out. Yes! Yes! Use the child to further your investigation. It was like a free ticket for a reason to visit Hinamizawa. If only I could treat that little incident... Oh, wait! Being a boar and goring Rika was on the bingo card, wasn't it? That was actually a good prediction, chat. I'm like, honestly locked in. I appreciate that. Good move, good move. If only I could treat that little incident as a figment of my imagination, then having this girl who was the embodiment of my ideal daughter grow so attached to me wasn't bad either. Bro really wants to be Keiichi. I'd successfully dove into the belly of the Unigafuchi Guardians, and had the mayor as well as other important members of the alliance welcome me with open arms. This was a great turn of events. However, I still felt uneasy. Getting back to the hotel, I forced down an almost painfully cold beer until I could clear my mind. The shock from that incomprehensibly strange incident continued to torment me. End of chapter? W chapter? Alright, let's hit some tips. Going smoothly, why I like ready days, barley tea, black tea, and something. Alright. Ah! It's Mion! As a child! Child Mion! Yo, frick the other ones, get me in here! Open!
だいぶ血圧も良くなってきましたよ。そのお年でこれだけの回復力があるのはいやいや感服するばかりです。お嬢さんなら100でも200でも
Oreo? Oh, he's doing a check-in on Oreo. The young doctor in his medical coat said that as he undid the blood pressure cuff from the arm of the old woman tucked away in her futon. What? Oh. Gilf Grove is not the move. Gilf Grove is not... Stop talking, Gilf! Not the move, chat. Not the move, okay? I don't care how beautiful her back tattoo is. This ain't gonna do it for me, bro. It's a crazy line because that's actually literally what she is. She is in the way of Mion as the matriarch, so this is actually literally true. The old lady Oreo laughed faintly with a broad smile on her face. Then, turning towards the sliding door, she called out in a strong voice. The sound of rushed footsteps from the hallway drew closer until finally the door slid smoothly open. What it revealed was a young girl, Mion. It looked like the old lady's granddaughter.
Shimiko-san wa kyou wa mou agachatta yo. Nanika yo?
Yo, she looks the same here. She looks like so similar. Wait, she's 9? She hit puberty as like a 6-year-old then. Hold my, like, what are we doing? Yeah, I don't feel like they changed the sprites much other than the console version. Here they look like they just shrunk her down a little bit. You know? And then here it looks pretty similar. Here, though, definitely looks different.
Mio, Irie no sensei ni mugicha o ireta tte na.
了解。抹茶も飲む？紅茶の方がいい？ 砂糖もミ
Just
ルク
gave
も
her
たっ
a
ぷり。
red shirt.
わしが加減するから入れんでええんね。砂糖壺とミルクも一緒に持ってきてんな。
はいはい。
That wink is very in character. The girl named Mion, after giving a rather uninterested response to her taskmaster of a grandmother, returned to the hallway.
先生の麦茶は来客用のガラスジャーに入れるんよ。ちゃんとお座布団もつけてな。
See, at this point, actually, I'm not even gonna hate on Mion, because Mion is young enough that she's, like, such a victim. I mean, even, well, I guess even modern Mion is, but she's, I feel like this Mion, we could still fix. The Mion we actually know in the modern day, too late. Too late, she's cooked. She's cooked and she's done too much, you know? This Mion, though, hasn't done that much. That's, like, crazy. She's fixable. You know what I mean? I would adopt this Mion. And I would kill the Mion in 5 years. It is what it is, guys.
待ってるって。うっさいな。
A tired voice wafted a reply from down the hallway. The apathetic tone of voice was far from unusual. The old lady let a wry smile slip across her face as she chided the girl.
しょうがないやっちゃな。叱られるうちがはなんねえ、なんたく。
おりょうさん、まあ、そこまでは言わなくても、ミオンちゃんも。Hurry,
child, bring me my tea! That'd be me if I was the parent.
あれの母親もな、しょうがないやっちゃったんね。よう似とる。
で、
Not
その
bullying
母
a
親の母親
child,
もま
not
た
my
そっくり
streamer.
なんじゃないですか?
The old lady burst out laughing. Her expression showed she hadn't taken the comment the wrong way.
入江先生、申し訳ない。症状開けてもらえんけんね。風が涼しそうだわ。
The cool chirping of the Higurashi had at some point started leaking through the gap in the doorway. I wonder if there's like a natural phenomenon that like lightly pollutes all the water with hallucination drugs, which is why these people have a history of like being dependent on them, which drives them to have mental breaks whenever they go a long time without being in the area and drinking those drugs. Because that would be a fully non-superstitious reason for as to why people are afraid of leaving, especially Rena, who left and then went crazy and then came back, would be that if they don't get a fix of something that exists in this city, that they get fricked over, and then Rena and her syringe is a way to like hit somebody if they're going crazy and be like, I don't know why I imagined Oreo as some old ripped woman with green hair. Actually agreed. Maybe not the green hair part, but I imagined her low-key being goated as frick. Just a thought. But I'm on the superstition angle now because shut up my boy Satoshi. Yurei stood up and opened the door a bit. Oh, it actually opened. A refreshing breeze pushed out the stale ale that had built up in the room.
日中はだいぶ暑くなったように思うんですが、まだ朝夕は涼しいですね。夕べは少し肌寒いくらいでした。
そんな朝夕もまた、Hinamizawaのいいところね。
She's definitely ripped under that kimono. Then why does she have it on? Irei replied with a smile as he returned to sit on the cushion beside the old lady. Yeah, just like take that shit off. And then the two of them, for a little while, soaked in the voices of the Higurashi. Soaked in the voices of all the people they killed.
わしゃ100まで一気にせ。もうしばらくは死ねんよ。ダムの剣、きっちり蹴りつけるまでは、勘の蓋かって収まらんわ。
国が一度決めたことを撤回するのは、なかなか難しいでしょうね。
国のやることはな、いつの世もイシュースマースみたいなもんね。そんでもだいぶ重いやっちゃ。
イシュースですか?
Please don't explain a millstone. No, we're gonna explain a millstone. Irei, stop. Irei quickly affirmed that, of course he knew what the old lady was talking about. For he knew full well that Oreo didn't like having her stories interrupted. He lied to keep it going.
イシュースはな、なんでもゴリゴリ引いちまう。大したもんよ。でもな、簡単には回らない。重いイシュースなんねんな。
He is literally like biting his tongue and making like Constitution saving throws to listen to her talk right now. Like, I'm having trouble listening to her talk about freaking millstones. I know Irei's ass wants to leave so bad. The door's open. He's looking out that window. He's been like, shit, bro, I could stand up and go any point. But he knows he'd get murdered for it. Irei pursed his lips, listening quietly to what she was saying. Eventually, Mion returned with some tea laid out on a tray. Seeing that Oreo was talking and in a good mood, she quietly knelt down and laid out the sets for the barley and black tea, careful not to interrupt.
一度回り始めたら簡単には止められんね。回し始める一番初めが一番重い。それが嫌だからみんな手を休めんとゴリゴリ回し続けるんだ。
The wheels of government.
摩擦係数の話でしょ。
Oh, Mion's a genius.
確かにバッチャの話。
She just learned about friction in school.
ことはだ。何かの間違いで突然イシュースが止まっちまったらまた回すにはどえらい力がかかる。ちゅうこったな。
確かに一度中断した計画をもう一度動かすのに必要なエネルギーはかなりのものでしょうね。
簡単には止められんイシュースだけどな。一度止めれば二度とは回らん。そういうイシュース。
Are you smarter than a fifth grader? But it's 5 Mions.
イシュースを止めるいい手があればいいんですね。
Are you smarter than a Mion? When Irei responded with that, Mion and the old lady suddenly sunk into silence. Irei, instinctively thinking he had said something rude, searched in a small panic for the words to correct himself. But that silence wasn't the result of rude words. It was the result of true ones. For what crept across Mion and the old lady's faces were contemptuous smiles. Alright, I don't know, maybe Mion's... I don't know if we can fix her, bro. We probably could, but like, oh no, bro. She already so excited about, you know, kidnapping and killing, bro. The atmosphere surrounding the Irei suddenly froze, leaving him flabbergasted. Thinking that the scornful smiles creeping across both their faces was the result of some mistake of his, he could only grow afraid. Irei low-key is the goat. He feels threatened by them, which means he's on the other side. I appreciate that. It hadn't been that long at all since he was enveloped by silence. However, unable to stand it, Irei could only let out a weak laugh. Irei's laugh eventually spread to Mion and the old lady. Not knowing exactly what they were laughing at. Their laughter left a lingering chill. The only ones not laughing were the Higurashi, who continued their simple and unchanging chorus. Their simple and unchanging cry. Alright. Let's just do this one. The sound of the car grew closer, followed by the sound of it braking as the engine cut out. At that moment, his up until now lackadaisical footsteps grew decisive as the man in the room dashed up to the wall beside the window and carefully peered outside. It was his comrade's car. Even so, he still didn't relax his guard. Maybe the informant? Eventually, the sound of footsteps approached the door. Thump. Thump, thump, thump. It was the passcode. Oh, it's the kid that got kidnapped. After the locks were undone and the door opened, a man appeared, his arms laden with swollen plastic grocery bags. Gotta get him some food. The bags in the hands had Seven's Mart written on them, with bread and milk cartons able to be glimpsed within. The contents of those bags were then spread out over a sheet on the floor. Yay! Cup ramen! This doesn't look like the storehouse, so I don't know where this is. But this is, you know, interesting. It could still be the jumping sound, could still be the kid, because it wasn't necessarily the storehouse at a different time. It could be just somewhere close by. Wait, you know what would be really funny? What if they never returned the kid after 5 years, and the kid is still, in modern day, kidnapped wherever he is? Like, in the basement of the mayor's house or some shit? And that's what Keiichi heard in Chapter 2 when he was in the place. Is the kid trying to escape or something. That'd be crazy. Like, maybe they never let go of the kid. That would be a crazy move.
練習は万一の時、やばいって。わかってるよ。猿グツワは定期的にチェックな。外れてもまずい。きつくも締め付けちゃ窒息させたら意味がな。
わかってるって。あれ、携帯コンロのガス管頼まなかった？もうガスねえよ。
聞いてねえ。だは。
マジかよ。ついてくれよ。くそ、くそ。
He rattled the portable stove as he struggled to get it to light. Seeing that, the man who went to buy supplies let out a deep sigh, and with a backwards glance at that sight, began to walk to the corner of the room. The kidnapped boy was sprawled out on a sheet that was spread out on the floor. Jeez. This man is not my favorite character. Yo, put some respect on man, bro. Of course, the man didn't assume the kid was able to hear that question. That was because the boy's ears were plugged, with his eyes and ears thoroughly covered by packing tape. Jesus Christ. Also, his mouth was gagged with a thin, twisted up towel. Because of that, the boy wasn't able to close his mouth properly, his cheeks sticky with his own saliva. That sucks. Of course, that wasn't the only reason. He's like in like a sensory deprivation tank, low key. Both his arms were bound tightly behind his back with a leather belt. I like how one of the guys is trying to be nicer to the boy. That's kind of nice.
耳たぶの一つも切り落とさなきゃならんかったんけ。やらんくて済んで助かりよんよ。
An ear.
本家はこうと決めたら、鬼やん。
An ear, a nose.
どん
You
な
do the
残酷
full
なこと
thing.
命令するかも想像つかん。
Like that happened to that one girl.
その本家が
at the beginning of chapter 3.
小僧に傷一つつけるな言うてんから。
Jeez, that's so bad, actually.
順調なんだろう。
Alright, well, this guy's evil and needs to go if he's willing to carry out those actions, but you know.
大臣はダム計画を撤回で水面下工作。
Wait, man is actually Mion in disguise. You're cooking.
小僧の解放はいつ頃になるんだろうな。
That's the big question.
早く一服したいもんだぜ。
本家が決着のタイミング測ってるらしい。いつになるかはあらんが、近いうちやんな。
よかったな小僧。もうじき解放されるぞ。
Man is an anagram for Mion. The men didn't know if their voices were heard by the boy. For him, there was nothing he could do but continue to sleep to escape his harsh reality.
それよん、ガスをどうするんね。ラーメン食えんよ。ガス切れたなら言うてやん。
Yo, cup. I mean, I eat noodles raw. I've never tried eating cup noodles raw, but I've eaten noodles raw, and low-key it cooks. Why I like rainy days. Okay. The weather forecast had predicted that it wouldn't rain at all this entire week. It's not that I hate sunny days or anything. When every day is the same, unchanging sunny weather, however, anybody would long for a rain cloud or two. If it's simply clear skies for a week, a month, a year, anybody would long for a rain cloud or two. We repeat the same line twice, but in different words. If it was only sunny weather for a year, maybe even 5 years, anybody would long for a rain cloud or two. The weather specialist said that they had carefully scrutinized a large quantity of past data, so it wouldn't be so likely for the forecast to be wrong. I knew as much. But even then, there was occasionally a day where I was hoping that it would be wrong, as I stared up into the clear blue sky. Was I being mischievous in hoping so? I waited and waited, feeling almost suffocated by the boring blue sky, undisturbed by a single cloud. If you could die from that suffocating feeling, then the population of Earth probably wouldn't have increased to this point. In other words, the only person who was being suffocated by this was me. And so, I welcomed the summer evenings, where not even the weather forecast could predict a sudden shower. If I were to explain it like this, would you understand a bit more about how I feel? Let's say that tonight's dinner was going to be curry rice. But when you're... Why are we in Keiichi's room? Like this is Keiichi's house, I'm pretty sure, right? But, yeah, because this is the Booby Mountains. I recognize those anywhere. But when you're called down to the dinner table, what was waiting for you was instead an eggplant and bell pepper stir-fry. This is just on your mother's whim, by the way. What are we yapping about? That we can't predict the weather? Yeah, duh. I mean, chapter 3, like, it randomly was raining. There's, like, a little bit of something, like, going on. But, like, okay? I would be delighted by such whimsy. I don't really like eggplants or bell peppers, but still, I would be delighted. Oh, I like the chaos, the unexpected. The fact that the pre-established routine of curry rice had been broken would be amusing. Some people really don't fuck with a routine being broken. If tonight was repeated 100 times, and 100 times you had to eat curry rice, yet for just this one night, that was changed to an eggplant and bell pepper stir-fry, there's no way you couldn't enjoy that chance happening. I hate pre-established routines. I really hate when things are all decided beforehand. I have no love for boredom. I always get my hopes up that something today will be different from yesterday, no matter how trivial. It's been decided that this entire week, starting today, was going to be clear skies. The weather forecast decided upon it, so the god of weather must also feel obliged to do so. God of weather? But who's to say that a rain cloud might not just show up one day on a whim? It's something that nobody can say for sure, but because that thought remains in this world, a creature such as myself can continue living without being suffocated. Maybe this is the kid in the modern day that's confined and is thinking about it. Hail Mary theory, go forth. Tomorrow will probably be a hot and clear day. However, I'm the only one who knows that predetermined fate, even with but a slim 1% chance, sometimes changes. Hoping for that 1%, I hung up upside-down weather charms on my sunlit eavesdrows. In the end, I spend my days waiting for those unexpected things in life to happen. I pondered why I was hoping for it. Why was I hoping for a rain cloud? The answer was simple. I've had my fill of clear skies. Then why was I hoping for a rain cloud? The answer was simple. The fact that it was going to be sunny tomorrow was boring. So why was I hoping for a rain cloud? Third time's the charm. In the end, it doesn't really matter whether it rains or shines tomorrow. Basically, it was just that the rain would water my heart, which was withered from boredom. That's why rather than a TV drama where the plot's already been decided, I prefer to look up at the sky. In other words, I was hoping for a rain cloud, in order to break up the monotony of the world I've come to know. In other words, my heart needed nourishment, the fertility that only a rain cloud could give. In other words, a rain cloud was the only thing I could think of. In other words, like... Chatterson, I got bad news. I got bad news. I think on a rain cloud, that's where we're gonna end the stream. Error of chapter, or not error. Do one more nails. I only saw that because it was on my other monitor. Char, we are 5 hours in, and I'm hungry. I'm hungry, I want to go. Stopping point after this. Stopping, you're making it up. You're making it up. You're making it up. People are, you're making it up. You're making it up. This guy doesn't give a frick, man. I think it's fun. Chat, I'm gonna be straight with y'all. I don't think a single one of the stopping points y'all have talked about I've actually, like, considered to be that important. I'm gonna be straight with y'all. Genuinely do one more. Doubt FBI, but trust me, and yeah. One full one, dude. I'm hungry. Mwah. 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 Essential. But why? We could just... You could do half. Deal. You'll make it, but I don't... Okay, what's half look like? What's like the time estimate on half? Listen, I gotta deal with Mother Truckin' Chesed tomorrow, okay? I have to be equipped and fueled. 1 hour? Y'all are smoking crack! Chat, but my car. Even if the stream's fate is to end is decided, I still believe in the 0.1% chance, and that'll change. Trust your chat. I think he could wait. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Well, cause like, it's the slice of life section. Who gives a frick, man? I don't give a frick, man. I don't give a frick, man. I'm moving different, man. Remember when I laughed at you for saying I didn't bother eating because it'll be slice of life? I do the tongue thing. I do the tongue thing. Now, chat, I'm gonna call it there. I obviously don't need to go, but I definitely, when I start hitting like this point, my engagement drops, and then I feel like I like start to lose momentum. Unless there's like a really strong source of momentum, which would be like usually in the drama section. But my momentum's definitely like, I'm kind of, you know what I mean? So it's for the experience, chat. It's for the experience. Anyways, chat, that is gonna do it for this stream, I think. We are going to continue next week, Tuesday. Should be fun, 6 p.m. CST. We'll continue chapter 4. Should be exciting. The cast review. Oh, yeah. We could do the cast review real quick. I'm fine with that if you have the video for that. Yeah, that's fine. I'll do that. That's fine. The rain yap wasn't enough momentum. What the fuck? He hates it. He hates Higurashi, bro. He hates it. No, yeah. Okay, let me do that real quick. That should be fun. I say real quick. I'm not in a huge rush. I just don't want to, I'm chilling. I'm chilling. Let me save one more time to be safe. All right, now I'll close it. All right, chatters. Give me more. Up and down and about. Up and down. Stream channel. All right, bet. Here we go. And this is fully safe. I don't have to like worry about like certain timings or whatever. Higurashi Chapter 3 all cast review pink edition final. Goated ass title, bro. Shout out that pink edition final, bro. All right, let's hit this real quick. And yeah, no, don't worry. I was doing it. Higurashi Chapter 3 all cast review pink edition final, chat. All right. Let's see what's different here. I'm curious. So this is the cast review. We did the cast review at the start of the start of the stream. But they wanted they wanted to patch something, and so they patched, but the patch didn't work for me. So they recorded it so that I could do it this way. So they like patched something and changed like a translation or something. I think they were dodging like a spoiler somewhere. So this is the actual thing. For chapter 3. KG hard at work, bro. The only one that ever works hard. Is Oishi there? Can you put him on? Oh, that's okay. It's interesting for me. Now I have the meta information of like the meta information, because last time it was Shion that was saying announcement, because I was joking about her having a baby, but now it's Oishi. Wait, Oishi's pregnant? I knew it! With a belly that big, bro. Holy. This is weird that there's like lines for this. Yay! He got promoted! Wait, what do you mean? Frick you. What do you mean got promoted? In game or out of game? In world or as an actor? No, wait, no. Strip it away. Why is he promoted? Explain. What's your role now? Can we take away his pay? The one topping popularity chart since his first appearance. Alright, so we're coping. Juicy middle-aged men have always been popular. No. They decided to change my voice actor? Wait, did this actually happen? Wait, he got promoted, so he got fired. KG spits it out how it is, bro. Wait, did this actually happen? I did not notice. I didn't notice the slightest bit. Dude, I'm pretty voice blind. I didn't notice in the slightest. He got promoted, which means he got fired. Alright.
これは非常に疑わしいですね。
そんなに私を信用していない。
You guys doing a pretty good job.
あなたからこんなことを聞くのは本
If I
当
wasn't
に
able to
辛いです
notice.
よ。
でもマイシさん、新しい VA が誰になるか教えていただけますか？
そんなに焦ってるの？にゃはは。まあ気にしないよ。私の新しい VA は FP。
Huh? What are you? Yeah. What is going on? What is happening? What? No. What are you talking about? This doesn't make any sense. What do you mean my new VA will be FBI? That's a member of chat. Wait, did you like find like an Oishi voice AI bot? Is that he sounds a little weird. You AI created this entire thing. Are y'all smoking crack? What are you guys doing? Wait. So chapter 4, it was all FBI's work. If you're telling me if I open up chapter 4 and I Google his voice actor, it will say FBI. Yeah?
そして実際、それは今すぐに置き換えられる。
Oh my god, is this about to be FBI's voice? I'm gonna lose my shit. What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? What are you doing?
How do you like my new voice?
Oh wait, it's in English? It's pink, it's in English. Suddenly pink smoke began to fill the room and something came out of it. The cube is Alright, no, we're quitting the game. What are y'all doing?
Wait.
Monster. Oh, I gotta use my own voice. Who the fuck put FBI in the game? And I heard not only his name, but also his accursed voice. That's it. I'm cursing you all. Holy shit, is this Oyashiro-sama? The monster took a step towards the group and accidentally hit some kind of tripwire with his foot. Satoko. Oh my goodness, it's peak. What? I got hit by a Satoko trap! I got hit by a Satoko trap! The last thing the group could see was Pink Cube branded Cube Dynamite. What the tripwire was connected to. Modified by Just Shiro with the help of Not Digit, Great Sif, FBI, Yaz, Amar, everyone. Holy shit! I got nuked by Satoko. It's actually peak. It's actually peak. Whoa, bro. Honestly, no, W chat. That was crazy. That was I fully thought that it was completely a real change. I even was like, whoa, this is actually crazy that they have voice lines for like an alternate translation thing. That shit was all AI generated. I didn't even catch it, bro. Oh yeah, tell me about Himitsubushi or whatever. Ram, that was crazy actually. What? And like the background like effects, that sounded like kind of a genuine thing. Well, cause dude, sometimes the voices just get a little like worse quality. So I thought it was just a lower quality voice, cause it sometimes like jumps into that, you know. Holy.
そしてTatarigoroshi。この3つのシナリオを重ね透かして皆さんにはどんな真実が見えてくるでしょうか。
Conjecture? I'm gonna just come up with questions and theories, bro. Alright, Rena. This is a fucked up photo, by the way. What do you mean, monster question mark? What is that? Why do I look like that? Who decided that I would look like that? Which one of you did this? Yo, frick your music. What is this? Everybody be like, stop! Stop! That makes way more sense now. It's pink cube. Monster, duh. I said put zesty pink in. Yo, shout out Hunter x Hunter, bro. I can't believe Hunter x Hunter has a reference in Higurashi, bro. This shit's peak, dude. I'm not gonna lie. What's up with these horns? It's a monster, bruh.
How do you like my new voice? Wait a minute. What is this?
How many takes was that? How many takes was that? How many times did you do that shit? That's so funny. Oh my god. Honestly, though, if my only... I'm gonna count it as canonical. If my only canonical appearance is hitting a Satoko trap and exploding, we take that as a win. We take that as a win. That is a W way to go, bro. 3 takes. I had to add the laughs. WVA.
私はこの功績を誇りにするつもりです。
Honestly, that's so peak, bro. Alright, it's canon. Put it in, chat. Put it in. Oh, man, that's so funny. Y'all are crazy for this, bro. Thank you, chatters. That's funny. That was funny. Honestly, best part of the chapter. Best part of chapter 3. The cast review session, because this is canon, by the way. This is canon. I'm taking it as canon. I am taking it as canon. I do not give a frick, man. I'm out here moving different, man. Dang. Like the video. Nails. Wait, lock in. Oh, wait. Would fall into a Sotoko trap again. Beautiful. I am not- No, we are not adding this shit as an emote. What even is this? Let's watch all Guy Gardner scenes. Honestly, facts. Chat, let's watch I Can't Fix You FNAF remix / cover FNAF. And ignore that I've already seen this. You know what I mean? Oh, man. W. I'm subscribing. I don't even give a frick. Peak ending to the stream, chat. That's actually crazy. What the hell, bro? What the hell? Alright, thank you, chat, for the... That was a fun treat. That was fun. We will be back next week. Tuesday, roughly 6 p.m. CST for more Higurashi. And then tomorrow we are doing Library of Runa. We're really close. We're like in the end game now, which is really fun. So that's very exciting. Friday, we're doing... Or no, Saturday probably, maybe Friday, but Saturday probably, we're doing Deltarune. We're finishing Chapter 2 and then starting Chapter 3. Really exciting stuff going on in Deltarune. It's actually like peak fiction right now. And then otherwise, yeah, boys back at it. We'll see what happens. Lock in. I ain't gonna just lose all of next stream, alright? Put some respect on me. But that's all for this one, chat. I will see y'all next time. Bye-bye! I even give you the outro music. Ba-na-na-na, ba-na-na-na-na, da-da, da-na-na-na-na, da-da, 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 da-da-na-na-na, da-da, 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 ba-da-da-da-da-da.